Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed. Welcome to the Halloween edition of High on Politics on a Friday. Spooky. Well, I want you guys to know I really appreciate having y'all here. I have a bit of a little bit of a technical difficulty. I can't actually see anybody over on YouTube right now. So if you guys are popping over on YouTube, then yeah, just shout out in chat. But until then, I'm going to bring on my guests. Give me 1 second. Make sure that everything is good. Here we go. All right. How's it going, guys?
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
All right,
How's it
guys.
going?
Well, if you guys do not, if my audience does not already know, if you guys want to introduce yourselves and what your shows are and where we can find you.
F you, sir.
Oh, well, I am Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I want to talk about on my channel, Devil's Advocate Productions, on YouTube. I'm also on Twitch. I just streamed earlier today. I'm pretty good at doing once a weekend, at least. So I'm always trying to do more. So follow me over there as well. And I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky, Devil's Advocate C.
Awesome.
If you see the logo that Pep put in the thumbnail, that's me.
Hell yeah. And Mr. Jake?
My name is Jake. I am from WYCD. That stands for What You Can Do. And I tell people what they can do to make their lives better and bad people's lives worse.
Well,
Via politics.
I actually really, I was about to say, I'm like, and he is carving a pumpkin live during the show. I mean, this is the ultimate Halloween edition. I obviously I am in the spirit of things. Now, just for everybody here, including my guests, I just wanted to let you guys know that if I'm, I might have to hop back and forth because the wife cannot really do the candy thing today.
Absolutely.
It's unfortunate too because she was like, "No, turn the porch light on. We'll just make sure they know that we're." I don't want to say open for business because that's weird, but
For trick-or-treaters.
yeah,
Open for exchange. Open for bribing.
exactly. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be the one to do that. But with my guests here today, if you guys don't mind while I do that, just kind of
Yeah, no problem.
being able to hold down the fort.
Of course.
It's only gonna
Halloween,
be
it's
a
expected.
couple times, a couple minutes.
No worries.
I don't know, man.
We can vamp.
Have you guys seen a lot of trick-or-treaters? Do you get a lot of trick-or-treaters where you guys are at? No?
Never.
No?
Never.
It's almost as though in every neighborhood I'm in, parents discreetly go to their kids and are like, I don't think he's a bad person, but definitely don't go to his house.
Oh my God. You have like the monster house essentially where it's just like, we don't go there.
It's not so much that we think he's going to try to hurt you. It's that we think he's going to put up decorations that will fall over and break your little leg. It's that we don't trust him as a man.
I can say this. I've noticed that there's a lot less decorations out, which has kind of got me like thinking, and I'm not trying to get too serious right off the bat, but yeah, it really seems like everybody's kind of hurting. There was like a lot of candy like left over. It definitely, I made the joke earlier about the South Park thing where it was just like, I gotta go get candy. There will be nothing left. No, there's plenty. got my favorite.
Yeah.
I got nerds.
You know, nerds are so satisfying. They are the entry level binging candy.
Yes. Yes.
Just get a handful. Oh.
Yep. No, they're the greatest. And then they did the thing where they were like, we're gonna take licorice, make little tiny balls out of them, and put the nerds.
That's
on
my
there.
wife's favorite.
Oh, they're so good, man. And then they started making, the fun versions. I had some from my dispo. God, this was for like a special event. I don't even think they're like to market yet, but holy crap, they were good. Usually
yeah,
that has like that tinge of a weird taste, but
The
these taste
flavor.
perfect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Alex, what were you saying?
No. They at one of the weed stores here in New York, they had the Nerds rope. It was awesome.
Jake, I'm gonna just say, watching you do that, and you're just kind of.
I mean, it's low key threatening.
Like how you're supposed to. Like, I mean, maybe it's the angle I'm watching you at. Please tell me that knife is not anywhere near like the like. I mean, you look like you're about to do the was it seppuku or whatever?
Look, I
Be a
follow
pumpkin?
proper pumpkin carving safety techniques. You want to put the pumpkin directly on your lap and point the knife tip deep at your crotch and just thrust down as hard as you can.
Guys, this is strictly the opinion of Wicked, not Fat Talks. And also, do not follow that. And what is he doing? Just
Trusting in God and the knife maker.
okay. Well, I can't wait to actually see like what we end up with here. This is going to be a evolving
It's an
project.
experiment. I know. I love it. I love having like just something slowly going on. It's very tense. It's very Halloween. Just
No,
that, a slow, he's
I do
he's
kind
got a
of
whole thing of knives right there. It was just intimidating before he brought the pumpkin on there.
I wonder, do I have any
And now-
spooky music?
I will say, when you're going, if you're carving from the top, you want to go in at an angle so that
Yeah.
when you pull the cap off, it doesn't fall through.
Okay, so you're going old school method then. Essentially, you're gonna go cut the top and then just scoop. Do the scoop.
And if you have a smaller pumpkin than this, actually what you should do is cut the bottom off, not the top, because it's more secure.
Huh?
I love jack-o'-lanterns. Love 'em.
I have not made one in 30 years. I was probably
Oh, are you
like,
not a child?
I mean, hey, I know,
Fair enough.
I am adorable,
Wow.
but I get it. No, I haven't. Like, my grandma.
No, I just
she
mean
was.
this is a childish hobby for me to have.
Oh, is it?
No,
I don't
I'm
know.
saying,
Like, I
Jake,
thought
my
everybody
buddy,
like kind of
again,
just did it
before-
like for.
Before he had twins, he still would always carve a jack-o'-lantern every
Yeah.
Halloween. He loved it.
yeah.
And he would get complicated with like, the try to do like photorealistic ones and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Really? Okay. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here. I'm not sure if you guys know, any Gundam stuff, but they have like this little robot that's like a little ball named Haro,
Yeah.
and it's just
Okay.
you just cut like a little smiley mouth, and then just cut out two little ears, and that's Haro, like with little pinholes. I was like,
Noted.
all right. Oh, look at that. We got it. All right. Well, I'm gonna shout out chat real quick here. As I said, we're I'll admit.
Well, I cannot see the chat room,
You cannot. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Because here.
but I can always open up you on.
Yeah.
Oh,
here.
yeah, there you go.
later.
You know what? I'm actually gonna do the same exact thing. Because unfortunately, I
okay.
have no
Well, there we go.
idea why.
Okay, we got Etch, we got Brian Frankfurt, we got T-Bone, Side of Life. That's great. That's a great name. Sylvie DB,
Never mind.
Distracting. What up,
Elaney?
distracting?
I can see the Twitch, I guess. Elaney on Twitch.
I
What
think
up?
we got the mixed chat. At least here on the screen. On the screen. Which
That works.
Hey, did any of you guys see the new trailer? That I don't know. It really feels like when it said Scream 7, I'm like, that feels right. Like this feels like it's the 7th entry in a series that's dying.
I mean, I made a reaction to it on my channel, Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube.
Hey,
There's also a 5
Smooth.
movies to watch for Halloween video on there. 5
Excellent.
recommendations. I made that real quick on Wednesday. But Scream, yeah, man. I mean, Scream, I wasn't ever really that big of a fan of. I saw Scary Movie first, and so going back and watching Scream is like the only reason I ever watched Scream at all was I watched Scream 3 because I heard that Jane Silent Bob were in it.
Yes.
And they were in it for like half a second.
Yeah, but still, it's a cameo. Did you watch Degrassi as well?
But I watched the whole thing. Yes, I did.
That's how I got.
Yes.
That's how I even knew what Degrassi was. I was like, wait, Jade Silent Bob are on some Canadian show? All right, I'll check it out.
I am
That
so
was the
glad
only reason I watched those things.
other people had that experience.
You know,
hey man, you
it
gotta
really
get
does kind of speak to our interests here.
when you can.
You got to get your what?
You gotta get your phase where you can. Weird
Yeah,
Al
it's
showing
true.
up on The Simpsons. Holy shit, I'm watching The Simpsons again.
Yeah, I have the
South
Weird Al
Park's being,
figure from The
coming out with a
Simpsons.
game. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have the Weird Al Simpsons
The figure, yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was
Jason
just like,
Mewes was such a fickle actor, and not just fickle, but he had like
I mean,
personal problems
yeah.
and wasn't interested in being like a Hollywood guy. So
Yeah.
if you were a fan of anything he did and you saw he was in something else, that was almost like when a Tarantino movie comes out. You gotta see it.
wasn't he? Yeah, he was in some weird horror movie.
He
Uh,
was.
Oh,
in a horror
yeah.
movie.
yeah.
He was in one of my like a great horror movie. It's about a bunch of people getting trapped in a bar and they get attacked by vampires, I think.
Yeah.
What the hell is the name of
So
that?
some kind of Dusk Till Dawn ripoff.
It was
Yeah,
definitely in that
very
vein,
much
but
like
it was not great. Well, I mean, Jake's
It
in
wasn't.
like it, but it was like,
I
I
remember
don't know.
watching-
like us.
I
Talent
what's it called?
like me.
Yeah, Jake, what was it called? I'm sorry.
I don't remember. I was hoping.
All right,
I
let me
keep hoping
find
I'm gonna
out.
knock
That's
loose
it.
the memory.
The Google.
Well, I remember watching a movie called Zombievers with about zombie beavers because Bill Burr was in it for like 5 minutes.
Just to be gross, please understand. I saw this Jason Mewes vampire movie when I was a teenager. The gal from that is like the hottest female that God has ever made,
All right, he was in
if I recall
Feast.
correctly.
Bitten was it? That was
Ah.
the yeah. Wait, he was in the Devil's Tower? What? No way. Huh, I just learned
I mean,
I'm
something.
aware of that.
Wow,
I
we got
haven't actually
distracted
done
real
like an
quick.
IMDb of somebody like that in a long ass time. But all right, real
Zombie
quick, guys. I know that Alex already shouted you guys out, but I appreciate y'all being here. You know what to do. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps out the stream. One thing, guys, I have to say that we do have to try and figure out here is how to do that subscription link thing that I've been seeing where we can kind of like tie our stuff together. Have you guys seen that at all?
What?
So
No, I
there's a
haven't.
new feature where you can subscribe to a channel and also subscribe to the guest that they have on at the exact same time.
That's cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's neat.
yeah.
I've also heard something about hyping a video.
Yeah, you know,
can
Yes.
hype a video.
I-
I don't know what
I
that is
looked
either.
to like apparently from what the qualifications were, it's like you have to have over 1,000, you have to have like a certain amount of live viewership or something like that. But yeah, I was watching a wrestling channel of all things, and they were talking about hyping videos, and then I was looking into it for myself. I'm like, well, it seems like I meet the qualifications, or not. I don't know.
I thought it was like you need 500,000 subscribers.
500,000.
No.
You need to like be a part of a partner or something.
Oh.
I don't
I
know.
like this video right now.
Here we go. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Well, I brought you guys on to watch this Kat Abu Ghazali thing because I know that we have all been kind of paying attention to her campaign and everything that she has been doing in Broadview and it's kind of cool that she has as much national attention as she does. But I'm sure you guys know this by now, but I live in the district that she wants to represent.
Yeah.
Word. Yeah.
So I have like that little bit of a, it's personal for me, and I'm not even trying to be a dick about it, where a lot of her national coverage does not speak to your average 9th district person. Unfortunately, the 9th district is pretty white, and it is pretty, let's see, what's a good way of breaking this down? Old. They're old as
So
fuck.
you're like just outside Chicago or something?
So no, I'm in Chicago. Because the 9th, they call it the Snake District because it snakes. It's like the northeast, northwest, right? So it encapsulates.
No, I've seen her. She's held like the shape of the district.
Yeah, no, it's
as a
ridiculous. It goes
microphone.
all the way to
Yeah.
the to Lake Michigan, and then it stretches out to the plains over by like DeKalb. There's like Northwestern University. I think Northwestern NIU. I think it's called. I don't know. I actually don't know.
There's a university over there.
Yeah, and it's like sticks. Like I know that they filmed part of the Man of Steel out there, and they used it as the backdrop for Smallville. So it's yeah, definitely not Chicago. But yeah, with that like that whole snaking, it takes over, as I said, like a whole bunch of rich white areas, including Arlington Heights, kind of where Charlie Kirk was from. Like,
Oh, jeez.
yeah. We went to the same church.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he was.
Is that why you're so unkind to black folks?
Oh wow. Well,
yeah, so like,
everybody that
saying-
let's be honest.
I don't know, man. Like the church is it's one of those mega churches, not even like super church. It's a mega church where they have like a marble escalator.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, with like a fucking fountain on it. It's it's ostentatious as shit. They got their own
update on the pumpkin. The top is off, folks. The top is off.
Oh right,
It is.
And has it been completely hollowed out?
Now, no, but that's because you want to keep it open for various uses. Like some people like to use the guts to cook with. Most people like to cut a small hole in the back, which you want some guts left in there for the hole. And that's after carving the face on it. I'm gonna fuck this
With
pumpkin.
some
as well.
roasted pumpkin seeds last night.
I see. That's where I do miss that because
cool.
that was something. Like I mentioned, I haven't had like pumpkin seeds or any of that stuff for probably 30 years, man. Like
I was joking about most of that. I will be right back, though. I'm gonna grab something.
all right,
Yeah.
Still listening. I want to hear about Cat.
All right,
So
so
her national coverage, you're saying, is not representing the district,
well, it's not that she's not representing the district,
or it's like too.
It's
What is your criticism?
my criticism is that she's running a very DSA heavy campaign, which is great, and I'm glad that she's speaking to like her progressive values and everything like that. But that doesn't necessarily like work with a lot of the people in this district. Like DSA isn't that popular, even in
Sure.
Chicago, surprisingly. I kind of learned that the hard way.
Sure.
Oh, shit. Okay.
mean,
I'm going to go
most-
take care of
No,
this
yeah.
real quick.
Go ahead.
But then it's
I would
gonna be one of
say-
those streams, folks.
I would say that she's getting on CNN, MSNBC. She's doing interviews. Running for Congress, regardless, just raises your profile immediately because you're now a congressional candidate. You're someone they have to pay attention to. And someone like her who had a big social media following to begin with is, she could have just
It
went
turns
and been
out
like,
that they are well down the street, and he's just gonna go crazy. So,
But someone with a big social media following like Kat, what about that?
I'm saying like she could have just been like, okay, I'm gonna be, make YouTube videos or stream on Twitch.
Yeah.
But she decided that she wanted to run for Congress. I think because she genuinely cares about the people in the district and also could use the following that she has for something more than just, making money on YouTube or Twitch. And like, hanging out with Hassan or debating Destiny or whatever the fuck that she'd end up doing that. I think she wants to be in a position where she could, her job at Media Matters was, to watch Fox News and like tweet about the clips from like Tucker Carlson and whatnot. So I think that she generally has it in her to fight this fight.
Right.
And she's going about it in the most tactical way that I think she came up with, which is to run for Congress. And while I get what you're saying of like, a lot of people in the district might not be as familiar with these kinds of policies.
Right.
But I think someone like Zoran Mamdani here in New York shows that you can talk to people who voted for Trump, people who voted for Biden, people who don't vote, people who don't think politics or the government can really affect them in any way other than negatively, slowly strangling them over time.
Right.
Like, as to quote Andor, but and convey these policies that they can understand and quickly understand how it would benefit them directly, immediately. I mean, universal childcare, fast and free buses, and rent freeze are immediate helpful things.
Yeah.
And in addition
but
to
that's also where I can say to her thing, because like here, like I know I show this a lot, but this was like what she's basing her entire campaign off of. Well, originally, affordable housing, cheaper groceries, accessible healthcare.
Word.
Which I like how they kind of looked at the marketing and they were just like, yeah, threes. Like that's how, and trust me, I've been looking at marketing in politics for a long time. I'm one of those dudes that was originally so mad at like defund the police specifically because they called it that, where I was like, I'm with you on this, but you guys you fucked up so badly because you don't understand words apparently.
Dude, it was, I mean, when it comes to defund the police, that's just like, you can't organize protesters.
Yeah.
Bro, like that's the whole thing. Like,
Well,
the first
cats.
thing was abolish the police. Defund was the softer version of that.
Yeah.
It was abolish the police.
And
again, with the best of intentions. Like,
yeah.
And acknowledging it was an impossible task. But I'm right
That's
there.
why I think the No Kings protest is. My conspiracy hat, by the way, is the No Kings is like the Democrats trying to be like, all right, let's brand it and make it our thing that we can control.
I don't
2 hours long.
I don't necessarily mind that because like Donald Trump gave us the gift of pushing all them left, whether they liked it or not.
Yeah.
So now, if they're going to be called radical leftists, they might as well just, go with, some more progressive policies. Give it a try. Like, what's the harm now? You're not going to win with any of these centrist assholes. We did that experiment. We lost the presidency because of it. So I think that this is a good thing because, like, I equated it to the way that MAGA reformed from the Tea Party and they just took it over. They were just like, you know what? Fuck it. Everybody calls us crazy. Well, those crazies within the short span of 5 years took over an entire party.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's weird that we didn't say, yeah, we should probably do something similar because they were just like, we can't use right-wing tactics. It's like, but that's a win. Like, I don't know. Art of War is telling me, never just denounce it because they used it. It's like if it worked, it worked.
If it
and
works,
every
it
time
works.
the Romans lost, and we're the Romans in this case, every time the Romans lost, they got together and were like, all right, how did we just get our asses kicked? And they'll find out, they had mounted archers, or they had this, that, or the other thing.
Yeah.
And then they would adapt, and they would take those things of the enemy that they can adapt for themselves and use it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we got to do. And having an earnest look at how the Tea Party movement became MAGA, became the ruling belief system in this country. That is very smart of you to do.
Yeah. And that's where I think that we're on that path, like with No Kings, to kind of to your point, Alex, but also not necessarily a bad thing. Where it's like if they're
No,
going to do
not
that, then they
necessarily.
like No Kings can be the new Tea Party. You can like that's a good brand. That
And
is.
you know, people, you know, leftists and whatnot go DSA people go to those No Kings
Yeah.
protests and get people to sign up.
Yep.
You know, for emails and stuff.
Exactly.
Slowly, you know, infiltrate, infiltrate,
Well,
do some
yeah.
art of war shit. Take over this.
No
I
Kings.
always say I don't want them to start a third party. I want the left to take over the Democratic Party.
All right.
Go
That's
make
one of
Bill
those definitely kids. I'll
Kristol.
be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Go make Bill Kristol and Nicole Wallace and fucking, you know, these anti-Trump Republicans go start their own third party with Bill
Exactly.
Maher and fucking whatever. Like, I think, you know, to Pep's earlier point about Kat kind of using her spotlight, and especially with this indictment now, to be like the focus
I think I
should
just
be
learned.
on the
My
abuses
dog's
happening
code for
inside
the
the
actual
facility.
here. Sorry.
Yeah, like Kat using her platform now, especially with the indictment, to be like the abuses are happening inside the facility.
Right.
The videos of me getting thrown around, as you know, as shocking to the public as they will be, because it's a white woman with blonde hair getting thrown around by the cops. To keep doing like Zoran does, like Grant Plattner does, like these good candidates have been doing. Refocus it back on the issue at hand, not yourself. And by doing that, you still raise your own profile.
Right.
You're still like getting the message out there and fighting for the people. But yeah, you wanted to play this clip of her with who's
Yes,
this?
Tara Palmieri here. So we watched this on stream. I know that some of you guys were here for that. And yeah, Elaine's kind of saying it in chat a little bit. And she's not wrong. Real quick. Hey, Johnny, how's it going? Bloodstone and Pinkerbell. Welcome to the show, guys. All right, so I think that I shared my screen with you guys. You should be able to see it. Jake, can you?
I think so. I see four boxes.
The one that says Pep Talks High on Politics?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. Okay. So let's go to this one.
Is that in your theme song? Is that Cuomo saying Pep Talks?
I don't know. Actually, I had a fan make that for me. Shout out KIRK. He's very talented, but I know that like obviously the pep talk, or I think that the back end is oh my god, I forgot his fucking name.
Letterhead. Yes, Jake does know his camera on. We are slowly watching him carve a pumpkin because it's both Halloween and it's slightly intimidating. And I don't even think you should only keep that for Halloween. Just always be doing something like slowly over time.
I mean, the way that
like
he's
whittling something, you know.
I'm just gonna say, I'm watching him pull knives out of this block. He just had one in his mouth. He's going full, Australian outback here. Crikey.
Paintbrushes on air, but I just got disgusted by the materials and gave up immediately.
Well, I feel like this is kind of watching like the Bob Ross do something where it's just like, all right, here we're just gonna make a little slice, and then I'm gonna just have to put this knife in my mouth to look really badass right now.
Well, it looks badass unless you realize it's this knife, which.
Now,
if I stabbed somebody with this, I would have to inform them verbally before they realized it.
Are you using your kitchen knives for this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I know that they have like special pumpkin carving knives. Anyway, I'm still walking. So I wanted
those
to.
Those are so useless.
Yeah.
All right,
the little ones are terrible.
Here it is. I finally am able to share this. There we go. You guys got it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Jake, do you know who Tara Palmieri is?
Nope.
Okay, she's like a very, very centrist journalist. I was confused because I thought that so personally, she does lean left in her politics, but she tries to cover everything from, the very classic, Dan Rather type of journalism where
Yeah.
she sets her biases aside and she just wants to ask questions that every side would be asking. So in this case, she did this with Kat, and I personally don't think that Kat handled it as well as she could have. But I will let you guys give your takes and we can discuss.
Live? Yeah, we're live. We are live.
I can't hear it.
Well,
though.
Kat,
Can't hear?
welcome.
Yeah, can't hear it.
Oh, hold on. Let me. Number one. I'm gonna make a smaller.
I'm just looking up Tara
Well,
because I keep hearing like Hayden Panettiere, who is an actress who was on Heroes, and she's in the game Until Dawn.
Yeah. Wasn't she married to like Klitschko?
I don't know.
I think that she was.
Really?
Yeah, I think she was married to Klitschko for real.
Who's Klitschko?
Oh my god.
Yeah, boxer.
Oh.
Russian
They
boxer.
even- Well, yeah, which one though? They were both champions, so never mind. It doesn't really
I
matter.
know. Not the politician.
Yeah, Vladimir Klitschko.
Yeah.
became
Not
a
the politician. It was the other
Okay.
one. Okay,
He's
so
the other one's actually a little more sane. Weirdly.
here, let me-
I like them both. I adore both of these maniacs, but they should be acknowledged as maniacs. Fucking hell.
All right. Source.
Keep saying maniac with a bunch of knives next to you.
I feel like carving a pumpkin is being construed as one of the weirdest things you could do.
No, it's just awesome.
And I don't get it. This seems like a standard classic Halloween activity.
It is. It's very
It
classic.
is, and that's why, like, the fact that you did this kind of, I had no idea that Jake was going to do this, folks. So it definitely
it's
contributes to the Halloween thing. All right,
I'm
so
just going through this a lot lately. Like the whole world seems to be reacting to things in ways I don't understand, and it's throwing me off. Like up here, this gal, she's been a real good progressive.
Yep.
And my understanding of the situation is what we're going to see happen is she's with a centrist who's probably not, if I'm being frank, probably not having an honest discussion with her because she's trying to do an interviewing technique that is meant not to make people happy, but to ask questions that the audience is likely to have. To
Right.
hear that there's any scenario in which Abu Ghazala storms off is really disappointing. 'Cause
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
is
I
not
kept
the
seeing
point.
like this compared to Katie Porter or
Okay.
something, which I also haven't really looked into that much. I don't care how she treats journalists. Like,
Yeah, and also
I respect journalism and shit, but also I understand the other side. It was paparazzi that did this. Like, whenever you see fucking like Alec Baldwin screaming at the paparazzi, like
Yep.
I'm sure because you're sticking
Yeah.
cameras in my like baby's stroller. Fuck
Well,
off.
and Kat also just got tortured by ICE. She just got
Yeah.
arrested and
Yeah.
and abused by the government, and now Tara's presumably playing games with like, well, but fiscally, or whatever the hell.
She
she's gonna say.
definitely has, like, I don't want to call it like disingenuous framing because it seems
Dude,
like
if your
genuine.
framing is anything other than impeach this motherfucker right now, it's disingenuous.
Oh.
You can't
I mean, look,
understand
she's-
what America is
it
supposed
says-
to be.
She's
and
worked
not-
in news organizations, including ABC, Politico, Puck.
Yep.
Whatever Puck is, New York Post, Washington Examiner.
Whatever Puck is.
Like,
She was
what
a
is
hockey
Puck?
journalist, and I just it's like, oh hey.
That sounds to
Puck's
me-
coverage aims to cover the 4 centers of power, weird, in the United States: Silicon Valley, Hollywood, Washington, and Wall Street. So it's like a tech bro outlet,
Yeah.
seemingly.
Yeah,
Well,
referencing I think a Shakespeare play.
All right, she started her career at like I get what she's doing. Like, she is a regular old.
Yeah.
I went to journalism
Yeah.
school. I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
You know. Trying to
oh
be
yeah, no, she
professional.
literally is by the book, where it's just like, oh, I'm supposed to can my biases, and that's where she's like, I find it to be a real big problem that they're not able to do that.
Well,
I'm trying to
there's
figure this out.
by the book, and then there's the pretending to be.
I've always
we're seeing it now. Oh wait, it's hearing that's the issue.
Be fashionable.
There's
you guys hearing
there's
it yet?
actually being by
No,
the
can't
book.
hear it.
You can't hear
And
it?
then there's being what the book pretended to be. Wait, I can, if you're okay with me just listening on a delay, I can just
Yeah,
listen
I
to
can. I
YouTube.
mean, that would be fine because I don't
Yeah,
know
okay,
why
yeah.
this is not like I said it to. Yeah, it says the audio is tied to you guys.
Independent. But
That's so
Yeah.
weird.
Go ahead, throw it. Do 3, 2, 1, play it, and we'll listen on the delay.
All right, cool.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, let's
it
go.
is essential. I just ask the questions that matter. So watch what happened, decide for yourself, and let me know in the comments. Was this a bad judgment call or a politician avoiding accountability? Let's roll the tape. Live? Yeah,
I just
we're
got to 3, 2, 1.
live. We are live. Well, Kat, welcome. This is Kat Abuguzale, and I hope I said your name correctly.
You nailed it first try.
Nailed
Woo, yay. And welcome to the Tara Palmieri Show on YouTube and the Red Letter on Substack. Kat is running for Congress in Illinois' 9th district, and you've probably seen her on her social media accounts. She's blown up. She's a social media star. But most recently, you've had a lot of drama, you could say. I'm sure you're in a state of shock, but how are you feeling ever since you found out that you've been charged with 2 counts of conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer and assaulting or impeding an officer while engaged in official duties? And then the charges also mention property
By
damage
the way,
and
tell me to pause it if you need me to pause it.
How are you feeling right now?
Let's let
What's
the whole
going on
thing
through
play.
your head?
Yeah, I can tell you that when I started this year, first off, I didn't even think I'd be running for Congress, but I definitely didn't think I'd be federally indicted.
Being in the way of the officer.
Yeah, I covered the right for a long time. You talked about my
Yeah.
social media accounts. The reason those are big in the first place is because of my reporting covering the right. And so I'm not surprised at what we're seeing. It's exactly what I and my colleagues have warned Democratic leaders about for years. And part of the reason that we're here in the first place is those warnings not being heeded. But it is surreal to be the person on the indictment, especially because my name is really long.
What do you think about those charges, though? They seem really serious.
Yeah,
Conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer, assaulting or impeding that officer. Those are pretty big charges.
The charges, I think they're actually like slightly different, but no matter what the charges are in the indictment, I plan on pleading not guilty. And this is a political prosecution, plain and simple. It's an effort to criminalize free speech, an effort to criminalize free association, and an effort to criminalize the very act of protest. And so we're going to be pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court, and I fully plan on winning.
Yeah, just to be clear, the indictment alleges that you and others, quote, surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on its hood and windows, etched pig on the side, and impeded movement.
Nice.
Did you etch the word pig on the side of an officer's car?
I'm not speaking to the specifics of anything that's in the indictment right now, but like I said, I do plan on pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court.
It's not even.
I
a
plan
question.
on winning.
Okay. Well, let's watch the video of what happened that day that they are alleged.
That's legal stuff. That's lawyers.
But when you see that, what do you think right now?
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said,
Yeah.
I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Just really quickly, I did want to ask you about just the fact that conspiracy to impede an officer is up to 6 years in prison, forcibly impeding and intimidating an officer is up to 8 years. Is that that could actually hinder your ability to serve in Congress? Are you concerned about that? Did she just sign off? Did she just leave the chat? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened. Okay. Well,
I'm totally changing my opinion
She
about this.
Yeah.
she left because I asked her questions about what happened that day. All right. Well, I will continue with
She's
the
trying to get a job
conversation
on
my
her
own. I
take.
guess this is very bizarre. Yeah. So I guess this is. I've never
Okay.
had that happen.
I mean, we got to the. You can pause it now.
Yep.
We got to the end of the clip, which she's like, "Can you
Give me one.
I think she left the chat, dude. She wasn't even really asking questions. She was just like, "This is what you've charged with. What do you think about that?"
Yeah, she was
And
like
she can't
listening to
answer
her.
because it's
Give me
part of
one
an
sec.
investigation. Your lawyer would tell you to not talk about that on
Yes.
on air. Like that's of course not. You can't talk about an active investigation.
Totally. That my take was wrong based on what I was hearing, because you're right. She was asking questions that Kat could not answer. As part of
and
the
then
case.
being like, "Well, why can't you answer?" You know, not even
and-
doing that. You know, but you know, a step away from. Well, what that Republican, right wing, just grifty,
and more. Just to be clear, I got the impression she doesn't. I don't know what her. Apparently, she has a professional background, but I got the impression that this gal doesn't understand what questions you can ask and what questions you can't, or more crucially, what questions Kat obviously wouldn't be able to answer. And the questions she was asking felt like warm-up questions when you haven't prepared for an interview.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they were
weren't
not
even questions.
They were things that Kat, as a defendant, cannot answer.
Well,
because you have
this
to-
is where my problem in lies is that instead of engaging her, she just left without even saying that. I've had so many situations where it's just like, listen, this is a pending court case. I cannot speak to this. My lawyers have said that I cannot speak to this.
All I can say is this,
Right. She
think
didn't
we're gonna
even
win in
bother to
court.
do
Yeah.
that. And this is my problem is how is she supposed to survive even a primary if they
Well,
are going to,
I mean-
they're going to ask these types of questions at a primary and they're going to lob this at her.
I think the thing is, if I had to guess, and if this were me, let me put it that way.
Yeah.
This were me, I'm like, if I'm on CNN, I'm not walking off the stage at CNN.
Right.
I'm going, I cannot talk about this. All I can say is that I think we're going to win in court. But if you want to talk about ICE abuses,
and that's where I'm saying, like, she could. So you get my point, though, because
she
she could
was
have pivoted
trying
it.
to.
She could have pivoted it away from
kept.
that, even after she showed the clip. Like, yeah, it's
But I
annoying.
think with this person, is just like, I don't know who are you? I'm just gonna stop this. Fuck you.
Sorry,
because
guys.
like I don't know if she was like a huge big. No, it's all right. Pep's it's trick or treat. It's Halloween, baby. Halloween, happy Halloween, everyone. But if this was like a big local Chicago radio show or something, I could see this like impacting and not being a good look for her constituents. But again, this is rando, no name journalist who has yet another Substack and YouTube, like we all do. As again, she's worked at CNN, Washington Examiner, these other places.
Trick-or-treaters. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Just another person online. So you're just like, whatever. I don't know you. Fuck you.
Kat's reaction is understandable.
And she probably has other things to do.
But I'm with Pep Talks on this. Like, you're running for
as I
office.
said, she's speaking for, like, that's great. But from a representative standpoint, I don't feel like that's represented. Like, that's not who I want representing me if they can't even answer questions when they're like the top story in the news.
Well, again, I think she's like, I have other places I can be with more of an audience to actually talk about the real subject.
Whatever, but like, but you're touching on the main thing, and I hope Kat, who obviously watches all three of us, takes this away. Like, think about what you want, what you wanted to communicate.
Right.
And regardless of whether the host is making that easy for you or not, communicate that message.
Right.
So I was abused by ICE. As you can see from that video, I was not doing anything wrong.
Right.
Or even if you don't
If
feel
she could
comfortable
even
saying
No,
talk
even if
that,
she didn't
about
want, see, that's where I was saying, like, even if
that's
she
the
didn't want to
evidence,
watch
you know?
or like see, like address the video, she could. That's where she could have
Yeah,
just been
you don't
like,
even have to.
"Listen, this is a pending court case. I cannot comment on this. My attorneys are telling me that I cannot talk about this." And this is where,
But
And
say
you
you
should
had-
know that as a
Tara's about,
journalist,
like,
but
I'm not even gonna play it, but Tara does say this where she's like, "Well, I was going to ask her, like, what is she trying to bring to the Illinois 9th? What is she trying to do?" Yeah, well, I'm not sure if she was trying to get Kat to implicate herself in a crime as much as it was just saying, like, these are serious charges. I mean, she wasn't that disingenuous in her framing, because again, if that's the case, then everybody that she's going to come up against, even in the primary, is going to be considered disingenuous when they're just asking questions.
Yeah, and they are serious charges because she is being accused, not proven, but accused of serious things by a seriously corrupt Justice Department.
Well, also she
But yeah,
has
you're-
counter law. She does have counter like suits going. Also, like
Kat just needs to start accepting that she will be talking to people she hates, and she has to put forward.
I mean, she's been doing that like most of her career.
she didn't let her hack. No, she actually didn't really address it. She just said we're gonna win. Like she did like the buzz line, but she didn't say that I cannot talk about this. She didn't like stand up against Tara. She just literally said,
All
like,
right, so look, I'm looking at Tara's socials here.
Yeah.
She's got about 100,000 on YouTube, 100,000 on Twitter. You know, the last, I mean, I get it. You're going to keep reposting this and talking about it, but like, she's doing what we're all doing, trying to get interviews and like go viral and shit. Like, and this is, I guess the lesson of like,
well, I mean, it worked.
this is a
'Cause
clip
she
that
did get a
now
viral
is going
moment.
viral.
Yeah, she
And
got
the right
that
to
though.
use against you.
No,
So,
Anna, you're making a good point that she they kind of want her to slip up because then it's like, they can use it against her in court. But she could have.
but also like in terms of like campaigning, the right can use this against her. The Democrats can use this against her. But again, this is one out of how many interviews she's done, like on regular news stations like NBC and CNN and shit. And then this is like one random internet person now.
She got fed up
she was
with
like,
the
fuck
bump,
this.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, I'm not gonna play around with this. And you know what? I will say this. Well, my critique stands, and I wish she hadn't stormed off. I will say it raises, if people think she's important to talk to and that she might storm off if they fuck around, good.
Yeah.
Good. The only people who should have any popularity as politicians are progressives, and we should start using that. We should start doing do you
And if
want to
this-
talk to us? You better act right. Because
if this was first of all, also if this was a man, it would be a completely different conversation of like,
Probably.
oh yeah, he showed power like Trump does this kind of
Yeah.
But again, Trump's not a good example. But
Well,
I'm saying
see, that's where I don't know.
Again,
They have had people
like
say
more like Bernie, where Bernie's like,
Hell yeah.
the questions you ask me to bullshit, or I'm gonna
Right.
fucking like bounce, like fuck this.
which that's fine, but I don't know, like the optics for me personally, I didn't like it. I think that it didn't convey
understand.
strength. It didn't convey that she can handle. Again, she's going to be asked this in the primaries, regardless. Daniel Biss's campaign's going to seize on this.
I mean, it's the whole point of them even putting a federal indictment against her is that it hurts her. That's it's why it is a political investigation.
And to try to intimidate me. I wish she would say, like, really dwell on that. Just like, she doesn't have to talk about the details, but just the facts of, look, they're coming after me so they can intimidate you efficiently.
Yeah.
Don't let that happen. In fact, do the opposite. Make it hurt them politically.
And she has been, and it's good that she's not just, she's not running for Congress. Like if she wasn't, she would just be ex Media Matters employee or current Zateo, contributor,
Oh, absolutely. There's
another journalist getting putting in prison or whatever.
right.
But now it's a congressional candidate, so it makes people's ears perk up more. Just the title alone.
Let me just say, Pep, you were out when I said this. The thing that's kind of changed for me about this is that, number one, I agree with your overall assessment that it would be preferable if she stuck it out and said all the right talking points. But it does dawn on me that there is going to come a point where we have to stop putting up with nonsense so that people understand when they are hearing nonsense. And whether or not it was strategically wise, it might work out that way, simply because the next time somebody interviews her, they're less likely to fuck around.
Yeah,
Okay.
and again, watch it. Like, I didn't even see the clip until right now, and the clip doesn't look good for Tara.
Yeah.
Again, she's not even really asking questions. She's just like, so these are pretty serious charges, obstructing an officer during. It's like, yeah, but look who's making these laws, who these officers are. These are just like fucking Proud Boys who signed up for ICE. Like, the context is completely removed. That's the whole, the Cronkitean or New York Timesian way she's trying to be a journalist. But even then, a real Walter Cronkite knows when to like use context and be like, okay, yes, it's an officer, but it's this administration's ICE officer,
right?
Which is anyone who signs up on their website.
Well, I don't think that the federal indictment itself is going to actually like do much for her. It's just, again, this was optically like she can't handle. I thought that was kind of softball, in my opinion.
I think,
like,
honestly,
I see what she was doing, and I disagree with it. And like, I'm not here to stand Tara at all. I
think she should have ran over
like
everything Tara said and just like kept bringing it back to like the abuses that are happening within the Broadview ICE facility, which is the whole point of everything.
Right.
And pointing out that the fact that this is the point that I trailed off on a second ago, that the fact that she is running for Congress. So it's her and like 6-7 other people, right? 6-7. But I'm sorry, dude. The South Park episode got me. By the way, new South Park tonight.
I know, tonight.
I'm excited.
Yep.
The fact that she is running for Congress, if it was 6 random people, then there would be, it's just 6 people got, arrested by ICE again. This is a news story that happens every fucking day.
Yeah.
Now it's a congressional candidate. That's, again, it snaps people's attention more. It's another one, mayors are getting fucking arrested and shit. Brad Lander,
like, as I said, the people watching this. So, like, for instance, I saw this on the mainstream news while we were sitting in the chemo ward, and again, this is being covered by Barry Weiss's CBS now.
Well,
and
of course it is.
It's
and again, that's maybe the point. Like, maybe that's what her angle is. She wants another job. That's what these journalists. That's what they do, man.
If you're centrist, that's where you're trying to get. You're trying to get onto television. You don't want to be an internet.
Yeah.
person.
Oh,
That's
absolutely.
what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, Tara was literally just on the same
tweet.
episode with Anna Kasparian on Abby Phillips.
Right. Right. So, like, that's the whole point, is in between your gigs on CNN or Fox, whatever it is, you've got your Substack, you've got your YouTube, you've got your internet presence, because everyone fucking needs one now. Even us.
I mean, literally.
You gotta, like, again, I think back to working at it was like some YouTube channel that was promoting charter schools or something. And I was like, who pays for this office? Why it's like 5 of us in this random office building in Jersey? And like, what is this operation that you're able to pay me to not much, but to be here and like actually run this channel? And then one day a reporter came from the local affiliate to talk about charter schools and interviewed the boss. And I'm like, oh, that's what he is. He's one of these like experts that they go to when they're trying to push whatever narrative they want to push. And then they go, this person of, blah, blah, blah media. And then
like,
it looks legit. They study this. They're experts on charter schools. So he would know. And that's what these people are doing. And they're all trying to get their viral clips. Like, she she got hers. And
well,
whether
that's where I'm
it's
saying
good or bad,
Kat gave it to her, because had she just kind of like engaged and just been like, listen, really,
she could have made
Tara,
it more
like,
hers.
all she had to do was literally, hey, really, I cannot talk about this, and it's something that you should understand. Okay, can we move on? Like, there was any other way to handle that than just being like, deuces, like,
or pull an Adam Friedland, you know, and just be like, you know, do you not see the videos everywhere of ICE, like,
something like
ripping
that?
babies
And that's
away
what I'm
from
saying.
them? Like, of course we're protesting it.
Personally, like
and
again,
of course they're
out
coming
of
after us.
you know, somebody like her specifically, she's done so well in her campaign, and I've been, you know, campaigning for her pretty, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Voraciously.
Yeah.
But this was the first time that I saw like a giant hole, and like Letterhack just said it, where, you know, she'd probably rather be found not guilty than get elected.
Yeah, word.
I don't know about
you
that.
know,
but I mean, it's an F up. It's a definitely
It's a little one again, like in the grand scheme of the campaign, like it's nothing.
And if we only
it can be used to try, like, if this is the worst they have on her, fucking good. If this is the worst they have.
Oh, by all means, make a big deal about how
please.
you are supporting the villains. By all means,
and show this clip on CNN too, on the kinds of questions she was asking.
Yeah, by all means, keep criticizing this politician for literally getting arrested for standing up for her constituents' rights. By all means, keep telling that story.
Well,
if
the thing is, this also bothered me because in her initial address on Twitter or on her YouTube page, Kat, she didn't list her charges. She just said that she was getting indicted. And like, personally, that bothered me. So seeing Tara kind of just lay it out there, I was like, okay, that was literally the first I was learning from it.
Well, I mean, she did. I think she posted the actual like page from the indictment of saying like what the charges were.
Oh, did she? Well, then I didn't. Yeah. Again, it wasn't explicitly kind of like said that, you know, they're going after me for X charge, and
like I think the YouTube video was after. No, this is what happened. I got indicted. Right. Blah blah blah. But you know, again, whatever charges they are, it's, you know, who's writing these charges. Like, they're gonna fucking charge you with fucking domestic terrorism or some shit.
You're accused of killing Superman. How do you respond to that?
Oh, exactly. Well, you know,
well, my name isn't Doomsday, so I should
Lex
be okay.
Luthor, he found this mind control device, you see, and but this is where I don't know, like, I think to like my broader point, in the end, Kat should go on Pep Talks.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah,
that's it.
Well, I saw she was supposed to be on Boston Brian's show the other day.
She did.
Well, shout out Boston Brian, but she couldn't, and I think it was because she got indicted.
Oh, literally.
Look, we're
because he was like, they called me like earlier today, telling me like they couldn't make it, and I'm like, oh, you know, that sucks. Whatever.
I got that too.
And I was like, oh, yeah, because then the next day she's like, yes, I got indicted yesterday.
Right.
I don't want
like pretty legit reason not to miss a podcast.
Yes, bro, killing a pumpkin.
I don't want to make assumptions about you guys, but I'm going to anyway. I have a feeling that some of us are more familiar with being involuntarily held places by the government than the average person.
Right.
And we are entering an era where the average person will be joining us in political fights. It's not like it's no shame to be traumatized by getting arrested.
No.
Yeah,
particularly if you're getting arrested for something you know you did not do.
She didn't get arrested.
Did she actually get like?
No,
excuse me. No, I charged.
She never got arrested. She got she got charged with 6 other people.
Yeah.
Charged. I'm sorry.
You know, for whatever, doing the damage BS. But again, they have so much video evidence of her getting just, you know, body slammed and really assaulted by these people on state. Because somebody brought this up where most of the property that they were doing that on was still state property because they came over the curve, which if you've ever watched Audit the Audit, then most people know it's like, no, that is public property, my man.
No, I don't know. But Groove Dragon says it may catapult her to victory.
Zing.
But I mean, going back to the actual interview,
Daniel Biss is a comment, like he's a pretty good communicator, and I could see him totally just being like, listen, she's a nice person, and I totally agree. Like, because he'll even say this, like, I agree with her stances, I agree with her politics, but I just feel like she's not right for the position because look at how she just, responded to like this.
That's what Daniel Biss is doing.
Yeah, I expect it of him, is what I'm saying. Like, yeah.
Well, then that's a dirty. That's what I'm saying. It's a dirty tactic.
Well,
and
he
that
might
tells
not
me
be
that tells me
wrong.
more about Biss than it tells me about.
I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, what would you say if you were of that opinion? Like, I agree with her politics. I just think she can't get us there. I don't agree with his assessment, but I'm not sure that it's immoral.
No.
Although I'm sure I'll find
out
he is.
But again, like, let me look up Daniel Bliss now, or Biss. I think I'm just thinking about the actual interview itself. Like, she said, did you carve the word pig into the car? Let's play this clip. And then they play the clip where both her hands are empty on the hood of the car, which is pushing her and driving her and just a bunch of people like driving into them. How do you play that clip and be like, how do you respond to these charges? I'm like, did you see the fucking clip? And again, she can't say that because of the ongoing investigation. But like, that's what I mean. This could be as much of a dunk on Tara Mary.
Well, no, it's definitely
more of a dunk on her.
I don't know about that because the dunk. I already don't subscribe to her. I already know that her positions are her own and whatever. They're kind of milquetoast centrist, but
and of no use.
No, yes. But, for that whole speaking to the, center left contingent, which as I was kind of insinuating that's like a lot of the people that live in my area, they're, even if they are liberal, they're, rich white liberals who they hear DSA and immediately it's like, oh, you mean these socialists? And like, they still have problems with that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I understand that. But again, she's doing a lot from what I've seen, right? Because I don't live in Chicago. I just follow her on social medias. She's doing like local events to get people to come out, like much like Zoran has been doing,
literally, yeah.
Turned her campaign office into like a pantry of clothes and food. If people need it, come take it. Like that's a great use of campaign resources. This is a model campaign, much like Zoran
definitely is. Yeah, there's no. That's
so
why
I think like this is a hiccup, if anything, in like the larger. And I don't think it's again going to stick around much. I understand the rich white people who might watch Tara and be super big fans, subscribers of Tara Palmieri might see this and be like, "Oh no, I don't think she's right."
Oh, it's not even that. I don't think that they're going to necessarily be using this the way that you're thinking. I'm talking about campaigns are like all a campaign needs to do is just use the exact same questions or language, and then. Just be like, oh, well, she can't even answer these questions, and she can't nope the fuck out of a political debate.
But again,
which I'm looking forward to seeing now. Like, I really am. I'm looking forward to seeing the, debates coming up, I think, in February.
Ooh, more debate nights on this space.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
Hell yeah.
Because, we have...
I mean, again, I think, like...
We have realistically, we have 4 candidates that have a shot, and she's one of the 4.
Is she in the lead? She's in the lead, right? She's been.
No, she is. No. Daniel Biss is up 18, plus 18. She's up plus 13. And then Mike Simmons is up plus 3. And Mike Simmons is a state representative who doesn't have like the same kind of social media presence or backing. Of like, Daniel Biss even, because he's the mayor of Evanston.
Right.
Generally speaking, when you have multiple people representing a similar ideology, you're going to have the most success with the person who is the purist. And I think that's Kat. And the reason why is because when it comes down to it, like this is Kat not being able to summon up the inner politician.
I don't know
Okay,
about that
noted.
because
That's
Jan
not a-
Skakowski is one of the least fucking personable politicians out there, and she has won her incumbency handedly.
Yeah,
the
but
past
she's
few
going up
elections.
because she's playing a game of who can do dishonesty the smoothest. And the anecdote to that is even
Yeah.
just a drop of honesty.
Yeah.
So when you have people competing against dishonesty, you're not going to
most
succeed
honest.
by being the person who's just slightly less dishonest.
Well, there's nothing really dishonest about some of the people that she's running against, though. Daniel Biss, like I was explaining to Alex, is actually a pretty progressive candidate, like he always has been.
Good.
Good. And if it's a battle between them, let them
it's
duke
more,
it out. And
as I
whoever
said, it's
wins
going to be
good.
the main one that people are worried about if they is this Lisa. I forgot her name, Falk or something like that.
But
Is that the Moms for Liberty?
I just the way I don't know nothing about no Daniel Biss. Okay, he's the mayor of Evanston. Okay,
Lisa McLean.
He comes from a good background, higher upper class background. He's a white dude with gray hair. Like he looks like someone who can be convinced to become a mansion or a cinema.
Yeah.
Whereas
He's
I
definitely
know
not. I
Kat
can tell
is
you,
not.
just he's not. I can tell you just through the politics that he has had consistently. And this is the weird part is I chose to canvass for Kat over Daniel, but this is where I have to also admit it's no, he's actually a decent candidate.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I like about Kat more than Daniel is that Kat's been arrested for this shit. So
Technically,
she's got the street
he was
cred.
at the same protest though. He just didn't get arrested.
Good. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
actually,
why I
no,
like
he
Kat
did get
a little
roughed
bit
up.
more.
Hold on.
Oh my God, they're neck and neck. This is
word.
riches.
Broadview.
But I think
You're right back.
I think
Yeah, he
again,
he
one
joined
interview that
demonstrators
Kat-
and was tear gassed
shit.
with other protesters.
Whoa, this guy.
I
Dude,
shot
you've
pepper
got
balls
great
at him
choices.
here.
This is
Yeah,
awesome.
Well, we
these
wanna
are
go
good
back to the
choices to
ice-
have if you're
Yeah.
an Illinois 9th districtor.
Here, I'm gonna hit play on this real quick. It's literally a minute long. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, no
minute
worries.
30 long. This will talk about that.
Facility in Broadview right now. Our Darius Johnson
Okay,
has
it's
been
gonna be
out
on
there really
delay
all
for,
week and last Friday as well. And Darius, do you have any updates on the protests taking place right now?
Hey there, Dana. Good morning to you. Right after our
I'm
live
watching
shot,
now.
we saw more pepper balls being deployed towards those
starting now for
protesters from ICE agents who were on the roof. Now, we couldn't really tell if those protesters were able to kind of get closer to the facility because it appears that they were possibly deploying those from the parking lot where many of those vehicles are kind of coming in from 25th Avenue. Right now, I want to turn to the mayor of Evanston, Daniel Biss. And Mayor, you were out here just last week when everything was unfolding and taking place. I watched you get pushed to the ground at a certain point and also be overcome by tear gas. How are you doing this week? And talk to me about why you're out here once again.
Well, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. It was a really scary experience last week, but I'm fine. And the tragedy is that the people who are held at the center are not fine. Their families are not fine. And so we have to continue speaking up. This morning, we've seen what I can only describe as gratuitous shots where they're shooting from the roof pepper balls at protesters who are completely peaceful. There's no chaos. There's no disorder. There's no effort to even move a truck through. They're just shooting for the sake of shooting because
Biss is
they
talking.
want to intimidate us, and we're not going to be intimidated.
Mayor, we're going to continue this conversation with you while we go ahead and toss things to break, and we'll bring you more of that coming up later this hour.
I mean, he does look like if you drew a politician.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He definitely does have that. I'll say, that much about it. But yeah, he's got bona fides, and he has had a long track record of standing up for progressive values. He
I mean,
ran
look,
on the independent ticket specifically for the governor, trying to push it farther left, which you don't see a lot of.
True.
But she means well, but if she
I'm,
can't handle criticism, she's fucked in politics. That's kind of my broader.
I mean, I
take
see
on
you over
this.
there on
wasn't
Twitch saying that, but one interview out of however many she's done, where she does battle whoever she's talking to and does all those things. I think there's just one. She was just, I'm tired. Who the fuck are you? Like,
and it's not that it was criticism. That's a misunderstanding.
I got other things to do.
It was that the questions were nonsensical and she didn't want to put up
nonsensical. Nonsensical, or ones that she
that's
couldn't
where
answer legally.
I don't want to like keep beating the dead horse, but that's where personally I see it, and I felt like that was the improper way to handle it. And I would say this about anybody that was like running for any position politically, especially because it's affecting me. Like I would have probably a lot different of a take if this wasn't like it's actually the way that I feel about that guy in Maine, where it's like all my opinions aside, at the end of the day, I'm not the one who's really getting to vote for him.
Yeah.
Crucially, though, what I was commenting on was that the commenter said she can't handle criticism, or if she can't handle criticism. And this is, I just want to clarify. Yes, I still think you're right.
Criticism.
But yeah, it's not that it was criticism.
Right.
It was that it was
nonsensical.
dishonest person. But you're still correct that like it doesn't, you're going to come across these people. And these are the people you have to go through to reach the audience.
And she has been.
Scams.
She has been.
Yeah.
And as just seeing that one clip of Daniel Biss, my first exposure to the man, good answer. He's mayor of this town.
Different town, but yeah, close.
A different town. He's mayor of a different town. If the constituents have been happy with his mayorship, I think that's a genuine challenge to her. I think if I was a young person,
I mean, because
I'm
of his
looking at
position
these two progressives, the most progressives.
Yeah.
I'm going for
Kat, and I was actually Mike Simmons. Mike Simmons is probably just as progressive as Kat. Like he's also anti-ICE. He's an LGBTQ representative. He's a state senator. He has a pretty good voting record as a state senator. So nice guy too.
I mean, dude, I wouldn't be mad if the three of them did something like they did here in New York. We're going to line up these candidates. Rank. I don't know if they do ranked choice.
We don't do ranked choice here. I wish we did.
But some kind of like combined, like the three of us are going to attack the establishment and whatever. Like, do that.
I mean, I don't know if that's because I know that it's different during the general election season than it is during primary season. Because yes, primary season. I'll say this much: it's not like cutthroat. Like, because I was at an event where all these people were. That's how I met Kat and most of these people, minus Daniel Biss. And that's where I was kind of like, oh, well, they're all kind of working generally for the same thing. So, oh my God.
So, a couple of things that come to mind. Thing number one is that the way in which you attack each other can help a cause. So, for example, if they were like, Kat has insufficient plans to provide health care for all in this town. My plans are based on blah, blah, blah. And Kat's are based on blah, blah, blah.
Well, that's kind of what I want to ask her as a constituent, because, again, I would take it back to just the basics of the three things that she put on her campaign is affordable housing, cheaper groceries, and accessible healthcare. How, and how?
Absolutely.
What exactly are you proposing?
Well,
to change these things, like, are you going to write up some bills, like as a freshman congressman? Like, how does this work, and how are you going to represent my? Like, I don't want to be a dick, but that is kind of like the whole thing. It's like, how are you going to represent my interests? Which, again, my interests are progressive, so she's already got those answers in the bag.
The way in which they run against each other will affect the tone of the whole race.
Yeah,
and
make the point that people should get universal health care. Just how are we going to do it?
Yes,
right.
I get that.
It's not even a question of whether. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So I'm looking at her website now, and let's see here. Issues. Here we go. Anti-authoritarianism, basic existence. climate change,
Oh God.
all these things.
Right.
I mean, do you want to throw this? I could put this in. I don't know. I could put this in the YouTube chat, I guess, and then you can put it on the screen if you want. He can't hear me, but I'm looking at it, and like there are like plans here. There are plans for each of her top issues on her issues page. Now, maybe it should be on the front. I mean,
well, the problem is I shouldn't have to go to her website to just get a bunch of that where it's like it's not in her messaging. Like I know that she's focusing on ICE, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, okay. What do we got? Is that a
wolf howling at the moon?
Oh shit! Very cool.
Shit.
You watched that live.
Yeah,
folks.
we literally watched that live. Oh, dude, that was sick. Good use of the phone.
Oh, thank you. Speaking of, gents, I'm going to go put this outside and then hand kids candy.
All right. Well,
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate you guys working with me, and also appreciate your takes on this. Honestly, it's not even really funny enough. Agree to disagree, because I do agree with you guys. I'm just more hopeful about this not being that big of a stain, which I don't think it realistically will be.
This is a blip.
It is, because I've been kind of paying attention to it today, and it really doesn't seem to have caught much traction.
I'd say it's a blip that is going to be like, when they try to bring up Hassan Piker for Zoran or something. Like, this is such a non-thing.
No, it's a little different in that she is the candidate, but...
And it's
no. I'm saying, like, at the debate when Cuomo was like, "You're got an endorsement from Hassan Piker," like, most people watching are like, "Who?
Right?
Like, so if this is
I think
the best
Cuomo's
they
just
got
jealous of
against
Hassan.
her,
He saw the
she's doing
shirtless
great.
pics. Take care, Jake. I really appreciate you stopping
Thank you,
by
Jake.
today. Happy Halloween. Hope to catch you next week.
Beautiful wolf pumpkin.
All right, that was Mr. Jake with What You Can Do. Make our screens bigger here, and there. I'll just keep this in the background. Let's try and get a better pause face. There we go. But no, again, personally, this was, especially from last night and then rewatching it, I haven't really shifted my opinion as much, because I do still, I don't think she handled it well personally. But
I mean, again, I think the only reason this is getting any traction at all is it's like the first kind of like hiccup in her otherwise
pretty spotless campaign,
like solid, spotless campaign. So this is the only like little hook that, again, the only people I really see running with this, just looking at Twitter right now, is like right wingers and
well, again, that's gonna happen, but this is where I'm worried about the primary, is because I live technically in a purple area, that if she can't handle, again, Tara Paul frickin' Mary, which in my honest assessment
I don't
is
think,
that
again, that framing,
that
though,
like gotcha.
It's not that she couldn't handle it. I don't think she couldn't handle it. I think she was busy and was like, I'm not going to waste time.
Then just say then she could have, like, I mean, I think you're being a little too fair, to be completely real.
I mean, fair.
She is a candidate for Congress, and if she can't articulate the fact that she has somewhere else to be, she doesn't want to discuss it any further because, legality issues, she could have made that more clear. Instead, from my perspective, it was just she noped the fuck out because she felt like Tara was trying to do a gotcha, which, even if that was the case, I do just feel like she could have turned that around and made that benefit her. And also, like, she could have made Tara come off as disingenuous. Honestly, that would have been the better part, because it would have exposed that it's like, okay, this person isn't very serious, even though she comes across like she's trying to come across as like a, serious journalist, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean, could she have stayed on there and just like ripped in, done what Mehdi Hassan does to Pierce Morgan and just like override him as host and just take this moment to speak to whatever audience that Tara Palmieri has and just explain the issues and of why these again, she can't really talk about the charges specifically, but she could talk about the abuses happening in the facility and what's going on around the country and what she's seen at these protests and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But
All
I
right.
think it was just the questions were so like nothing. It wasn't even, they weren't even questions, dude. They were like, so these are serious charges. What do you think about that? So like repeating again,
No, and that's
it never
where
came
I
to like
agree.
the broader point of
No, I agree. I
what
think
ICE
that
is
her
doing is bad. And,
her
and
framing
Kat kept
sucked.
trying to redirect it that way. And when
Yeah.
she saw that like she just wasn't gonna adjust at all. This reminds me of like when Sam Cedar went on Brianna Gray's podcast to talk about force the vote.
Yeah.
And he kept trying to just explain like it's not a genuine. First of all, the strategy itself, the strategy on its own wouldn't work. Like the squad does not have that much cachet to, and it wouldn't make them look good in the eyes of the public to do that strategy at that time. Separately, this is more of a movement created by Jimmy Dore to get his fucking numbers up. Like that's the point of it. And Brianna just wouldn't adjust and disgustingly brought up a question from a super chat that was like, what would Michael Brooks have said who died the year before?
Right.
And that's fucking disgusting and gross. And Sam handled it, like I'm not going to answer or hypothesize what my dead friend would think.
Right.
But anyways, moving on.
That's the way to handle it, though.
Guess.
Like like that.
But again,
Yes,
Sam would have been
to your
totally
point.
justified in just being like, fuck this, and just like, no.
It's not about justification, though, because we kind of talked about like how politics is optics. Well, optically, that wasn't great. You know what I mean? Like, this is where she does kind of need to carry herself a little bit differently. Like, Sam is just, when it comes at the end of the day, he's just a broadcaster. He's just a streamer.
Sure,
This would be totally different if Kat was just a streamer. But she's running for Congress. And this is where, like, she simultaneously, and this is, like, my personal view, where it's like, does she want to be taken seriously, but then also be treated just like a streamer? Or, like, are you going to be a politician and put your nose, like, into it and really just, if it's a hard situation like that, because, again, the question wasn't even that difficult. I'm going to be real, because she framed it twice and then she showed the video, which was bullshit. There's no denying that was bullshit. But
what were the questions?
Huh?
What were the questions? The question was just, these are serious charges.
The question
what do you think about
like
that?
the question being like, do you think that these are serious charges, or did you like have anything to do with this? Could have simply been handled at like what my attorney has said. No, I cannot discuss this at this time.
And that's
or
the point
like
that Jake, I think, was saying was that this broadcast, this journalist doesn't know that kind of. Doesn't understand that she can't ask these questions, or that when Kat repeats the answer like that in that tone.
No, she knows exactly what she's doing, but this is the thing. That's not that different than any like CNN anchor or anything like that. Because this makes me think back to like her performances on other shows. Most of the time she's on panels. I haven't really seen a one-on-one with her on like mainstream channels.
That's true. I haven't either. It's mostly panels.
Yeah.
But I think like what Jake was trying to say is that Kat saying, like repeating the line, I think we're gonna win. Like my plea is innocent. We're going to win in court. Like repeating that is her trying to help out this journalist. Being like hinting, hey, this is a legal question I can't answer.
Well, I mean, she could have just said it outright. Like, that's where I'm saying.
I know, but can you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess you can't. Like,
yeah,
this is an active investigation.
10,000%. I mean, I've had litigation against me where it's just like, I can't comment on this, even to my friends, where it's just like, nah, man. Like,
and I mean, this journalist didn't pick up that what she was putting down. Of like, I can't answer this, and just kept asking.
Well,
So, like,
again,
why
because
bother?
that was the gotcha, and that's where she was trying to, like, in her view, she was doing the thing where she didn't want a softball because realistically, and this is going to come across as maybe kind of shitty, but she's had a lot of good faith like softball situations where Francesca Fiorentini and like people who already agree with her. This was going into the Lion's Den and being met with, you know, a little bit of something that she's not used to because, like I was saying, most of the places that we do see her by herself is just progressive media.
I mean, I agree with that. And yes, it's true. They haven't given her a one-on-one on CNN or MSNBC. Well, actually, no, they did. They did. She was on with Jen Psaki, and we could watch some of that. If you want.
Yeah, no, I do remember that. Because Jen Psaki matched her chair. I made fun of her blazer. It's just like, why would you dress like
So
your
she
furniture?
did actually get a one-on-one with her. And again, that's more the Lions Den. This I would say is like the kittens play yard, the kitten sandbox. Like, yeah, this is not someone that she knows supports her.
Right.
You know, this is someone who's like, you know, centristy, kind of like whatever bland wannabe journalist.
Right.
And she just kept asking questions that she could, and I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, a campaign manager or a lawyer is sitting next to her being like, dude, you gotta like bail
when
out
she
on
looked
this
up,
because some of this could be incriminating.
No, when she looked up, because I met her campaign manager, so I'm pretty sure she has 2 or 3. I know that one of them isn't even really a manager. It's like one of her friends or like roommate or something like that. All very nice people. And again, they're very committed to what they're doing. But that's where, I don't know, man. It just kind of...
I mean, that's fair, dude. This thing rubbed you the wrong way.
I will support
and
Kat's campaign until she wins. At Donald James, just real quick, though, like, are you in the Illinois 9th? Like, and this is where I don't want to come across as too much of a dick, but realistically, like I said with the situation in Maine, there's a lot of people that can do these things where they're like, I support X politician, but can you vote for them? Like, and I'm not saying stop supporting it or stop sharing their stuff or anything like that, but realistically, I'm looking at this from a different point of view. I'm looking at this as I have a lot to lose if she loses, you know, and like Skakowski is as milquetoast as you fucking get. So if it stands where like we have a right winger come in here, it becomes fucking MAGA land like that instantly.
Yeah,
and then we
but
have
again,
a bunch of
I'm looking
programs
between-
that are going to get cut. Like, and trust me, they've been talking about this shit.
And
Like,
I
it's bad.
appreciate you pointing that out, that your framing of this any criticism coming from you
Look
is a
for people who
concern
locally
that you
support
want
your
her to win.
values.
Right. So
Absolutely.
like that's I think an important thing that audience should know here. So we want her to win. It's just like, oh, in this one instance in this interview, could you have done things differently? Sure.
Well, and this is
And
where
again-
before any of this, I was going to still harp on, like, I wasn't going to do an easy interview. I was going to ask her about, you know, the sandbagging accusations where it's like, you came here from Texas. You haven't lived here all but 2 years. By the way, Brian, thank you for the 3-month membership. I really appreciate that.
Shout out, Brian.
But yeah, I'm sorry, what was I saying? I got sidetracked.
No, she came here from Texas.
Yeah, that she came here from Texas and like she has had like sandbagging accusations, not even from like other politicians. It was just in general people being like, oh, so this is the new way to do politics where you go where you know the person is going to retire and then you just set up shop there and you just wait to run for that seat. Or they kind of did that with that billionaire in fucking the Supreme Court? But it was the dude in Wisconsin where he just like he was from like Arizona or some shit, and he like took up residence for like just the amount of time that he needed to legally be on the ballot.
That strategy, I understand.
Right.
And I don't like either. Like
Right.
I didn't like when Hillary Clinton ran for fucking Senate in New York. And I'm like, bitch, you're from fucking Arkansas. What the fuck are you doing here?
That's how I feel. Where I'm like, listen, Texas is much different than Chicago.
But Kat has family in Chicago.
No, I get
who
that.
she has lived with over the years.
No, I got that.
Like
she has connections to Chicago, but this is where,
like from what I understand, I think her mother's in Texas, her dad's in Chicago.
Oh, is that what it is?
Or they moved back and forth, something like that.
Okay.
Her father's Palestinian,
Mhm.
or her grandfather's Palestinian. Oh man, I can't remember the story exactly, but either her father or her grandfather was Palestinian, settled in Chicago, like her family's from Chicago, and then eventually went to Texas, I believe is the timeline on that. So I think that's one, she was going to Chicago for that, but also her boyfriend, that is now, it's public information, took over The Onion.
Oh,
and
right.
that is based in Chicago.
Right.
So they were moving to Chicago regardless. And it's just like, so happens that, oh my God, my family's from Chicago. Yes, that's great. And then she was working for Zateo News after getting laid off by Media Matters. After Media Matters got sued by Elon to basically drain it of money. That's the point, and that's why a bunch of people got laid off, including her. And then she got picked up by Zateo with Mehdi Hassan, and was doing that. And she could have continued her career as a journalist, and putting a spotlight on the right and whatnot. But she decided maybe had a higher calling and is running for Congress. And
No, absolutely. I mean, no, I have had that conversation at least.
But I understand
where,
that,
I
as
know
someone
that she
who's
saw,
grown
like,
up there, that's a legit question to ask. I'm not saying it's not. That's my point. It's just like, for the people watching who might see this interview, why would they trust someone who came from Texas or live in Texas most of your life? You got to do research before you do the interview, and moved all over the country. Like, why Chicago? Why are you running here? What do you want to do for the people in this district? Something like that. But yeah, no, I get that for sure.
Pep, let's connect next week about getting Kat on here. Thanks, Kaz. I appreciate that. Yeah. Because, that's the thing. I technically have already had, and that's why, when I posted that, she kind of pulled a Boston Bryant on me, where it was like, we had it kind of scheduled, ready to go. I got very excited. Learned my lesson on that one.
Well, it happens. I get it.
Yeah.
I was surprised. I'm still thankful Lindsey Boylan came on for the interview on this space, and that, fingers crossed, knocking wood, that we'll be able to send her a link and she can remote into us from Zoran HQ on election night.
Hell yeah. No, I know that we were going
Fingers
back
crossed,
and forth
everybody.
about
Fingers crossed.
how many people are going to be there. I'll make sure that I just because this is where I kind of feel like, get the New Yorkers and the East Coasters out there. I really don't have much, stake in that one, but when it comes to the Cat one, it's like, no. I'm probably the only person on this space that lives in that district. And if it's, if that's not the case, then who does? And we need to definitely, maybe.
Yeah, you're going to be the main host for the debates in February. And the election.
I mean, again, and this is you brought up a good point, and I appreciate you seeing it that way, where I want her to win. I'm not doing this to be a contrarian dick and just be like, no, she turned me off here because XYZ. No,
this is the most important interview of her campaign, and she bailed.
Well, it's not I said, it's not even the fact that it was the most important, least important. This could have happened with me. This could have happened with somebody that had 4 subscribers. The fact is, number one, she did give Tara that moment, just from because she worked for Media Matters, and I think this is where she miscalculated. Because I know what she was thinking. Oh, I don't want to give her this. I don't want to give her this. Dude, thank you for the 5 gifted. I really appreciate that, brother. Thank you, Bryant. Shout out, Brian Frankfurt.
Shout out.
But yeah, this is where, I don't feel... Because, even if it was a gotcha, she could have just turned that around and just made it her own thing. You know what I mean? She could have bodied Tara. I just...
absolutely, she could.
Maybe that's where I'm because I have seen her in other positions and like other panel shows where it's like, no, she has proven that she can definitely engage with this kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
she absolutely dominates.
So
And yeah, I too wish she stayed longer and just like bulldozed her. And just
and the thing
kept
is, I
talking
also
about the-
kind of like it. I feel like she would have, and I do feel like if they got to like the crux of like her campaign, that would have been much more beneficial. Because again, this is where it is a little frustrating, and this might come off wrong, but I just all I mean by this is that I feel like her focus on Broadview has been great, but also been bad because she hasn't been able to really focus on her campaign as much, and these viral moments aren't doing what people think it's going to do for her constituency.
Can I send you a message?
Yeah.
On Discord.
Yeah, totally.
A clip.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna send you. This is just a clip of Tara with Scott Jennings, and Scott Jennings is like this dude. I only heard of him recently. He's just
he's the guy
dude
on
who's on
Phillips.
CNN.
Yeah. He's always the
who's
guy
just
on,
being the right wing mouthpiece.
Yeah.
So I want to see how she handles this guy.
Okay. Yeah. Here, let's do it.
And it's going to be on delay for me, but
no, it's
I will
fine.
let you know when it begins and when it ends.
Yeah. Here.
Or when we can stop it.
All right. Let me just do this real quick, and then I'll restart it. I hate how it always starts without the
left
audio.
has a problem with violence. It is in its heart right now.
I don't think it is only the left. I mean, you have literally seen people on both sides committing violence. I think that the problem is not the left. I think it is the extremes on both sides of the party. And that is what's happening. Like they're the loudest voices, whether the leaders want them or not. And they're the ones who tend to be the most violent. I don't think that's fair to say it's only the left. I mean,
but why is it happening? Why do late night comedians go on TV and encourage or coddle or give lip service to this vandalism of what went on with Tesla dealerships and so on? Why are there so many prominent people?
People didn't get hurt.
I totally get why Luigi Mangione was murdered. Like why? I don't
listen. I'm not for vandalism, but like
it's more than that. They firebomb these things. Like it's obviously
dangerous, but it's happening on both sides.
What person on the right is committing violence today?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, when you're in power, you don't tend to be the ones that are doing that. But I think after they lost the election in 2020, there was a mob and a person died, and it was a riot at the Capitol. It was crazy.
It was a terrible day, and it should not have happened.
It was a horrible day. And it's not the
let me
only
just check my
example.
calendar, and it was 5.5 years ago.
Can we also talk about the fact that someone broke into Nancy Pelosi's house and violently beat up her husband?
You're saying that homeless drug addict is a conservative?
Well, I mean, why do you think she was targeted?
Why do I think a literal crazy homeless person in San Francisco did something? I couldn't begin to tell you, but I know it's this. They weren't coming.
All right. So I think this makes me more upset that Kat didn't stay to steamroll.
Right.
Because this guy is such a fucking joke.
Right.
So, and he's doing the way, and she is just like, both sides are violent.
Yep.
It's frustrating to watch. It's frustrating. It's frustrating that she walked off instead of just staying there for even 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And just steamrolled and just talked over her. This is what's happening in the ICE facilities. This is why we're protesting. We're going to win this court case. This chart is a political prosecution. Thank you very much for having me. Bum, bum, bum. And then dipped out.
Right.
But
she could have controlled the narrative the entire time. I mean, she could have trumped the entire. She really could have trumped the entire interview, but she didn't. And that's my problem. Is like because she's even been on the record talking about how she wants to use certain Trump tactics against them. Just to kind of throw it in their face, where it's like, oh, so all of a sudden the right wing doesn't like, when people just kind of talk over them or that kind of shit. But this was when she really should have done that. I went to vote with my 19-year-old daughter in November. We voted for the presidential candidate who was found guilty of felonies and found liable for sexual abuse because of our values.
Yeah. Is that what Scott Jennings said at some point? I'm sure.
I mean, realistically, like, and that was actually a good clip to show, though, and you know, you're nailing it. And that's kind of nailing my point too, where it's just like, nah, man.
Yeah, no, this woman was a total lightweight and
Yeah.
definitely could have been steamrolled for
Yeah.
sure.
And that's also kind
And
of,
again, that's why I think
speaks to
Kat
the
had something
problem,
better
though,
to do. It
Alex.
was
Like,
just like, I don't even have time to steamroll you.
well, no, again, she could have said that. She could have even said, I have another engagement. Like, just the way where she's like, no, thank you, bye. And like, I don't know, man, that really, I just feel like if she couldn't deal with this intellectual lightweight, how is she going to handle, you know, harder questions?
That's what I mean. Like, I think it's not that she couldn't deal, it's that she didn't, again,
want to?
I
Well,
think
then
she
fuck off.
want to,
Don't run
or-
for office. Because honestly, that's streamer behavior. That's like, as someone who does this, that's some streamer behavior where it's just like, nah, I don't want to do this. Not now. Mental health day.
Well, again, if you talk about streamer behavior, it does get into like, I mean, I watched that whole 4.5 hours of Ethan Klein and Hassan going back and forth, and neither one wanted to be the one to end it. Hassan didn't want to jump off, despite I'm sure wanting to, because of the whole, you know, fucked up shit that Ethan was saying. But like, I know that if I quit, then you're gonna, oh my God, Hassan can't handle. Blah, 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 blah. That's why these fucking debates last hours, Destiny and Vouch going back and forth. Like,
well, that's why I like the ones where it's not on one.
Where again, I agree with Jake. I'm
Excuse
like,
me.
show that they can't just like lock you into an interview and then just like filibuster you with these are serious charges.
But that's
These
Piers
are
Morgan
serious
all
charges.
day. You know, like Piers Morgan, that's literally his interview style.
Yeah.
Is to bring up a whole bunch of disingenuous crap to do a gotcha with. You know what I mean? Like, and Kat even did that. Like, she did Piers Morgan. I think she handled herself well there because,
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, that was the James Carville episode when he fell asleep. That was also hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's just, dude, he kept doing it too. My favorite one was when he was doing this and they had to cut away, and then you see him come back and he's like, he's doing the sleepy smile. It's like, James, where were you?
That's really funny.
Kat has gotten slammed to the ground, hit in the head with a baton. She still carved pumpkins amidst the litigation and indictment. She's showing leadership in that. What?
Yeah. I think
No,
so.
leadership is addressing this, though. Leadership is addressing some of this head on and just being like, listen, there's
has
number one
been.
that, no, even this smear campaign thing, like even if Tara Palmieri isn't that big, this is a strike. Like, and I don't know, man. Like, I just kind of, fine. I'll like her as a person, a content creator, and I like her politics, but I realistically do have now mixed feelings about whether or not she's cut out for the position of leader, like to actually lead, you know, my district and to really fight for us in Congress because, you know.
No, dude. I think you're misreading this as like
Well, what if she
streamer
gets,
stuff.
like, what happens with, you know, Lauren Boebert? All of
That's
a
what I
sudden,
mean. Like that's
if
a
she
fight.
if she
That's
starts
a fight, so she's fighting. This is a like nobody. So it's like, all right. I'm saying legally.
Mhm.
I'm also don't know all the details about like what you can and can't say. If this person keeps saying things that might be used against her in court, or even showing the footage to like, oh, she's seen evidence before she was sitting there in court. Like that could, I don't know.
Well, no, that's bullshit because technically Tara even
don't know.
playing. No, I'm just saying technically Tara even playing that. I brought this up yesterday that specifically that video might not even be able to be used in court if Kat's lawyers are worth half a damn. Because they will point out that it's poisoned the well as far as the jury pool.
Yeah.
You know, because I think that she went for a trial, like a jury trial, which I mean,
it's that. Is she getting charged with all the other people, and they all decided together, or is it like?
I think so. Or is it? Wait, is it?
Or is it like one at a time? I don't know.
It might be one at a time. Hold on. Let's see.
Again, I just don't think this is that big a thing at all. Like I think she's doing everything. If this is her biggest problem, I think she's doing great. Like better than most politicians.
No, she's still doing better than most politicians. I will even say that.
And again, we want her to win. Like, again, I'm not in Chicago, but
well, see, but this is where I'm saying I'd be fine with Daniel Biss or her winning at this point. I really would.
All
you know,
right.
because
I mean, I'm just saying again, looking from the outside, it looks like I would bet if I looked at the three candidates, I would say out of the three or the three that you showed me, right? Maybe if you want to put them up on screen. Mike
it's all six.
Yeah, put them all up there.
Yeah, here they're
Put 'em all
prosecuting
up there.
all up.
Let's take a look. See. Sorry, folks. I'm just doing a little work on the side here.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Let's do. This is not working.
I mean, is there like a page of like all the candidates?
The candidates? Oh, sorry. I thought you were looking for the indictment. My bad.
Oh no.
Here.
I just wanted to see like all the candidates.
9 candidates. There we go. No, 2025. Uh-oh, are we not supposed to be hearing that? All right, so well, this seems like it's a little biased because it's from the Evanstonian. Hold on. Let me get
Why?
I'm gonna get Ballotopia. Okay. Here we go. Ooh, a little bright. Let me move this over just a wee bit here. There we go. So we got David Abrea, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, Bersha Anamawala, Bill Andrew, Daniel Biss, Jeff Cohen, Laura Fine is the one that has APAC funding.
Okay.
I don't know the rest of these people. Mike
so these
Simmons.
are all, and these are who do we know? These are all Democrats.
These are all Democrats. Yeah, this is the primary.
Wow. There's like 15 people.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. I met all these people except for Daniel Biss.
Okay. And can we see their polling? I don't know if we can show everybody next to each other in polling.
Doesn't really say anything about polling.
Pep Talks is super chill, Natchi. I appreciate that. He is very super chill.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Justin Ford. Here, maybe if I click on one of their names.
But either way, the only people I've heard who are running is Kat and
David or Daniel
and Daniel Bliss, and then this
here.
Mike
Yeah,
Simmons
Laura.
guy.
Laura Fine is another one. Give me 1 second. I gotta do this one.
No worries. So yeah, there's plenty of candidates to choose from, folks. If you're in the Chicago area. But again, I think this is like, again, the worst thing you could find on her is this like interview where she
was
walked
kind of
out.
funny. That one was legitimately just a dog walking past my house. So I I thought that my dog would be reliable because he has 2 modes when somebody's at the door. Like he'll do the one where it's just, bark at the window. But then he has the one where somebody knocks and it's just like, oh, he starts stomping. It's kind of like, okay, I can tell the difference. I thought I could. Hi, all. Groovy to see thee. All right, so Laura Fine. Don't care about her bachelors. Don't care about any of that. Yeah, see, where's the polling?
Let me see. Let me see if I can find one. Let's see. Illinois 9th District Dem primary polling.
Yeah, because I just found out that Rossio Cleveland, the Republican member that's trying to primary, has 0%. I did see that much.
Okay, so I am looking at the Evanstonian.
Oh, yeah, I had that.
Here we go. I'll post this in the Discord for you.
Give me 1 second.
Snag that.
I actually got that pulled up. Yeah, here we go. Again, Mr. Politician. All right, the Illinois politician, a Harvard-educated mathematician, seasoned Illinois politician. I feel like I read this yesterday. Daniel Biss has held a range of local and state-level positions, including state representative, state senator, and currently is the mayor of Evanston. After an unsuccessful run for governor in 2018, he returned to local politics and has since become a strong. He has built a strong record of progressive policy and strategic leadership, positioning him as the frontrunner in the primary race against Kat Abu-Ghazaleh.
But yeah, if you look at that poll, Bliss is 18%. Kat, first of all, it's 46% undecided. So that's that poll. It says source NDW Communications, polls conducted via text message, included responses from 197 likely Democratic voters in Illinois' 9th district. 46% undecided, 18% Daniel Bliss, 13% Kat Abu-Ghazaleh.
Hey, Mike Simmons is actually picking up traction. Heck yeah.
9% Laura Fine, and Laura Fine's the APAC one.
Yeah, she's APAC.
Right?
Yeah.
So she's like Democratic Party establishment.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Like if the DNC wants anybody, they want Laura Fine.
They want her. Okay.
Yeah.
Mike Simmons 4%, and then okay. So, and there's like 15 candidates, but it only charts Mike Simmons, Hone Hune, Phil Andrew, and Bashara Imiwala. Again, I don't. It's not ranked choice, but there's got to be some way. I'm sure they're in talks to like, hey, we're gonna like cross promote stuff like that. Especially like Mike Simmons and maybe some more progressive people who are not mentioned in this poll might want to like get behind either Kat or Daniel to beat Laura Fine if Laura Fine's going to be the
Well, I can tell you right now that Mike is definitely going to rank choice the shit out of it with, if he wasn't to get the, the vote in the primary.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think Dan would do the same thing for Kat, like to be completely real. Now, here's where I have to be completely real with you. I'm not sure if Kat would do the same for Daniel.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't, why? What makes you say that? Like, is it just like the idea that like she comes from the social media world and she's, you think like maybe she's doing this as a stunt or like?
No, I think it's because she would play the like, Dan. Well, I don't know. Because I'm more so worried that like she would try to equate that he's like, your average politician, which he's not.
I mean, he definitely looks like it, and that is a line of attack that would work.
I mean,
because again, like you said, he looks like if you were asked to draw a politician, it would look like that.
Like him and Gavin Newsom literally look like a drawing where you just see them pointing at each other. It's like, yeah, those are definitely politicians. But I don't know. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe I am misreading that.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, if Daniel Bliss is like as good on policy as your, if they're all as similar as each other, right? And the only real difference is like when it came to the mayor's race here in New York, Brad Lander and I can't remember the other handful of candidates all crossed endorsed each other. And so like rank us however you want, but make sure you rank 5 people so that and none of don't leave anything blank and don't rank Cuomo at all. And that's what took it for Zoran. Now it could have been Brad Lander, it could have been one of the others who rose to the top, and that's the candidate.
Do you have ranked choice all over like your state elections?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can look this up and inform the people.
Yeah.
And inform us.
Nah, Pep just took a shot. Those were nerds. You had the strawberry nerds. Took a shooter of those, and yeah, it's not the best thing to do when you're in the middle of talking online is to take a shot of some hard candies. You know what Jesus said about praying in public?
Ranked choice voting in
shots of candy.
This is all about the city. I don't know if we have it for state elections.
Oh, really?
We might. I'm just saying I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, wait. No, I think we do.
Well, I know you had them
establishes
in the
a ranked choice method for presidential elections. Assembly Bill A-5060.
That one's outside.
So I think we have it all the way down from president to state. It's all ranked choice here in New York. So, and that's me quickly reading the New York Senate language of this bill. Let's see. Nate Slays, America has significant problems. Canada too. Ontario gave Ford a majority, even though he lifts rent control. Yeah, you got Ford up there. It's unfortunate. Let's see what we've got going on in the YouTube chat. Etch, I'm so excited for you, Alex. November 4th is going to be epic. I know. I'm excited. Fingers crossed. Knocking on wood, everybody.
Yes. All right. What are we knocking on wood for?
Zoran.
Oh yeah. I mean, do you really think that he's not going to win?
No, but I went to that rally with him and Bernie and AOC, and they were saying like all the the signs are there that there's 90% chance he's going to win, 95% chance.
Yeah, but
canvas and talk to people like you're 10 points behind.
Yeah, which is smart. It really is smart.
Yeah.
Now, you know what? To see outside of myself and because I've done enough focusing on being she is my candidate. Say theoretically, I do get her to talk to me. What should I focus on then?
The things that you think this district wants and or needs.
This is where I feel like it's going to be unpopular because even the 3 things that she's listing aren't very I feel like they're.
You don't think they're relevant? You don't think housing, groceries,
Zoran.
and healthcare are relevant to the people in the 9th district?
I mean, it's very relevant, but what's she actually going to do? So, for instance, this is what I like about Zoran's campaign.
You can ask her that. You can ask her how on each thing.
Right. Oh, yeah. But this is what I liked about Zoran's campaign was that he had, he had a comprehensive breakdown of what he was going to bring to the people of New York, and he didn't just put it on his website and then just go, you figure it out. And he didn't just use it as vague platitudes either. He was very much, behind the idea, this is what I truly believe. This is how I can accomplish, some of these things.
Yeah.
The bus one really stuck out to me because I was like, oh, wow, that was actually a solid plan. And his little zinger about how they're spending more money than he would tax them was also,
Andrew Schultz's show.
Yeah, dude, that was solid.
Yeah. It was great.
Because you could argue that, like, how much does Andrew Schultz really move the needle, like,
Well,
for
let me
any
ask
of this?
you,
But
how much, I know you've been paying attention to this race.
Yeah.
But how much have you like actually watched of like her interviews and
a lot,
her streams and whatnot?
a lot. Like, I've watched 2 of her live streams, here and there, because I can't watch full live streams of anybody anymore. I can't even watch full Majority Report.
Yeah.
Which, no fault of my own, kind of doing this myself.
Right.
No, I've made it a point to check out most of her stuff. That's how I even found that interview, was because she's pretty much all over the place. So you don't support Kat? No, I support Kat and her candidacy. I'm just saying, I was a lot more excited up until yesterday, because this was the first time that I saw, like, not just a wrinkle, but like it was like looking at like a comic book, and like it looks perfect, and then you open to the middle page and it's just missing, like and there's like a tear, and I'm just like, okay. And then, am I gonna find more tears or anything like that? But I really do feel that the optics of her not being able to just stick out the interview hurt her. And it's right after, like, this is also what kind of played into forming my opinion, was seeing how badly this affected Katie Porter.
I mean, again, Katie Porter is a much higher profile. They want her out because
I know.
She's doing
But she
good.
didn't do herself any, like, this is the thing with all the Oppo shit. They didn't even have to do any work. She did the work for them.
But here's, again, like, to bring it back to like what Jake was talking about, the Republicans get away with this shit all the fucking time. Republicans get away with this all the time. Hell, men get away with this all the time. If Gavin Newsom was like, and just cut off an interview, hey, he's strong, he's got no time for the playing games with like whoever it would be, like Tucker Carlson, even
like, that doesn't
Charlie
matter,
Kirk.
because I have a problem with that too. Like, if I'm gonna hold them to the like consistent values, and no, I have a problem with whoever does that. Gavin Newsom, Kat Abigazala, or Katie Porter. I think that any politician that just nopes the fuck out of an interview like that is kind of exhibiting weakness, where, like, and this is gonna suck to say, but Donald Trump hasn't really done much of that. Like, he will nope out of an interview. It has happened, but it takes a lot, and he does know how to kind of turn it, like, to, in at least his mind, favor him. Katie will often talk the talk, but I don't think I've ever seen her walk the walk. I don't really know.
No, I think Katie Porter does good work.
I mean, I've seen, like, her and Sherrod Brown, they did pretty good work, like, in tandem in Congress for the time that they were there. I always felt like she would, like, honestly, I think I'm mad that she didn't win Nancy Pelosi's seat.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Because I thought that she would have been much better. So, actually, back to your point, I'm wondering how much of it is DNC Oppo stuff. Because it does kind of seem like she's getting the Bernie treatment,
Oh, definitely. Definitely. They're all going to get the Bernie treatment. And that's what I mean. Like, this is the first wrinkle, and I think it is a wrinkle. Now, your opinion on anyone noping out of an interview is different than mine. Mine is like, I think it's fine to nope out an interview when appropriate, right? When someone's clear, like blank slate, the way she was talking is just blank slate. I don't know. These are charges. I don't know the context of the world.
The thing is,
right now, or
the thing is, to be fair here, and I don't like doing this, but she was kind of just
It's all right.
But she was kind of doing the thing where, like, you were doing a good impression of her there, but that's not necessarily not going to come across Kat's, media appearances. So I think this was the first of many, like, unless she just isn't going to be doing, any opposition. Like, is she not going on Fox News?
Well, I mean, I'm saying this isn't even opposition. This isn't like a right winger.
Shit, hold that thought. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right. Go ahead. This isn't like she went on Ben Shapiro and noped out when he was asking like horrible questions. Like that, those are moments I get it, where like you need to, like Hassan with Ethan, stay on no matter what till the end and fight like hell to the end. This is one where I figured, like, again, it looked like she needed to go somewhere or do something, and maybe only had a short time to talk, and then was like, oh, this is what it's gonna be for 5 minutes, then I'm just noping out now. Like, it was gonna be a small hit anyway. I'm done.
Okay, those were teenagers with purge masks. That was a little scary.
Damn, purge masks. Oh god.
I'm not even kidding.
Oh my god.
One was wearing one that looked like MF Doom, and it had like like the outline with the like, it looked like glow sticks.
Cool.
And then they had the other one that was the Statue of Liberty. I was like,
oh, that's awesome.
Half candy.
Donald James says, I think Kat is smart using streaming and social media to promote herself.
Oh, absolutely. No, I like her campaign. Like, she is smart, and that's why, like, when they call her the social media star, I'm not sure if it was you or Jake who said it, where it's almost like they were trying to be derogatory about it.
Yes, very much so. Right in the I forgot about that. I was going to mention that in the beginning. So she's like, she, a big star on social media, and then she repeats it. She's a social media star.
Yeah.
Or darling, I think maybe she even said.
Well,
I mean, like, yeah, now you're being.
So she's
again.
She's being again, a bit bitchy, but like.
Sure, and again, no problem. You can deal with that.
Right.
Etch says Mamdani would not have done that. I don't know that. Like, maybe there are. Maybe we probably would have seen him by now. But like, there could have been small interviews that he did with streamers where he was just like, I got something else to do, or just bounced out. Again, the stuff they have with him is like Hassan likes him, or he met with an imam at some point.
Right.
Like, it's small. This is small potatoes. This thing with Kat is like the smallest of potatoes. And it's a French fry.
It's a French fry lost in the side of your car. We've all been there.
Yeah. Like, this is not it's not that bad. But in terms of questions, if you get her on your show, I think you should ask how of each of those three things, just so it gets the audience to know like how she plans on doing this and what her platform is. And she's been good at that, I think. From what I've seen of like explaining, yes, we're gonna tax the rich and whatnot, but again with Zoran, started kind of big and vague. And then it got more focused as the
anybody
campaign
that's
got
running
more
for Congress, not just Kat, is when they do shit that they cannot deliver on. Because again, what bill are you like day one? Are you gonna like introduce a bill to have that be a thing? Because is that just guaranteeing votes that if it comes up on that,
Dude, Zoran didn't have to start explaining. Like,
that's what I like about him, though. Like that.
The
fact that he's so good at what he's doing.
Zoran didn't have to start really getting into the nitty gritty of how he just said vaguely, like, we're gonna tax the rich. Like, that's what he said. And then the primary started getting heated, and like he got a lot of steam, and he was like, okay, we're gonna tax the rich 2%. We're gonna work with Albany to do that. That's gonna fund the buses, and then would come the rent freeze at the same time to not drive up prices. Because I was talking to a friend of mine a little while ago, and he was saying, dude, a rent freeze is going to help those people, but all the other housing prices are going to go up. But Zoran's, I didn't recall to say this at the time, but Zoran's plan is to get I love the pumpkin background, by the way. Zoran's plan is to build much more housing at the same time.
Right.
Now that will take a long,
okay, but how's that play? Because Sam Cedar said something that really mattered, because he was like, how does that play into what's already currently happening, where they will build this housing, not fill it, but still charge an astronomical amount? I mean, you live in that city, dude. Like, you know how it is. And we have a similar thing here, man. Like, I almost doxed myself.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. So I'll just say that in the area that I live in, we have a bunch of like these brand new apartment complexes that have been sitting empty for damn near 2 years now.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of that too. And what they do is they build luxury housing. There is like some kind of requirement that they have to have a certain amount of units in that building that are classified as affordable, but affordable is like $3-4 grand a month. So it's not
what
really.
So they're not basing that on like actual like net income of the people around the area, because that's how they do it here.
No, they
like I know that they have.
I
Like,
mean,
they
actually,
use
matter of
census
fact,
data on it.
Go check out my interview with Lindsay Boylan on my channel, Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube. And she explains.
If you want to drop that stuff in chat, by the way, you can.
Oh yeah, okay. But she explained that. She explained like how that works, why it's not real affordable housing, and
is that real art? Yeah, it's real art. Here, I actually got the Andrea Gardino is the artist.
Yeah, that's my YouTube, and here's my Twitch.
Here, I'll actually drop his link here. He's a freelance cover artist.
And I'll put my Twitter. And
shout out to like all my comic nerds. You know, that's how I know this guy.
Well, I'm trying to I'm trying to look at the art and figure out who it is. Is it?
He literally does. He's a freelance cover artist. He's only done comic covers every now and then. I know that he did a Flash cover and an Absolute Batman cover.
Word.
The new Absolute Batman is awesome.
Dude, I gotta check it out.
Oh my god! Like, in the annual, he fights the KKK. And
yeah, I know. I heard that's what made me want to get it.
He's taking the hoods off of them, and he disrobes one dude, and he's in full cop regalia. And then he does a fucking one-winged angel, which is one of my favorite wrestlers' moves, Kenny Omega, where he fucking lays him up and then just smashes him down on his one side.
Daniel Warren Johnson loves wrestling. He's got
that's how I know him. We went to a wrestling event together.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we were at C2E2, and I was doing some work there, and yeah, I just got to know him just through bullshitting with a bunch of the artists, him and this guy Ryan Brown. They're local here, and he was just like, I have an extra ticket to this AEW show, you want to go? I was like, fuck you.
Wow, that's so cool.
I also met Penta El Ceramiro. They're otherwise known as Pentagon Jr.
Cool.
One of the best luchadors.
What were we talking about?
I have no idea. I stun locked on wrestling and I got really excited. I was talking Daniel Warren Johnson, Batman, and wrestling. You see how immediately I'm just like, let's talk about that.
Well, I've been slowly going through the Tom King Wonder Woman, where she's fighting the incarnation of America's evils.
Yep, that's
Sovereign. It's great.
Yeah, Sovereign. Yeah, that's a. If you like that, you'll really like Tom King's Mr. Miracle.
Oh, I have that. I've got most of the Tom King stuff. The only one I haven't read yet is
major disappointment, though. One of the biggest disappointments of 2 years ago was the Strange
Adventures. I like that one.
Yeah, I hated it. It was so boring.
It was a secret Mr. Terrific book.
I know it was and I like Mr. Terrific. Make no mistake, but it dragged on too long, and honestly, Adam Strange was such a douche.
And it was also a lot of the repeated theme. I mean, look, he's going to talk about a lot of the repeated themes anyway.
Yep,
it's Tom King.
Yep,
but it was very similar to
his Vision book. I mean, it's really good, but it's repeated themes throughout the entire thing.
Yeah.
It's all about family too. Yeah. Anyway,
I love the Omega Men one.
Yes. Also, great. Yeah, man.
And that's a guy.
You got good taste.
Talk about Graham Plattner for a second. That's a guy who was also working for the CIA in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yep.
So who knows what the fuck he did, but he writes fucking great books and clearly has changed as a person.
There is one thing.
And is advocating against all those things.
No, Graham Plattner's thing. Jolly Good Ginger did a really good take on his army psychology, and he also just called him a dumbass, where he was just like, no, he's dumb, straight up dumb. If he didn't know,
that's what Lumen was saying on Wednesday. I was talking with Lumen about Plattner.
Really?
He was saying, yeah, like I mean, Lumen was in the Marines, and he's like he equated it to like the samurais, like the Marines take themselves very seriously, so that when you're not fighting, you're not like actively in war, you should be like studying poetry or painting or like culture and this and that. So he should have recognized the particular skull and crossbones from a tattoo wall.
Jolly Ginger actually even said it, where he was just like, in Cambodia, he should have questioned that skull and crossbones just with the fact that the Nazis had like a pretty strong presence, and they were like, I guess Cambodians were kind of for them.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that until maybe Graham Platter didn't know that, and maybe that's criticism on Graham Platter because she should have known that, being in the military and whatnot.
Well,
but again, he might
movies.
be dumb.
Just movies, because like watching, because I have a mixed feelings about this one because I don't have that tattoo on me. So Jolly Good Ginger had a really good point where he was just like, okay, me and you, we can overlook this all day and it makes sense, but for him, Croatia, that's what it was, Croatia. But for him, he would have seen like Inglourious Bastards and just seen like the scene where Brad Pitt lifts the hat with the knife, and he even says like that really should have been enough to like be like,
but really, because again, I've watched Inglourious Bastards a billion times. I've watched Indiana Jones a billion times.
But you don't have a Totenkopf. Like the thing is, like he was talking
like
about
if you
art.
have it
he was
on
talking
you,
about
he
was talking
like,
about art recognizing art, where it's just like, because I mean, it's like even something that I've drawn where I'm like, oh, that looks familiar, kind of the way you were doing it with this this pumpkin, where it's just like you're kind of trying to pinpoint the artist. Like your brain does that thing where it associates. So like he was saying that his brain would have subconsciously associated that to his, and he would have been like, well, that looks familiar. Oh,
well, I'll say this. It could have, but it also could not have. Like the
we the
50-50 chance of that clicking with you, of like, oh, that symbol that's on screen for half a second looks like the skull that's on my chest. And it could have, and maybe it just didn't. And again, I don't really care if he's dumb. I'll give people that.
He seems pretty stupid.
If he's dumb,
his
or
Reddit thing really proved that. But the thing is, I also say
Marjorie Taylor Greene is in office. Is my counter argument.
That doesn't matter,
like,
because I'm big, and I know Hassan's like this too. I'm big on letting people change. Like if people have a past and they own it, that's fine. Like I don't think he was hiding it, because he was the one who doxed himself on it. He literally he got ahead of the story. I'm sure that some Oppo research came out and was like, what's that? And he's just like, oh, fuckaroonie. And then he was just like, well, I might as well get ahead of this and post it myself, because it looks better if it comes from me, right? I mean,
well, I mean, I think it was like I think that was also part of Lumen's criticism, was that these two stories, the Reddit thing and the tattoo thing, like came out and then he addressed it rather than the other way around. Which again just tells me that no one around him who would have seen him with his shirt off knew what that was to even tell him, and that no one around him knew about Reddit posts to be worried about.
He had it for 18 years, or he had 18 years to fix it, waited until he had to run for leadership.
Well, like but that statement is a good statement, because that's what a lot of people have been saying, but that presumes he knew what it was for 18 years. And then didn't fix it.
Well,
my argument is that he didn't know what it was until he found out about this Oppo research.
Do you think he'd be
like,
honest if somebody just came out and asked him? It's like, I mean, he already kind of missed that boat, but I'm just saying, like,
I mean, again, Ryan Grimm posted the video of like a take that was like, if he knew what it was, and the video that's being used of like, hey, here's the picture of him with his shirt off, and here's the tattoo, is from his brother's wedding, where the wife is and her whole family are Jewish.
Can I just say this
so
much?
He would have had to be a lunatic, or no one knew, including his wife and his wife's family, his brother's wife and his wife's family, what the skull was.
I don't know what kind of family died. Can I just total aside, I don't know what his family dynamic is, but I don't know. If my brother stripped down to his underwear and started singing Wrecking Ball to my fucking new wife, I'd be like, were you fucking?
I mean, it's like, he wasn't singing to the wife. It was like at the reception.
He was. I heard his interview where he was like, I
Oh,
was
was he?
serenading my my new
that's
sister-in-law.
hilarious.
I was like,
Well,
that's
whatever,
a little
man. That's
weird.
their family dynamic. That's how they joke around and shit.
I mean, that's fine.
And also, I think he
don't
said he
question
lost
it.
a bet. And
I
had
do
to
question
that.
it, but it's.
I think that's what he said, is that he like lost a bet and had to do that.
Oh, well then that makes okay. Okay.
I think that was the thing.
No,
like everyone
okay.
was.
All right.
This
all
was
right.
a
That makes
family
total
kind
sense,
of
and
joke.
I don't want to be that guy that's like overlooking into it, especially if there's a bet involved. That's yeah. You know what? I've done some stupid shit in a bet. So.
Pep, I just got a 10-minute warning.
Yeah, 10-minute warning. Cool. No, I appreciate that, man. No, I
got
also
movie
appreciate
horror
you
to
hanging out as
watch,
long as
and
you
I
have.
got dinner to eat.
Oh, shit.
No,
I should
it's all right.
probably
It's all right.
think about even doing that. No, I got this thing where I like don't eat until I'm off stream. So
I feel you.
it's not always healthy.
Same.
But like I'm to kind of like wrap it up within the next 10 minutes. Then I do want people to understand that like and you've kind of made this clear that my position is coming from a good place. I want Kat to win.
Yeah.
I want her to be able to address these things. I just like maybe I'm coming at this from a little bit of cynicism, and also like I'm putting the, if I was her campaign manager, I would do this or say, hey, maybe don't do that, or
Yeah, of course.
And that's where
And all of these candidates, like Abdul Saeed in Michigan, and there's a dude who just started running for Pelosi's seat in San Francisco. Like,
is Pelosi running again?
I don't know.
God,
I think
she
it's her
needs to
seat
retire,
that she
dude.
was in. Like, I don't think she's still in Congress. I thought
That's
she
what
already
I thought.
retired.
No, I thought she gave
I
up
thought
her
her
leadership.
daughter was running for it.
No,
Oh,
she gave up her
maybe.
leadership position, but she's still
okay.
in her seat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, this guy is running to primary her. Like with all of these candidates, they are far and above. Excuse me. They are far and above the Democratic establishment, but also far and above a lot of people who are more progressive who've been trying to run primaries, and again, not many have been.
Mm-hmm.
Like since AOC, I feel like more leftists have been testing the waters, and we're seeing that like momentum really gain steam now.
Well, like I said, Trump gave us a huge gift that we cannot we cannot fuck this up, because they are now being labeled as terrorists along with us. So it's kind of like get left, or like move left or get left behind kind of situation where it's like,
for sure,
guys, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue to play into the status quo, which is only going to feed Donald Trump and feed these bad policies that are affecting you?
Yeah. And I mean, and my reason for bringing up Marjorie Taylor Greene for Grand Plaid, because Lumen was telling me.
Good part. Yeah,
Lumen was like he's dumb. He's dumb. If he didn't know what it was, he's dumb. Or the Reddit thing makes him look dumb, or whatever. He might be a dumb guy. Okay, fine. He's a dumb guy who's vastly more intelligent, has better policies than the Democratic establishment candidate Janet Mills or Susan Collins, who are his opposition in this race. And someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who began her political career, filming herself walking, like chasing David Hogg around Florida, which she lives in Georgia, and then going to Washington, D.C. and walking around the halls of Congress, knocking on AOC's door for like a debate to get viral moments, to go, get picked to go on Tucker Carlson, whatever. Got money behind her because she's a Tea Party, right-wing MAGA lunatic, and won. She won. So why can't we have a couple, I don't know, like dude, if one of us, if somebody from this space or whatever ran for office,
lasers, look, don't forget that.
It depends. It depends. Yeah, the space lasers.
That was
like
wild.
If I ran for
even Jesse Ventura was just like, excuse me, thermite paint's one thing, but this is another.
If I ran for office, I would constantly be like, here are my positions, and how am I going to do this? Well, I've talked to experts who know more about politics than me. I am literally just running because I have the social media this is assuming I get to a level where I have a big social media. I'm running because I have this visibility
this is what
on
drives
me.
me nuts. It's
These
you
are the
gotta
people
talk
on
like
my
the people,
team.
though. Like you gotta like they keep doing this thing where it's like, well, this is why Trump got so big is because he technically he spoke like the people, and I hate it because it's disingenuous. It's literally just being like, he used the F word and people just went, look, he talks
Yeah,
like
I mean, we got
us.
Kamala using the F word in her latest interview. And it's like, again, you're taking the wrong lessons from Trump. It's not that he said fuck. It's that he was on a stage with 16 other candidates and said, I've donated to all of you. I've donated to the Democratic Party. I am the guy that the Republicans have forged, that America has forged in the fires of capitalism. I am the ugly American, so to speak, who is the perfect example I mean, that's what Lumen was saying the other day. He's the perfect example of the American president. He is selfish, greedy, does not care about other people, and, fat, ugly, whatever, spray tan, just the epitome of the stereotypical American. And it's bad. It's fucking bad. It's all the worst parts of our country rolled into one guy. And I think
it really is
that, him speaking like regular people is just him not being media trained. That's all. That's what Dieter
he
says.
was media trained. It's literally.
I mean, he was media trained, right? He's been
Cohen.
part of the media since the 80s, but he has his own. Like you could tell over time, especially going on at Howard Stern and whatnot. Over time, he's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do what my dad taught me, which is be like very considered and whatnot with your words. He wants to get his opinions out there. He wants to be a star. That's why he was known at all. He's a real estate guy. How many real estate mogul names do you know? You know the ones who want you to know their name because they want to be famous. Like Elon Musk. Elon Musk could have just been a silent billionaire working in the background of all these companies or whatever. But
Those
he
are the guys
wanted
that
to be a
scare me,
star.
though. The ones that you find out about and you're like, they have how much money? And
Yeah,
where?
Yeah, they're scarier when you don't know their names. They're like, that's the thing, man. So these, and I'm glad that some of them have been forced to become public figures, like Peter Thiel. Like, I was always worried about Steve Bannon becoming a public figure because he's a fucking lunatic. But I guess it's better that people know who he is, so they know where a lot of these talking points come from and what kind of like odious fuck he is. It's a double-edged sword, but I would rather us know the names of the people who are fucking with us, like healthcare CEOs and tech CEOs and whatnot.
Well, actually, back to that guy that got Luigi'd. Like we didn't know his name. We didn't even know like any of these CEOs or any of that shit. Like, and it really kind of pointed that out where it was just like, oh, these guys are silently ruining the country,
silently killing millions of people.
Absolutely, and always
just for. Well, in boardrooms.
One of the like most dystopian things is that they carried on with that meeting after he got shot.
Yeah, again, like going back to Andor, which you can see the whole review of season 2 on my page, Devil's Advocate Productions. They have a meeting where they are planning out this genocide they're going to carry out, and it's like a boardroom where they have snacks and they have drinks and they're just kind of milling about, socializing, networking as they're planning. It's the banality of evil. It's a meeting that is going to result in the genocide of a planet. Like this is the scary shit that we're unfortunately having to deal with now. But thank you so much, Pep, for having me on today on Spooky Halloween night.
Oh yeah, the spooktastic pep talks, high on politics, the Halloween on politics.
Scary Joker face.
No, I appreciate you popping on, and I hope to see you on Tuesday.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Take care.
All right, folks. Great time. Also, everybody follow Alex over at his YouTube page. Let me get that link real quick. And then, yeah, we're going to chill out. Here, let me put everything where it's supposed to be. Not where it's supposed to be. And then this goes down here. Alex, yeah, link your YouTube page, because I don't have it handy. Gonna have some nachos now? Oh, lucky. Ooh, nachos sound good. Sitting here all amped up on nerds. Are you Pikachu? I'm Charizard. Come on now. I do like this, actually. Fucking hot. Oh, man. Yeah, chat. How you guys doing? Thank you for popping by tonight. I really appreciate you all being here. Sorry that had to start the show with the guests and accommodate that time, but you know what? Yeah, I had a great time. It was a lot of fun. I don't mean to beat the dead horse with the Cat Apaguzale stuff, guys. I really don't. So, you know, like I said, I'm hoping that this does go away, that she wins, and that she, you know, does end up representing the constituency in a way that benefits us all. All right. Let's see. By the way, did you see that they're saying that COVID and pregnancy is linked to autism? So apparently everything gives you autism, guys. Anything that the right wing has been a little sussy-wussy about gives you autism. And I guess that's where we're at as a race now, so. Bring sussy-wussy back. Nah, let's not. All right, shit. I know of these characters, same universe. Yeah, it's Pokemon. Really? Come on now. Guy, I'm a fan. I think for anyone in the know here, maybe I don't like, you know, just going out and being like, this is my name. But I'll say this much. My name is very close to Charizard. And I had to deal with that growing up. So, although, talk about a cool Pokemon to technically have, you know, an association with, which it was kind of weird too, because I had already, like, been a big fan of Charmander and, like, the fire types. So, whatever. It worked out. I got capped on by somebody in Cat's comment section for saying that donated to Cat's campaign. Wait. Really? I'm too old for today's culture. Don't worry, Groove Dragon. It's okay. Hey, I appreciate having you here, man. I actually recognize you from MR chat. And also this space, so I appreciate you popping by. Actually, I'll just say this. I shouldn't say this because it's giving a bad habit. Usually I have a no spamming all caps rule, but because I recognize your account and you do this in everybody else's stuff, I'll allow it. Groove Dragon, you've been you get the special pass. And as I said, I appreciate you being here, man. But yeah, I think that the Tara Palmieri thing, like, I don't think it's as much as a gotcha, but you know what? There's a part of me that wants to see the here. For everybody that didn't get to see, like, her respond, it was only now I realized you're dressed like Charizard. You didn't see my awesome wings? Look at this. I got awesome wings that, like, they're actually, like, substantial. Like, this thing's cool. And then, yeah, check it out. I got a tail. I'm ridiculous, but adorable. And I love it. For years, I've seen Groove. He always uses caps. Again, this is where it's like, I want everybody to know it's like, no, special permission. But I will say this much. If you guys haven't already liked that, hit the like button on the stream. it really helps me out in the algorithm. I know that a lot of YouTubers, you hear this a lot, right? But I genuinely am very happy. Anytime you guys hit that button, it helps out my stream immensely. Any push in the algorithm is very, very, very appreciated. And also, yeah, you guys can also help by subbing to the channel if you have not already. Follow over on Twitch. Twitch is, secondary platform, but also where you never know. You just never know. In the vein of the Angry Ginger, I will just say that he is very smart, just in general, but he's very smart about that, where he kind of gave me the insight on that one, where he's like, yeah, having a Twitch account is not a bad thing. Also trying to, because when you do have a YouTube account and a Twitch account, it is kind of interesting, because if you stay with YouTube's TOS, then, yeah. I heard awesomely. Yeah, hey, give me 1 second. I gotta go take care of these trick-or-treaters, and then we'll watch this.
But yeah, so basically the charges, it could be, 14 years. This could hinder her ability to serve in Congress. It could make it more difficult. Some people might not vote for her, but at the same time, she's probably raised a ton of money off of it. She was in second in the race. There's still a very crowded primary of 13 more people who are running to in this congressional district. And she was in second, 13%, and the person above her was in 18%. And so, this could possibly help her, maybe hinder her, but I've got to think at this time, with so many people fed up with ICE and what was going on in this country, that it may help. She's already raised $1 million, and she's in a safe blue seat. And unlike a lot of other members of Congress, or people who are hoping, other members of Congress were in the gerontocracy class, she was lucky, because the incumbent, Jankowski, I believe her name is, she has decided to step down at 81 years old. So it's not like she is up against an incumbent. Sorry, her name is Jan Schakowsky. That is the incumbent. And she has decided to step aside for the next generation. Kat's biggest challenger would be the mayor. So any questions for you guys? I don't understand why she left the chat. I thought I was asking some pretty basic questions.
Don James, yes, you did.
And I don't know. That doesn't really bode well.
Thank you for finding me over on Twitch.
Personally,
Appreciate that.
If she wants to be a member of Congress, she can't really handle some questions. I think probably would have been better just to talk through it. But if she
honestly, fair assessment there.
Can't take a few
like I said,
questions about.
But Tara, the thing is that this is a good take from Jake and Alex. That first time should have been kind of the hint, nah, I kind of have to go through court. But she did need to be a little bit more overt in just being like, hey, I cannot discuss this.
What happened for me? How is she going to handle representing, an entire district? And so I think this is kind of a problem that we're seeing. It's like the Katie Porter thing, where she wouldn't answer questions.
Which doesn't look good. Objectively, it just didn't look good. But, yeah.
I think sometimes when people become so popular on social media and they have their entire platform to themselves, and they don't have to, respond to questions, they just speak directly to their audience, unfiltered.
Those are basically basic questions.
Who speaks for others and challenge.
Yeah, see, this is where I am acknowledging that there is a shift here. Or not a shift, but there's definitely a split there. And I don't think that Tara's audience is necessarily, right wing, but all right. We're done with that. We're moving on. We're doing the thing. We're out of that. We discussed it yesterday. We discussed it today. Now we are going to get to some other stuff. Let's see. Where are we going with this? What up, Zach? Happy Halloween. Oh, happy Halloween, everybody. Obviously, it's Halloween, and we're having some fun here on the Pep Talks. Yeah, we're dressed up in the costumes, and we're also going to have a little bit of a dance party. Yeah, you're going to get to see a dancing Charizard. Actually, no, you're not. No, I don't mind. Cat ducking out. No big deal to you. Well, no, again, it's no big deal to you, but like, as someone who's banking on her representing me, I'm not comfortable with the fact that she would just dip like that. You know, from when you're a politician, you do have to kind of, you know, have a little bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? Stronger. You have to have like the bullshit meter, of course, but then you also have to have like the ability to call them out on their bullshit and turn around on them. Oh no, it's Peter the Educator. Yes, you're about to be educated. If you guys don't know about my nihilistic German character, yes, we have Peter the Educator. He tends to pop his little head out. Yes. I'm like a little goofy gopher. I stick my head out and say, hello. Are you ready to party? I'm ready to party. Yeah, it's basically the optics jaw. No, it is. It really is. And that's where I'm saying, like, I'm trying to be fair here. I really am. If Kat did that again, I would question it more. Hey, I'll be honest, as somebody that's been trying to get her to come on my show, I'm starting to think that it's like, well, you know, I give her a pass. No, and that's where I'm not gonna die on a hill that, like, listen, if I was a contrarian douchebag, I would probably be that way, and I'd somehow make this personal, but it's not personal. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't, realistically, I do not give a shit about her doing that to Tara. It's not like I'm a Tara stan or anything like that. My broader fear is just that, yeah, well, if you can't handle her just kind of doing that, then what are you gonna do in the primaries when, you know, the debate, like, if the debate takes a turn? Like, I'm genuinely a little I'm interested but a little afraid about the first debate this time. So she flaked on two This Space creators. Yep. Yeah, I'm just being honest with it now. Like, I kind of viewed this as being unprofessional, because it kind of is, but fuck it. What do I got to lose? Like, seriously, in this life, fuck it. If she does an interview with me, fine, but at least you guys know. And, like, yeah, she did it to Boston Brian. That's why when I did see that she flaked on Boston, because I was watching live, and he kind of made the announcement where it's like she wasn't coming on, I had that moment where I was just like, okay, interesting. Give me 1 second. I gotta switch my primary chat. There we go. There we go. I just realized I was in the wrong primary chat this entire time. Give me 1 second. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Alright, now we can do this. Top chat is for people who like being in top chat. I'm not like Jerry McClain, guys. Jerry makes me feel bad about myself when I'm in top chat. Which, it's effective. Makes me go like, oh no, I'm in top chat. Oh God. This is Kat's first time dealing with such a kerfuffle. It is. But, you know, that's where, like I said, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt here. I have nothing invested in her losing. I want her, as I keep reiterating, I want her to win. And like I've already done more for her campaign than most people. You know, because I live here, I have canvassed for her already. Which, when I say canvassed, I haven't gone completely door to door yet. I did the one where we went to a park and we just kind of we tried to get people that way, which it wasn't that bad. I use Top Chat. Want to know why? Yeah, why? Are you like me because you just never think about it and you're just like, oh, because Top Chat hides troll. Oh, it holds. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, you know, on this channel, I'm not really. I don't have that many trolls. All right. Let's reset this title. JD Vance and ERIKA KIRK. Scandal. AI lay off execs. And Tucker versus MAGA. There we go. That was fun, guys. That was totally impromptu. I kind of woke up this morning and just realized that it is a fun show. I was going to be wearing this silly costume and just kind of going back and forth. So I was like, I put out an invite to two of my favorite creators over on this space. I actually, I'll just say, yeah, Letterhack, I thought was in the chat with us, and then like it was way too late by the time I realized he wasn't. I was trying to get Letterhack on there too. That wouldn't have been too much. Having 4 people on the show would have been fun. But yes, you know what? Shout out to whoever recommended me doing more with guests. That was a direct inspiration from you. That was legit. I had the thought, and then I was just like, yeah, you know what? Now's a great time to do that, because I saw somebody in one of our Discord chats kind of just mentioned they're going to be around. I was like, oh, you know what? That was perfect time for that. Wait, what is that? Is that Dragula? Dragula. One of my favorite Rob Zombie songs isn't even one that a lot of people know. It's the one that he created for Howard Stern. I knew it. I knew that was Dragula. I liked White Zombie. So that should, number 1, tell you exactly how old I am. Because, yes, I liked White Zombie when they were still around. I remember when they had their videos on Beavis and Butthead. And some of my first rock music that I ever really liked. 5 Alarm Fire, thank you for stopping by tonight. How you doing? Hope you are having a happy Halloween, and happy Halloween to everybody. And this is coming from Pep's Charizard, actually. Here. These actually kind of work for this costume. Let's see. Charizard, use fire attack. Hell yeah, Thunderkiss 65. Well, yeah, good fucking song. 1960. Yeah. 1960. Welcome to Planet yeah. No, again, Rob Zombie is one of the cooler bands that's ever been out there. Them, Rage Against the Machine. Well, not so much Rage as much as Tom Morello. Tom's a shit. Radiohead's back on the menu, though. Did you guys see that they apologized for their takes on Israel? They said they will not play in Israel, and they are fully pro-Palestine now, so forgiven? I hope so, because god damn it, I like me some fucking Tom York. So, System of a Down? Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, they're great too. Aerials is one of my favorite songs. God, I wish I could play some of that music. It'd be nice. I cover that song, Thunderkiss. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, didn't know you were a musician. Okay, that's good news. Tentatively, yeah. All right. So let's get to some of these stories. Obviously, we did the first hour. I do want to smoke, though. I wasn't able to do that. Jake got me into the letter hack, and that led to Insanity, and then Devil's Advocate, and now Pep Talks, which is a great name for a channel. And today, more Insanity. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that. I always like when somebody gives me a compliment on my channel name. That's my name, too. So... that was so funny. I got a shout out, actually, my buddy who does not watch my show. He has made it abundantly clear that he does not watch my show, which makes me love him even more, to be completely real. It's just like, well, thank you for at least being honest. I know never to really look for you on my channel, but yeah, man. He came up with the name where he was just like, how are you not calling it Pep Talks? I was just like, that is brilliant. It's brilliant. Tom Powell. Oh, no shit. I love Tom Powell. I'm a big Tom. I watch Tom Powell. Also, I'm pretty sure that Tom Powell don't live too far from me. That's cool. Well, no, awesome. Yeah, you had mentioned that a larger kind of creator was looking to collab. No, that'll be awesome. Plus, this space is seeming to connect us all. I love this space. I love being part of this space. It was, I gotta be real. Like, it was an honor to be asked, but it was also like, if I had a vision board, I would have been able to tick that one off because, no bullshit, guys. When I first started conceptualizing this, before I had even started my channel, I wrote down a bunch of creators that I would like to collab with, and I kind of put like a timetable on it. Where Letterhack, I said 2 years. I was like, contact Letterhack in like 2 years. He can help you out. And then I also had a few other creators on there that, nothing has really. I haven't done anything with these guys yet. But there was also somebody on there that I think I can say, White Nervosa. They help out like with a bunch of like leftist websites and editing stuff and all. Yeah, man. I have been able to talk to these people, and obviously with Letterhack, like that led to this space, which I hope you guys know that my show on this space is not syndicated. I did that on purpose. I want it to be an exclusive hour for this space. I will never rebroadcast my hour here. So yeah, it's completely exclusive content. And I hope you guys enjoy it because it's technically a different format for me. Not completely, but it is different. Where because I have an hour, I only do 1 to 2 stories, and I'm hyper focused, and I don't smoke a lot before I do my show. So I'm usually on a nice little caffeine energy binge. But the space needs to be 100% live, in my opinion. It's really hard to do because I've even had to do a pre-tape, which again, I pre-taped my show after. Oh no, that one I did the first. I was smart. I remember I was toying with doing the first hour for this space as an exclusive thing, but then I kind of thought about it. I was like, if I did that, I'd probably be up till 5 a.m. Well, guess what? I was up till 5 a.m. anyway. At Pep Talks, I am no longer on Discord. Oh, that makes sense. I did see that there was something there. I'll send you an email. Yeah, thank you. Wait, are you off Discord? Like off Discord? Because I can literally. I have a better email to use, technically, for that kind of thing. But it's still early. Charizard, use confusion. Oh. I got the little birds. Charizard just damaged himself. Here. Oh, yeah, you're off of, yeah, you're completely off. All right. No worries, no worries. Yeah, just send it to my Pep Talks email. That's no problem. I think that you guys might know the lore a little bit, that I forgot that I even set that up. I had a the modern day debate interview. I almost missed that because I just didn't check my email. So, yeah, glad that didn't happen. Those confusion self hits are so annoying. Oh, especially when you're, about to KO a pretty powerful Pokemon. Yeah, really annoying. Okay, can I just say this much? For my Pokemon players out there that have been enjoying ZA, which awesome game. I really have no complaints. Anybody that's talking about the environment is like, fuck off. It's awesome. It's just a good game. Yeah. One thing that I will say that's really annoying is the net balls don't work the way they used to. The fuck? And quick balls. What the fuck? Like, it used to be if you snuck up on a Pokemon, used a quick ball, especially if you hadn't caught him before, you were gonna catch him. Not anymore. God, I literally had like 6 different encounters with an Eevee where I could not catch it. It sucked. And then Lavatar as well. Visora. You're to her feistiness. Visora's awesome. Yeah. Visora's base. She is... This is where I always kind of feel like I'm the goofy goober of the bunch, where I really could probably take myself a little bit more seriously when I'm doing this stuff, but here I am in a Charizard onesie. And I got a pepper hat, and... I like the way that I cover politics. It's fun. And this is why it also is a good mix where, like, yeah, if you got... This is why I love the fact that Jake is the guy that, I'm his lead-in, because you can go from having a little bit of fun, starting off the day, which I was honored. I know that this might have just been like this was the slot that they had, but I always wanted to do morning radio. I think I've told you guys that. Like, I went to school to do so. So being the lead-in for the rest of the day, I feel like I'm doing morning radio, and it's awesome. And I do actually take it very seriously, where I'm like, oh, that's why I love that I can put out my alerts, get you guys to come watch, and then, lead into Jake. Me and Jake are usually back-to-back live shows, which is also great. To address your thing about not having... There are certain times, especially if you've already seen it, like Power Report. I'm not knocking Power Report at all. It's just that I usually have, had that episode, or I've seen parts of that episode already. Like I said, I usually watch, like, if I'm going to watch long-form streams, and I hate to admit this because I hope you guys don't do the same to me, but I have to skim through, because I really don't have time. Or I do the thing where I'll play a video game or something, mostly Pokemon, and just listen in the background. But how many Pokemon are there now? They called some of the OG 151. No, the original 151 still most of the time show up, but I think there's over 1,000 now. Just emailed you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, cool. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. 5 alarm. Good looking out. That's kind of crazy because, yeah, I was considering hitting him up just on my own and just being like, hey, man, yeah, I know that, like, we do kind of fun content. I love his, like, he's kind of like the Unk channel to me, which it's cool, though. I always love, like, the old, like, Grateful Dead type dudes. You know, the ones that kind of they walked so I could run. You do a good job. Thank you, 5 Alarm. Seriously, especially with everything going on. I really appreciate anybody that's like looking out for this channel, no matter what capacity you're doing it in. You know, I have a channel manager. Like, I've been very open about that. I just finally designated it where that's her position on the channel. Rectangles, you ever have any questions about anything, or if you need to get a hold of, you know, or if you're not comfortable directly getting a hold of me, you could always go to Rectangles and she'll make sure that you guys are heard and taken care of. Also, she is yeah, she's helped me a lot, especially with the stuff that's going on in my life. So it's awesome to have good friends. So I'm very lucky. Alrighty. Enough of this glazing. I guess the trick-or-treaters are done. Now, here's the thing. Now that I know that, I can start eating some candy. I got all, like, basic, like, nerds and warheads. Oh, so I think that I've talked about this a little bit on my channel before. So I have this thing, right? I'm not sure if you guys know this can happen or if you already know about my little situation that I keep having. So because I get really bad cotton mouth for reasons, geez, that's crazy. Why would I get cotton mouth all the time? Apparently dry mouth can lead to an infected salivary gland where your salivary gland kind of closes up and it forms a stone, a la a kidney stone. It's literally the exact same calcium. And yeah, I unfortunately have been having that issue the last few weeks where I have to, like, I got prescribed Jolly Ranchers. No bullshit. Like, he didn't write the script, but he just said, because I was like, do I get any antibiotics? He's like, not right now. You're getting, you need to eat Jolly Ranchers, like, and hard candies. Anything that is sour and makes your salivary glands active, almost overactive, you need to do that. Yeah, so I have been doing that. I had a warhead, which I haven't had one of those in a long time, and I used to be able to handle the sour stuff a lot better, because, like, this one did the thing where I was like, oh, oh. But it had a, this is gross, but you can feel when the stone loosens up, and, yeah, it totally, like, I just look in the mirror, and I got blood, like, kind of, like, down here. Oh, and I was happy about that, because I was just like, okay, cool. That means that I got it. Do you have a prescription for these Jolly Ranchers, sir? Yes, I do. My doctor told me to have them. And these warheads. Is that the super sour with the ooze? With the oozy center? It's like, that's actually what it's called, is the ooze. Oh man. Wow. No, it does suck. Like, it does, it sucks. But that's where, if you guys have what, you know, you might not have what I have, but it could happen to you. If you guys, you know what I mean. This has been my Pep Talks PSA. Popsicle stick can squeeze it out. No, actually it can't. It will not just do that. It sucks. I asked that once because they have this thing, like, it's a little, it looks like a vacuum. It's kind of like the one that your dentist uses where they, like, suck all that crap out of your mouth. Yeah, I asked him to use that and it didn't do anything. So, nah, it's one of the, like, you can, the weird part is you can feel it here. And then you'll get, like, a little swelling, like, along the jawline here. And you can, like, feel it underneath your tongue. That's how I found out what glicking was. I was just like, I have to what? He's like, do you know what you have to glick? I'm like, glick? He's like, yeah, you gotta, like, lift up your tongue a little bit and let your salivary glands just kind of like, you can feel the saliva pool, and then he's just like, you got to keep doing that. I'm like, okay. Weird. All right. What did I put here? JD Vance and ERIKA KIRK. Let's do that one. Scandalous. Yeah. It looks like ERIKA KIRK is stepping on Couchboy's wife. Now, I put it out there that most wives would have already kicked him to the couch, you know, after she touched the hair. Which, dude, she literally, when they hugged on stage, she did this shit where she caressed his hair. I showed my wife that, and I just asked, I'm like, would you be bothered if another woman did that? She was like, she would be on the other end of that stage getting, you know, fist thrown at her. It was just like, oh, so that's a yes. Sexy Charizard, sexy German Charizard. Yeah, I use the fire attacks. Technically, you don't want to get burned. But if you don't want to get burned, make sure that you have a water Pokemon. Come on now, we need to play the game. Do you think ERIKA wore a floral pattern for JD? He just, she sees Crystal Ball and she's just like, can I borrow that jacket? It's like, why? It's just no reason. My boyfriend, I mean, not my boyfriend, but my husband's best friend. Dude, they totally fucking. If they ain't, then that means that ERIKA KIRK kind of did forget where. Because the other thing is, that somebody pointed out was that she didn't do that to like Charlie in public, where it's like, interesting. So with this type of drama, there's only one channel I trust to go to get this drama sussed out, and that's iHip. We have a Jennifer Welch solo on this one. Let's see what Jennifer Welch has to say, and also what the hell is coming out of this pillar behind her.
Okay, on the foothills of failed drag queen, Smokey,
man, that's a nice kitchen. Oh my God, she has one of those fridges. Dude, she has money. Whenever I see one of these fridges where it's like, it's not even a brand, it's just like, you know, stainless steel, and it's got that giant condenser on it. Oh,
United States, who's changed his name
that's
3
a nice
times.
fridge.
Of course, I'm talking about JD Vance, whom we refer to as Little Smokey. On the foothills of him,
my queen,
not really standing up for his wife and talking about how he hopes she changes her religion.
ERIKA seems as happy as a little schoolgirl with JD. I know. Hat hangers. Those are hat hangers? No.
Some
Really?
weird
They do look like
shit is happening at the CPAC stuff with ERIKA KIRK and veiled drag queen Lil Smokey. Play the clip.
I think they have light bulbs on them.
Never replace my husband. No. But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight.
Here it is.
Because
Here it. Oh, creepy!
he understands the fight.
No! Oh my God! Whoa! That just like gave me like a mini like. Whoo! Is that full on douche chill?
And he can articulate that in a way that transcends. He's an amazing man.
Okay. I'm kind of speechless about a lot of this.
Yeah.
All of it. But here are the photographs that ensued of the
right there. That is a move. This is a move. No, not today. That's a level of intimacy that any wife sees her man get approached like that from any woman. Don't care how friendly they are. Don't care about the wit. No. His wife, if she saw that, should immediately be like, that's a problem. But to go to the joke, she can't send him to the couch because that's a problem too.
Speech that she gave. So we have her.
You're going to the guest bed where there is no couch. No!
Him, first of all, grabbing her waist. And then she's
yeah, his hand on her hip,
hugging him.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, just like I'm surprised that they didn't fuck up and kiss.
She's like, I mean, she's
yeah.
got the head you got.
Look, this is, we just call this a German welcome. So you know what? I don't see anything out of sorts here.
It looks.
Wait a minute, you said that this was in America? Hold on, she's a harlot.
So romantic. It's beyond the normal like meet and greet. So this is really, really bizarre to me.
It's fucking uncomfortable, I gotta say.
Throughout this entire situation with Charlie Kirk, nobody has talked about how preventable his death was. Nobody on the right is talking about gun control. He was shot in cold blood on a campus where guns should be banned, and by somebody we think allegedly radicalized online to the right or to the left.
Oh my God! Someone, a late night comedian said something about how she was wearing this leather pants or the same material.
Who knows?
Oh, that pleather! It's making me hot.
Because I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary, and all I've seen is a gag.
Is that Scotch Guard I smell?
Order from the Trump administration.
Nothing gets me hotter than Scotch Guard.
But instead, they're still like trotting out all of this stuff. And she says JD Vance understands the fight that they're up against. And I don't even know what that is. Is
sex still legal in America?
Fight they're up against.
Global solidarity now. Welcome to stream, but what?
The libs is
I mean, what
is that? What it is? Is it to make America?
What's your broader point here? I'm actually genuinely curious on this one.
A Christian nationalist nation, and for all of the women in America to be like Stepford wives like that.
I need to hire her as a decorator.
I just think the whole thing is weird as shit. And I just want to say, can you imagine the freak out that would happen if Kamala Harris
or hire her? Yeah, right.
Introduce Gavin Newsom like
they quote me, I'd just be like, let me walk you to the door. Is that gonna cost me money?
That, and then hugged him like that. I mean, this was the political party that said that she slept her way to the top and all of these sexist, misogynist things. This woman's husband was just killed. And
I have to say, like, I'm glad that we're focusing on this, but I hope that the right wing is also going to be like, oh, this is a little weird.
And then that just happened. And it's just weird as shit. And it's
it
the
is
family
weird as
values
shit.
Party and all of
Bottom
this stuff.
line, it's
the
weird as
pro-life
shit.
Party, yet nobody can talk about gun control. I just thought that was eyebrow raising to say the least. And the fact that JD Vance continues to be in the forefront of the MAGA movement tells you that they all are realizing that the strong man, Kanks, is a frail, senile man, and everybody is looking beyond his rule. And a lot of them are looking to JD Vance as the heir apparent, and a lot of the others are looking into Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson. So
all right. How are you guys doing on like trick-or-treaters in your area? Because I just got an update that like we're not seeing like nearly the turnout that we usually do.
Fissures in the MAGA movement are massive. Okay.
And I was complaining because I was just like going back and forth because I was stupidly just like, yeah, we're not going to have that many trick-or-treaters.
In the last 24, 48 hours, I noticed on my...
But yeah, now I'm noticing like, yeah, now it's dark. Nobody's out anymore. They pretty much stop. We have the whole ordinance where after dark you stop. So, yeah.
My Instagram. A lot of people tell me I was
I was
ugly.
go through a lot more candy.
Tell
I probably could have handed out doubles.
me they wish.
And I did the thing where I was like, oh, it's this economy, you know. Sorry, just one pack of Nerds free.
I would die. All of these things. So I text Kylie, our producer, and I'm like, Kylie, am I going viral somewhere? Because people are, it's every time Fox News features me, this happens. And so there was a clip that I showed you all on iHub News about
East Coast. No, I'm in Chicago.
Boomer at, I believe it was an O Kings rally, and this Christian influencer, provocateur, goes and asks her if she's upset that Charlie Kirk is dead. And
yeah, it's 7:14 here.
she says no, she's not, and that's her right. She doesn't have to be upset.
Adults park their cars in a row with trucks.
That a racist is dead, that a misogynist is dead, that a homophobe is dead. And then the Christian influencer is so triggered. She's like, well, would you be upset if I was dead? And the lady's like, well, I'd have to think about it. And the fuck your feelings crowd is so in their feelings. I laughed at this and I said, listen up, Democratic establishment. This is where the base is at right now. Of course, MAGA has stage 5 meltdowns, think that I want to kill conservatives. They think that I want to kill Democrats because they don't recognize.
Well, I did kind of feel bad because like last year, I mean, this might speak to the economic conditions. You know, last year things were a little bit happier. You know, even with the inflation, we weren't feeling just the crushing weight of the uncertainty of the economy. So that could definitely have a part of it. Candy prices were insane. I don't want to be this guy, but I have to be like real here. Looking at the difference between chocolate, like candy, where it was 24 fucking dollars for a 90-piece bag. Whereas I could spend half that and get Nerds.
That people on the left,
which I like Nerds better anyway. Fruity candy's better. It's just, I mean, hot take.
Capable of criticizing
sour and fruit candy is way better than, you know, chocolate.
And I want to be very clear
it's my preference.
To all of the MAGA people. I don't want you dead. I want you to have health care. I want you to get a livable wage. I don't want you to work your ass.
Is that a portrait of Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
Off your whole life to then file medical bankruptcy while the billionaires never fly commercial. They never get their flights canceled. And they don't have to pay taxes because this administration has raised them on you. I want to live in a country where piece of shit MAGA influencers like Charlie Kirk don't get shot. I don't want to see anybody die of gun violence, period. I don't want Charlie Kirk to be dead because his death was avoidable. But it is a real window into the soul of MAGA that you refuse to talk about the ways to fix this problem. After the assassination attempt on Ronald Reagan, there was a huge push for gun restriction in the country from the Republicans. That meant something to them, but not from the right. So whatever, call me ugly, come after me. I don't want you dead. I want your life to be better, even though I fundamentally disagree with all of the stuff that you all do. And this is the same point that Charlemagne the God is making right here, that I made in the clip that now everybody's, you know, trigger city about. And it is that the Democratic establishment is failing us. They are failing us miserably. And of course, I'm talking about Chuckles and AIPAC Shakur, Hakeem Jeffries. And let's just hear a little bit of Charlemagne the God on The Daily Show.
Should be focused on is picking exciting new candidates. What you got?
Maine Governor Janet Mills has launched a bid for Senate. The 77-year-old was heavily recruited by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to join the race.
Charlemagne the God did this? Oh, yeah.
Senator in U.S. history.
This is the new candidate, okay? She shouldn't be running for Senate. She should be throwing her Titanic necklace
Wait,
back
is he doing guest hosting on The Daily Show? That's badass.
Oh,
Charlemagne's the shit.
You know what? You know what? Forget it. Look at Zoran Mondani, okay? See? Young, lots of excitement around his campaign, overwhelmingly won the primary. You guys can just endorse him.
Many Democrats in Washington are still hesitant or even against showing support for Mamdani.
All I can tell you is I'm going to continue talking to him.
What's the holdup?
I got to continue talking to him, and that's what I'm going to do.
Is part of the calculus that if you endorse a Democratic socialist, you're worried it will be damaging to your party, maybe even your chances of winning back the Senate?
I'm going to continue talking to him. Dana, you can ask me.
Okay. All right, Kylie, we can stop it there. So this is what I was talking about to the Democratic establishment.
I'm in a trailer park right now. My son says he has not had one trick-or-treater in 5 years, but he has.
We are coming after the messaging. We are coming after the leaders, the impotent leaders of the Democratic Party that are hanging us out to dry, that are not riding the coattails of this economic populist movement. So to the MAGA freak out snowflake.
I'll admit it was cute though. A few times where I opened the door and, you know, I got this on and they're just like, Charizard!
Catastrophizers suffering from histrionic personality disorder. That just
also today there was this very like they were adorable, man. A little Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. I was just like,
I mean, I want them dead. To the contrary,
I always get excited when I see like the properties that I'm just like, hey, all right.
I want them to live. I want them to evolve. I want them to embrace change. I want them to let go of their corporate donors. I want them to embrace policies that are not beholden to corporations that always did.
Based Jennifer. I'm so glad to watch her like evolution in this.
Over
Speaking
the American
of Pokemon.
worker. To the contrary, I want these Democratic establishment politicians to evolve and quit behaving as the party of the status quo. And to the MAGA.
Jennifer Welch is evolving into based auntie.
I do not want you dead. I want you to have fucking health care, and I want you to be able to go to a rally safely and not get shot by a gun, because it is the most preventable deaths that we could prevent in this country, but politicians refuse to do it because guess what? They're paid off by the gun lobby. And they scare the shit out of you all the time thinking that everybody's coming after you and you have to have a gun. And the fact of the matter is, if you have a gun in your house, somebody you love is way more likely to get killed by that gun than an intruder. And those are just the facts.
Really
all right,
nice
moving along.
mic arm.
We have some really dangerous things happening. So Nick
Is that I don't know. I've been looking at it. It looks like a llama.
Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, an anti-Semite, a white nationalist, a white supremacist, etc. It's really bad, you guys. And he is the leader of these people online called the Groypers, okay? Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right. The poison.
Have been positioned.
The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison.
Themselves, and I've been covering this on iHip News quite a bit. They are positioning themselves in a way by using very simple language that I think will hit really hard in middle America, that once biology or Republicans grow a spine and Kanks is taken care of, there's going to be a huge vacuum to fill. And so Tucker seems to be expanding his tent, and he and Nick Fuentes collaborated. And this should be disqualifying, but it wasn't for Trump. Trump invited Nick Fuentes to Mar-a-Lago, and he got elected again. So now the Heritage Foundation, which normally would have said, okay, this is disqualifying, is basically saying, okay, we're going to bend the knee and we're going to expand our big tent racist party to the neo-Nazis, to the real anti-Semites. And I want to read this tweet to you before I play the video. Yashar Ali says, a watershed moment. The president of Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action, Kevin Roberts, Texas, has announced that the organization is standing by Tucker Carlson in the aftermath of Tucker.
Oh, we're going to go through the Tucker Carlson drama too.
Interview with neo-Nazi.
We'll cover that right after this, just to keep it within the same thing.
Nick Fuentes. This isn't Kevin bending his knee to Trump. This is something new. In his statement, Kevin condemns what he calls a venomous coalition that is sowing division by attacking Tucker. That venomous coalition includes MAGA Republicans as well as Jewish conservative commentators, activists, and donors. Kevin also frames Nick Fuentes' rhetoric as worthy of debate rather than something to be condemned outright. A shift like this would have been unthinkable for Heritage just 3 years ago. So in all of the tiptoeing that everybody has to do when you criticize the Israeli government out of fear of being called an anti-Semite, I want to remind you of this. I encourage people right now to criticize the American government, and I personally do not feel aggrieved by that, because that government, Kanks' government, this fascist regime, deserves all of the hellfire.
Oh, federal judge rules Trump can't require citizen proof for voter registration.
Nice. Criticism that it can be thrown at it. The same goes for Israel. That government
the thing is, it's redundant.
Deserves all of the criticism in the world. That does not mean that you don't support the Jewish plight or Jewish safety or the Jewish people, because in actuality, all of the human rights are connected. Islamophobia is connected to anti-Semitism, is connected to sexism, homophobia, racism, and on and on. None of us are free until all of us are free. It has to be universal human rights. The Heritage Foundation wants white supremacist human rights. That's why they are so willing to throw real, hateful, hardcore anti-Semites into the mix. And I will say to the Zionist, and I've been saying this for a long time, if you start playing patty cake with these people who are clearly anti-Semitic, at some point they will turn the knives on you. And Benjamin Netanyahu and a lot of these Zionist donors and the IDF made a calculation, because Biden offered them the exact same ceasefire deal that Kanks and Benjamin Netanyahu just rolled out. But Benjamin Netanyahu didn't want Kamala to win. He wanted Kanks to win. Well, why would he want a guy to win whose donors and supporters have neo-Nazi flags at the rallies? Clarence Thomas's biggest donor collects Nazi dishes as a hobby, this Mr. Crow out of Dallas. Why would they do that? Well, because their ambitions are, we need somebody that is so, that has such a disdain for human rights that they won't have any issue at all giving us money if we continue to ethnically cleanse Gaza, because they might hate Jews, but they hate Arabs too. And so let's just get the money while we can. And
Black
then we
sheep
can
must be a family thing. I mean,
strip
I'm the black sheep of my family, so.
into Israel, and we can give
Cubs fan, leftist,
them ownership in it.
White.
Well, now
Just
they've
kidding.
really invited these hardcore neo-Nazis into the party. And this is this is my thing. Like Kash Patel, at some point, your brown skin is going to be a liability to these white supremacists. We're already seeing this.
Yeah, no, she's nailing
Yeah,
this.
with Usha Vance. Scott Bessent, the gay Secretary of the Treasury. You think you're going to remain, you think you're going to stay on the chopping block when these Heritage Foundation, hardcore, white supremacist, anti-gay people, they're not doing all this for Trump. They're doing it because they want white supremacist Christian reign in America for decades. And they've been playing this game and setting this up long before Donald Trump ever descended on the...
Wait a minute, is that a picture of her and Pumps in the back? Wait. I think that is. I think that's them from when they were younger. That would actually track because
later. So this is really scary shit. I'm hopeful that this swing, this really, really far swing to the right that doesn't seem to include Kane
if that is the case, then that's actually really cool that they've been friends that long. I always appreciate that.
at all, is a part of my theory that these fissures are really forming and that people in the inner circle know that his health is horrible. The dementia we've all seen is through the roof. And so the frailty of this strong man is causing all of these fissures to exacerbate. And this really, really hard pendulum swing to the right always causes it to go back the other way. And hopefully, if we're able to have midterms, it goes back the other way and we get rid of the leadership of Jeffries and we get rid of the leadership of Schumer and replace them with non-beholden fighters that don't govern incrementally, that put their foot on the accelerator and cram change and reform and civil liberties and regulations on unrestrained capitalism. They just go bananas with all of that because when government works for people, both parties like it. And lastly, I just want to leave you with how incompetent this administration is. So you may remember Kanks has done multiple caps lock tweets at like 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. regarding Tylenol and his apparent sleepless concern that pregnant women are going to take Tylenol and then give birth to autistic
Agents
children.
lurk mode.
Number one, this is dangerous because this is putting some sort of dark cloud over people with autism that is
Groove, I appreciate having you here, man.
unnecessary. And number two, it's not based
Hope you're having fun
on science or research. So Kylie, put up this headline. Now he has to admit
I
it.
try.
RFK Jr. admits he can't actually tie Tylenol to autism. RF Kennedy Jr. said there isn't sufficient evidence to back up his claims.
But he just came out and said other stuff and said that there's more than enough evidence, and then he's like, COVID causes autism. What's this dude's fucking obsession with saying anything but genetics causes autism? What the fuck is it? It is genetics. It's your fucking genes, dude.
I'm just so speechless over all of this fucking insanity that the president of the United States, like 72 hours ago, while
Good times?
he's in
Hell yeah.
Asia, embarrassing
I hate him so
himself
much.
in the country and putting
It just makes so much more sense that chemicals are kids. Don't tell this guy about the Scotch Guard theory. Did you hear that when they started putting Scotch Guard on couches that it started causing colon cancers?
putting on a master class on how to travel with dementia. And he is cap locks tweeting.
Been in the
about
kitchen baking all day, doing pumpkin baking, and made twice baked potato. Twice baked
this
potatoes.
Tylenol shit. And then
Still not done.
RFK
Oh, you just made me really hungry with the.
Admits it, that it's all
I wasn't hungry before, but you just said twice baked potatoes. And immediately, I'm like, oh, with extra cheese.
bullshit. So, all right. That's all we have for this episode. Please like and subscribe.
My God,
And we'll be back.
Tinkerbell's over here breaking my my brain and my tummy, making me immediately just go. I was not hungry before, and now I'm like, oh, oh yeah. I hate when that happens. I absolutely hate when that happens. When your munchie attack just is like you're feeling completely fine, you're just chilling, and then you see a commercial or one of your friends or your chat just say the magic words and twice baked potatoes. Oh, if they're properly whipped, oh man, a little bit of sour cream on the side. Like I said, extra cheese. Have to have the extra. It's got really hungry. All right, Pep. You got this. We can finish this show, and I won't. I'll be fine. Oh, that sounds so good, though. I actually think I have some sunny potatoes upstairs, which Not quite twice baked potatoes, but potatoes and cheese. So, oh shit, how long does that last? Crap. My mother-in-law made that for me, and she brought it here a few days ago. Let's see. How long do sweet potatoes last in the fridge? Please say a week. Please say a week. 3 to 4 days. Damn it. Damn it. No. Yeah, don't fuck with starches. Like, pasta and, like, potatoes are two things that, yeah. Potatoes can be stored safely for 4 days. Yeah, you're looking for snacks? Yeah, I'm gonna have to find something. Onion soup with cheesy French bread? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Actually, I have some French onion soup that I can throw in. And I do have some French bread, because I went to Jimmy John's today and got the day olds. Yeah, I'm cheap as fuck. And I also make better sandwiches than Jimmy John's, so, like, but I like Jimmy John's bread, even though it's, like, high in sodium. I don't care. They're so delicious. DJX with the steel chair. Yeah. Seriously. That's perfect fall dinner. It is. It is. So, you know what? I think that... oh, wait. No. I forgot. I was smart. I actually got a pizza. I got one of those take and bake pizzas from Target, which... those are good. Of all the, like, take and bakes, I'm not sure if they're the same in your area, but... it's good. I have to have basil on pretty much any, you know, pasta, especially like, oh, I could use some like baked shells. Ooh, I love some like something stuffed with ricotta. But yeah, I have to have some basil. But yeah, same thing with like pizza. My friend made fun of me for putting basil on a Domino's pizza. I was just like, hey, if it makes it better, it makes it better. But you know what makes Domino's pizza like the best? Like, you have to make sure that you do not get it with the normal sauce. You have to get it with the marinara sauce. Totally different pizza and so much better. Just gonna say, because I've had a bunch of, like, the first time that I did this was in Pennsylvania. I had to do something in Pennsylvania, and there was just no good food around me. And then I just saw Domino's, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, though, because my friend works for Domino's to this day. He's worked there for almost 20-something years. And you know what? Hey, he's happy. He's single, in his 50s, very content. Like, most people would look at his life and be like, he's depressed. It's like, no, he's the most content person on the planet. Like, you would strive to be as content as him. But he taught me that trick where he's just like, no, you want to swap out this sauce, because he's like, the sauce is bullshit. It's just it's paste. He's like, it's disgusting. He's like, but the marinara sauce, he's like, it is actual tomato sauce. He's like, we don't even really use tomato paste in it. I was like, oh shit. And he was right. Like, I took one bite of that pizza. I was like, motherfucker. I think I shot him a text, like, and it was, 11 something at night. I'm just like, you know what? You fucking nailed that. He's also the guy that taught me about FOB if you're at Burger King. He's just like, yeah, you gotta order if you're doing like your, Whopper or whatever. He's like, FOB. He's like, that's the employee code for fresh off the broiler. He's like, and if you're not doing that, you are doing a disservice to yourself. Which he's right. You'll wait a little bit. I've made this this observation here, or joke. But I wait for like 90% of my fast food orders because I know the trick to get it fresh. Because there's nothing worse than going to like a Mickey D's. Like, I eat, this stuff pretty sparingly. So when I do go, I want it to almost be an experience, and I get really almost irrationally disappointed when it isn't. Where I'm just like, oh, that was a sad meal. I remember saying that to my wife, and she just started laughing at me. I'm like, it was cold fries. It's a sad meal. And my nuggets were cold too. It's bullshit. Drawer nuggets suck. I remember like one time I was having a bad day. And I went to McDonald's and I was just like, fuck it, I want some comfort food. While I was ordering, I forgot the code where it's just you ask for a receipt. I forgot. And I was just like, can I not have drawer nuggets, please? I was kind of snotty about it. Because I was just like, I'm already having a bad day. The last thing I need is drawer nuggies. Gross and fucking never tastes right. Also, okay, if you get there's a certain type of masochist in this world that if you order chicken nuggets from McDonald's and you don't get sauce, I genuinely question, like, are you psychotic? Are you like, I think so. Like if you can sit there and eat McDonald's chicken, especially drawer chicken nuggets, like, ooh, no, there's something wrong. Oh, hell no, cold nuggets. It's got to be hot and crispy. Exactly. Right? We're all in agreement on this one where it's just like, nope. Especially now with the economy being what it is and the like how much money it is to eat. Like, come on, dude. I did the math. So, we recently got a Dave's Hot Chicken where I was like, oh, fuck yeah. And I did the math. It was just as much for me to go eat at Dave's than it was to go eat at McDonald's. I was like, well, fuck it. That's an easy decision. And again, like, just that whole, I have to guess, and then the insult to injury when you do spend all that money, or you forget to do the trick and they give you some fucking just bullshit. Because again, you could argue, yeah, McDonald's is bullshit, but also, no, McDonald's is awesome. Like, when it hits, it hits. Like, oh my God, when I'm hungover and I get the large fry and the large Coke, I'm telling you, it works, guys. Like, if you guys are looking for hangover cures and if you've never tried it, try it. It works. I like hot mustard as a dip, and sweet and sour, same. Yeah, actually, I do the same. The hot mustard's really good. But yeah, sweet and sour is like, I like to get both. I actually don't mind their barbecue. Their barbecue's all right. I can eat drawer nuggets cold, no sauce. Yes, I'm a psycho. I'm not psycho, just depressed. You just sit there going, yeah. Just knowing it's like, this tastes like crap. With no sauce, though. Come on, Sylvie. You gotta have a favorite sauce. Bad food is a great wait. You mean bad food? I mean, I could tell you right now, like, I don't know why, but bad. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bad food. Yeah, no, seriously, yeah. When Greece, because there's the times where we don't have like a McDonald's near us. Like, I remember when I was hungover as shit camping, and I just looked at my buddy. I'm like, tell me you have bacon. And he was just like, yes. I'm like, make that bacon. It's like, I need Greece now. And then he surprised me. He also had these, the little hash brown pucks. Oh, man. And he also, we did have a microwave because it was like, it wasn't a camper. He converted a short bus, an old short bus. He wrote poop on both, like where it says school. So it was the poop bus. And then he painted it brown. It was a thing. And we camped in this thing. Because he retrofitted it with like a sink, a microwave, like a mini hot pot stove. And then he had like one of those pull-aways, like that. It would just be like, it was literally a pull-away couch that just filled up the whole fucking bus. And yeah, he knew that I wasn't really big into like the whole staying in a tent thing, because he also was like, you gotta, if you get a tent, you gotta build your own. I'm like, fuck that. I'm like, can I sleep in the bus? He's like, yeah. So why wouldn't I do that? But yeah, man, he surprised me. He had these little like hash brown pucks, and that's how they were different than the McDonald's ones. And my God, they were like one of the best things I've ever had. Where I was just, and he microwaved he made it an egg McMuffin for me. I was just like, dude. Shit. Happy Halloween, Pep in chat. Hey, thank you for that. K-Path. I know that I know you by something else. What's your normal name? Because yeah, this isn't fixing itself, by the way. Kind of annoying. Need food soon? Okay. We'll make pizza now. I'm gonna throw my pizza in the oven. Yep, no sauce for me usually. Whoa. So you don't like sauce? What are you doing? The chicken nugget is a vessel to scarf sauce. Your normal name is Kat? Okay, cool. Appreciate that. But also, welcome. I thought they make McNuggets less tasty, so you buy... Yeah, well, do they? I don't know, because, like, let's be real. Oh, God, we're gonna do Chicky Nuggy discourse. This is a full circle leftist show now. Now, if we say Dino Nuggies, that's a fucking throwback to a few years ago. Although Dino Nuggies are good. Let's all just admit that Tyson Dino Nuggies are the shit. I love how I'm literally talking like a child while wearing this fucking onesie. So the clip doesn't just be like, see, this is who you listen to your politics. It's just like, hey, I feel like it's a low blow. We have fun here. Right? That's what this is about. It's like eating chips without dip. Man, yeah. Okay, Ruffles. Like, no, if you're eating potato chips, just your standard potato chips, and oh, yeah. Because I got introduced to the Daisy dips. Way better than any, like, of the Dean's dips or, like, hell of a good dip. No. It's damn good dip. The best. Yeah, Dino Nuggies. They really are, though. Okay. This is a real fucking thing. This is a real thing. I did it. Hold on. It's a real thing. Dino Nuggies. They taste better. It's just science. It's fucking science at this point. And I don't know if it's the fact that they're shaped like dinosaurs. I don't know. But it's the same thing with the shaped mac and cheese. I think that, if you're going to eat some Kraft mac and cheese, which I do. I like me some Kraft mac and cheese. It's a comfort meal. I know how to make it perfectly for myself. And yes, I have the Mario Kraft mac and cheese. I really am a fucking, just child. Oh, no. I'm starting to realize, oh, yeah, you know what? Oh, boy. I dip my Oreos in Cool Whip. Oh, boss-ass move. Actually, that's not bad. It's like... I don't know. I can't do the whole dip in the peanut butter. Like, I can't do that. That's a bit much. Like, I used to do that where I'd take an Oreo and I would dip it in peanut butter and then I'd do the twist and I'd have two separate sides with dip peanut butter and one with the cream. Yeah, I was trash. Still might be. No, I still am. But you know what? It was good trash. No, you're the Charizard. Your Charizard's final. I am the Mega Evolution. Well, I'm like the Mega Evolution. Fun fact. Oreos are vegan. Yes, I do know that. I know that because my aunt was very... My dad, he got that thing where he got bit by a tick and, like, he couldn't eat... he couldn't eat meat anymore. So... For some reason, also, the ultra-processed bullshit really got him. But Oreos, he became, An Oreo addict. JK ate expired pickles and a peanut butter sandwich. Well, okay, how expired, man? Because I do live by that thing where expiration dates are more suggestions only within like a 2 to 3, like if it says a certain day, I like to go like maybe a week or two past it, unless it, you know, it's been opened or something, like some shit like that, like dips, like we were just talking dip. Yeah, I can't. This is actually kind of embarrassing to admit, but fuck it, I might, like, you only live once. I made myself very sick eating hell of a good dip that was not hell of a good anymore. I thought it was just a little bit of a funky onion. No, it was funky dip and it made me sick. Learned my lesson. Now I don't play games with expired, like, yeah. Well, not the expiration dates necessarily, like I said. But if it's been opened or it's meat, yeah, I don't fuck with that. Or pasta. I don't fuck with pasta either. So yeah, it'd be dangerous to give me a medical excuse to eat Oreos. You're just like, well, doc, are you sure? You literally just asked the doctor, are you sure this is a good idea? He's just like, why? She's like, you really don't know me. I remember that episode too well. Wait, do pickles really expire? It's almost all vinegar. That's what I thought. Yeah, because like it's the same with pickling peppers. Although I gotta do that. I have got to get those in those peppers in the. Okay, so here. I also gotta stop stun locking. We got the dog on cam. Everybody knows what's up with that. You guys can always make Stan's day by donating for treats. Otherwise, you know the deal. I always got my boy. So we did the eye-hip thing. We're going to continue. Oh, shiza. No, I just got rid of one of the fucking stories that I didn't mean to. Crap.
Senior exec.
Nope. Not that fun. Not that fun. All right. So apparently, what was Tim Pepper for Halloween? What can I do on a short notice here? Oh.
Hey, look, I'm Pep Talks. I'm Pep Talks. Look at me. I'm wearing a pepper hat. I do Macho Man impressions. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, what's Pep Talks? Oh, yeah. I'm Tim Pepper. Kickflip.
Actually, it looks kind of cool. Shh, don't let him hear me say that. Wait. I ate mold from a bean dip for only $20. Oh, how are you still alive? Yeah. With an expired Frito chip. Ew. Please tell me you at least got this on video and put it on TikTok or something. Like, tell me you did that for, like, not just a bet. If that was just a bet, or, like, if it wasn't a bet and it was just a dare, that's even worse. I swear to God, tell me you got something for that. Oh, that's rough. Ooh, that actually made me shudder. Ooh. This was years ago before everyone streamed. Oh, that sucks. That is funny, though. I just realized that Jake has, like, lore where he ate an expired pickle. It's almost like the Pep Talks lore, where we're getting to that, we're getting to the 1 year on my channel, and it was, like, I think 2 weeks into me doing this that I almost lit my house on fire, because I was making none other than some mac and cheese, and I forgot about it. And I went upstairs, and my pot was burning. I was like, oh my God. And I'll never forget the joke that Ilirda made, where she was just, she had perfect timing, where she's like, the second Great Chicago Fire caused by a new streamer making mac and cheese. I was just like, get the fuck out of here. So, as long as you're doing it for clicks, we are good. Yeah, right. Mac and cheese by dude, that was bad. I can't believe I straight up almost set my fucking house on fire. And it was bad. I'm lucky that I didn't get the fire department here. It's the grossest thing I've eaten on a dare. I've never really eaten anything on a dare, but I have permanent sinus damage because I snorted black pepper on a dare. Sent my ass to the hospital. There's an alarming amount of content that revolves around Jake and Andrea eating weird stuff. Oh, left past 10 gets crazy. I still need to do like a crossover with Andrea. I haven't done anything with her yet. I just did the election thing, and that's where I finally met Christina, Lumen, Good Morning Comrade. Who else did I meet there that I hadn't worked with before? Oh, Visora. That was a good time, though. I just don't know when to chime in on panels like that. Like, they're kind of... I don't want to we already know that I have an interrupting problem. Dude, you'd be so good on Left Past 10. Oh, well, hey. I'll ask... I don't know. I'll ask for an invite. Fuck it. I'll be that guy where it's just like, hey, can I have a request? I want to do that show. I had a lot of fun on Letterhack's Hey Funny book. I would like to do that again, too, because... actually, I got some I found some comics, specifically one storyline that I want to talk about, where it was Spider-Man met Obama. It this some guy stuff. Too feminine to understand. I think on a panel you're supposed to talk over each other. I don't like it. Interrupting Charizard who? I've eaten Reese's with... Ooh. Somehow that doesn't actually sound that weird to me. I don't know. I've had like hot sauce like tinged chocolate or like chilied chocolate before. It's not bad. I don't know. It's like it's one of those weird things where your palate just kind of... You'd think it wouldn't make sense, but it's kind of like peanut butter and banana, where you're just like, oh, this actually really, oh, god damn. Peanut butter, banana, and honey. Oh, you know what? I gotta go start this oven, because I just got another text here. I'm gonna start this video real quick. I have to start dinner for uni.
All right, this story is pretty wild. We have really seen Vice President J.D. Vance throw his wife, Usha Vance, under the bus multiple times. Or at the very least, he refuses to defend her dignity when people on the far right fringe, like his right flank, attack her for her religion or her ethnicity or the way that she looks. I know this is hard to believe, but J.D. Vance isn't even the far right in the Republican Party. There is something deeper and darker that is being mainstreamed with the likes of Nick Fuentes, his Groyper movement. Tucker Carlson just did a massive interview with Nick Fuentes that has like tens of millions of views. And this far right fringe, they don't like J.D. Vance because J.D. Vance is married to Usha Vance, who's an Indian and who is openly a Hindu. And rather than J.D. Vance take a stand over the past few years, especially over the past few months since he's been in office, rather than him lead with moral clarity and say this type of stuff is disgusting, like the Young Republican group chat that came out just a few weeks back, in that group chat of people who were in their 20s, some 30s, some of them were 39 years old. These were not Young Republicans. That's just the name of the group. But in this group chat, they were talking shit about Indian people. They were saying disgusting, racist things about Indian people, playing into stereotypes. And the problem is, J.D. Vance did not condemn it. In fact, he muddied the waters. He essentially ran defense by pivoting directly over to Jay Jones, which we should also condemn. You can condemn both of these things at the same time, but J.D. Vance did not condemn both of these things at the same time. The point is, J.D. Vance has allowed this type of hatred to grow and created this permission structure. He has not taken a stand, and now it's hurting his wife. This all comes to a head when we see the other day, J.D. Vance speaks at a Turning Point USA event in Mississippi. J.D. Vance is asked about his...
Yeah, this is crazy. Have you also did he bring this up? I don't really remember, but his wife is looking horrible lately.
Religion. He's asked about his wife's religion. You know, he's asked about this multiple times. I mean, this far right movement, we can call them the Groyper movement or whatever.
Processed food is not good for you. I'm aware.
This new way.
Although, since we're going through this cancer thing, I have learned that some of it not as bad as you'd think.
They don't like interracial marriages. J.D. Vance, I guess, got married before he hopped on the new far-right train and had to change his identity multiple times. I mean, this is a guy who has changed his name 2-3 times now.
Although I stopped eating like super processed meats
in order to,
and I feel a lot better for it.
Shapeshift in his political sphere, and he will do whatever he needs to grab power. He'll go from being the never Trump guy to being the literal Trump guy, meaning he'll do whatever. He has no morals. If that means throwing his wife under the bus, that means throwing his wife under the bus. I mean, before I even play you this clip,
under the influence, and the only thing in the house was frozen waffles and bologna. So I made a sandwich. I just forgot to put the waffles in the top.
Of what happened in there. Just know that the internet is currently blowing.
That had to be a hell of a bite, just
blowing up because of the way that he was embracing ERIKA KIRK while coming on stage. Our lead policy advisor, Micah Irfan, says, honestly, I feel bad for Charlie. To have your wife publicly fawn over another man so soon.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's truly a tragic,
kind of crazy, man.
Humiliation. And then we can zoom in on the photos a little bit. I mean, one could argue that this is a friendly embrace.
No, it's not.
But the optic.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. There is no hand positions is everything. I'm sorry. I have platonic friends, like girlfriends, that if I'm sorry, if they did that shit, I would be like, that's inappropriate.
Optics of it are a bit weird.
No.
This one kind of veers from the friendly area. I mean, I thought there were rules.
Well, her husband is allegedly having an affair with a recent widow and being an asshole. So yeah, she isn't gonna look good. She'll look better when she's divorced. Like once the divorce is final. Oh, dude, she's gonna beam.
When your hand goes on like their upper back, and when you just know someone casually, you touch their shoulder or don't touch them at all. This is some intense stuff right here. But I mean, I'm not even here to talk about this. Let's talk about
What the fuck happened in society where it's like we did the thing where it's like, oh, they fucking.
The actual.
My God, look at the Coldplay thing.
Problem with what J.D. Vance said on stage. I made a video about this
same energy
yesterday, but this reads: J.D. Vance publicly casts his
not
wife,
showing the video.
Usha's Hindu faith as a problem.
There's a reason there's zooming in on all still frames and not showing the video. Why is that, Pinkerbell?
Problem to be fixed. A soul to move to Christianity. She sacrificed career. She had 3 kids with him. She stood by him throughout all of this, and he wants essentially her to like fix her religion. He doesn't say that, but that's the implication right there. Let's watch these 2 clips back to back. First, I want to show you the clip where he's talking on stage about his wife's faith, and then I want to show you a clip from less than a year ago when he's on Fox News talking about the same thing. J.D. Vance now says that, she grew up in a Hindu family, but she was never really religious. She was, rather agnostic. But a year ago, they were saying, no, Usha Vance's faith heavily influenced J.D. Vance to become more Christian. Let's listen to this.
And yes, my wife did not grow up Christian. I think it's fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not in a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. Everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we've decided to raise our kids Christian. Our 2 oldest kids who go to school, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion.
Because you just don't care? Oh, you can not care, but I will also just say, it's at least kind of funny.
So that's the way that we have come to our arrangement. But thank you.
Oh, you think people are sensationalizing a nothing burger?
My 8-year-old was.
Is there video of it? Maybe it wasn't weird.
First communion.
You know, that sucks because I was having fun, but now you're like, I can see.
Thank you, guys. I'll tell them that Ole Miss wishes them the best. But I think everybody has to have this own conversation when you're in a marriage. I mean, it's true for friends of mine who are in Protestant and Catholic marriages, friends of mine who are in, atheist and Christian marriages. You just got to talk to the only advice I can give is you just got to talk to the person that God has put you with, and you've got to make those decisions as a family unit. For us, it works out. Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope...
This is weird, and he is really throwing her under the bus. There is no question about this.
Eventually my wife comes to see it the same way. But if she doesn't, then God says everybody has free will, and so that doesn't cause a problem for me. That's something you work out with your friends, with your family, with the person that you love. Again, one of the most important Christian principles is that you respect free will. Usha's closer to the priests who baptized me than maybe I am. They talk about this stuff.
Well, I'm glad that she has a shoulder to lean on there, JD.
My attitude is you figure this stuff out as a family, and you trust in God to have a plan, and you try to follow it as best as you can. And that's...
Oh, yeah, I take no serious, like, what does this change for me in my everyday life? Nothing. It's just funny.
That's what I try to do.
Okay, a few things. First of all, I find the eagerness to publicly try to sort of bend Usha's religiosity
At
towards...
5 alarm fire $10. Atheist and Christians in marriage is like MAGA in marriage with a liberal.
Thank you for the $10 donation. This in the fund, and more importantly, he gets his well, wait, there, there we go.
His path to be odd, saying, we've talked about this in private, but that hasn't worked. She hasn't budged. So now I'm going to talk about this publicly. Now, I don't think this was meant to be, just attacking Usha Vance. I don't think he was trying to attack his wife here. I think that he's failing to take a moral stand. He's failing to provide moral clarity and saying, anything that could...
He talks about her so weirdly.
Push back at these far-right grapers. Now, that's actually not who was asking the question here. The person who was asking the question here was the Indian woman who was featured in the video that I made the other day. But throughout this entire speech, he was being asked about his religion, his wife's religion, about Jewish people, about Jewish influence. I mean, it was obvious there was a lot of far-right influence happening here. And when Vivek Ramaswamy, when he tried to speak at one of these Turning Point USA events, like a month ago, he was Indian, and almost every single question was asked about his religion, about him being Hindu. They were just asking, how could we ever elect you as the governor of Ohio if you believe in multiple gods, if you're polytheistic? I mean, people were just lobbing questions about his religion and who he was.
Back to sleep.
Let's watch JD Vance less than a year ago and his wife on Fox News talking about religion.
Tell me about... Because he's a husk, he believes nothing.
Faith. I had never been baptized. Even though I was raised Christian, I'd never been baptized. So I was baptized for...
Candace Owens is showing a premiere of herself talking to Norm Finkelstein. It has 32K.
First time in 2018, I think. It's funny, Usha was not raised Christian. Is actually not Christian. Oh, really? Yeah, but I remember when I started to re-engage with my own faith. Usha was very supportive.
Usha, why were you so supportive?
There are a few different reasons. One is that I did grow up in a religious household. My parents are Hindu, and
I thought
that was one of the things that made them such good parents, that make them really very good people. And so I think I've seen the power of that in my own life. And I knew that JD was searching for something. This just felt right for him.
How do y'all merge two different faiths while still raising?
Really quickly, here we get to the second problem. JD Vance says on stage, he tries to downplay his wife's religiosity, her life. He says, you know, she didn't grow up in that religious of a household. I mean, she was agnostic. He literally says that, yeah, her family is Hindu, but she was agnostic. There wasn't a lot of religiosity there. And right here, she specifically says, I grew up in a religious household. That's what's guided me. That's what's helped me. And people begin to point out very, very quickly on Twitter. So J.D. Vance publicly casts his wife's Usha's Hindu faith.
How many bots, though?
As a
yeah, like shelves of cell phones tuned into Candace.
To be fixed. A soul to move.
That's how you picture it.
Christianity.
You're just like,
she sacrificed
so
her
many
career.
cells.
And then people start lying and saying Usha Vance was always agnostic. And maybe she was for parts of her life, but the reporting says that Usha was a practicing Hindu and is today. The daughter of immigrants, Usha Vance says she was raised with Hinduism and continues to practice the faith. Quote, I did grow up in a religious household. My parents are Hindu.
Who's this for?
I think that was one of the things that made them such good parents, that made them very good people. So she says she was leaning into a religiosity throughout her entire life. We also see this clip right here. Someone responds in one clip with Fox News. She says, I was raised in a religious household. My parents were Hindu. J.D. Vance now says, quote, she grew up in a Hindu family, but not a religious one. This is J.D. Vance trying to downplay how religious his wife was. He is throwing her under the bus to the far, far right people because he is scared of alienating the base. Well, now guess what? You are emboldening the far right base. Now, Nick Fuentes is saying that if J.D. Vance, he had this segment the other day where Nick Fuentes was trying to gain leverage over J.D. Vance and saying, we are going to mobilize, our Groyper army against you if you don't toe our line and be anti-Israel or anti-Jew, whatever the hell he was saying. This is now emboldening them to gain more leverage over J.D. Vance. If you wanted to have moral clarity about the situation, if you wanted to be a true leader, what you do is you stand up and you say, listen, all of these attacks against Indian people, whether they're coming from young Republicans, faceless people online, people in the Republican Party who are in positions of power, like state senators who are texting crazy things, that is not going to be accepted. That is never going to be accepted. He doesn't even have to make it personal. He doesn't have to make it about his wife.
Okay. I'm glad that was wrapping up anyway, because I was like getting bored with them. Have you noticed that we haven't really been watching much Mockler on here? Well, yeah, because there's not really... He doesn't add much anymore. Imagine downplaying your wife to appease racists. Couldn't be me. That's crazy. I like Adam. He does good. Yeah, I mean... He does, but he started doing something that really annoys me, and I kind of cover this, where you can have clickbait. Obviously, you have to play the game, but I don't like the fact that he started doing like the "it happened again" and all the vague ones, and like the the shifty like room behind him, and he's just like, whoa, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm being unfair. I think I'm being fair though. All right. What do we got? All right. I want to do this Tucker Carlson thing real quick, but we're gonna find something. Where's the space? The space line? Oh no. Oh, it's Friday. Halloween parade. There we go. All right, here's a Halloween parade from AP. We're going to check in with the protests here in a minute. Keith Edwards. Yes, Keith Edwards is the most egregious with that. Actually, I unsubbed from Keith Edwards because his titles would have nothing to do with his videos. Like, that legit pissed me off. Also, can he, there's moisturizing and then there's moisturizing to the point that he looks oily. That's Keith Edwards. Damn. All right, I will be right back. Let's start my pizza. Let's go. Oh, what's this? Oh, here we go. Oh, look at that. He actually got some, like, production now. Damn, looks like a fun party. I will say that. No Halloween parties for the pep, unfortunately. I am, yeah, I think I told you guys that I'm in quarantine because of, chemo. Can't really go out and do much. Alright, we'll go back to that. Johnson issues warning after Trump says GOP should end the filibuster. Yeah, you know what? This sounds boring, but I actually wanted to cover this. This whole nuclear option thing really is not getting a lot of coverage. Like, a lot of people started the day with it, and then they just kind of went, meh. Pep, the party is where you are. Oh, I appreciate that.
An emergency court hearing that could keep government food assistance going for 42 million of the nation's most vulnerable Americans. SNAP benefits are due to stop tomorrow over a lack of funding from the government shutdown, now in its 31st day. Right now, a federal judge in Rhode Island is looking into a lawsuit that claims the USDA, quote, needlessly plunged SNAP into crisis, even though there are appropriated funds available that could and must be used for those benefits.
The Agriculture Secretary denies that claim, saying those funds cannot be used. President Trump is now calling for Republican senators to end the government shutdown by getting rid of the filibuster, an idea known as the nuclear option. It allows legislation to pass
nuclear
with just 51 votes instead of the current threshold.
I can never not think of that Homer Simpson.
Of 6. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is here with more on this. Jeff, how are Republicans responding to the president's call to end the filibuster?
Well, Brianna and Boris, Republican leaders in the Senate and indeed the House are responding with a resistance to this idea to change the rules of the Senate. And one of the reasons is, of course, for the short term in the Trump administration, which the president is talking about, it may be seen as a good idea. But in the long term, when Republicans are not in control of the Senate in some future year, perhaps, it would not be a good idea. So leaders of Congress are taking a longer term view at this and, again, resisting the idea of changing these Senate rules. Just a couple examples here of the reaction, one coming from the Utah Senator John Curtis.
We need elevator music for times like these.
On X earlier, he said the filibuster forces us to find common ground.
It's always the girl from Ipanema.
And power changes.
Ipanema? Ipanema.
Hands, but principles shouldn't. I'm firmly no on eliminating it. Of course, unclear how much common ground is actually being found here.
Ipanema.
But it was Speaker Mike Johnson, who, of course, is in the House of Representatives, that is not pertained to the...
Guys, I think I've been saying that wrong for a long time.
Filibuster rules. He said that Democrats would take advantage of this in a future administration.
If the shoe was on the other foot, I don't think our team would like it. The Democrats, look, they've said what they would do. They would pack the Supreme Court. They would make Puerto Rico.
I don't watch Adam much, but he seems like a comrade, I guess. Calling him a comrade is a bit much. He's a centrist, like, he's as center as they come, in my opinion.
And DC.
But that's also...
states.
Well, not as center as they come. That would imply that he has some right-wing views. Okay. He's as milquetoast Dem as they come. There we go.
They would ban firearms. They would do all sorts of things that would be very harmful for the country. And the safeguard in the Senate has always been the filibuster.
So again, Speaker Johnson does not have a say in the Senate filibuster, but Senate Majority Leader John Thune does. He has long been opposed to changing the rules of the Senate, and an aide in his office says he remains opposed to that. So we will see how much the president actually keeps pressing on this, but that has been the one thing that really distinguishes the Senate from the House. It requires 60 votes to get major legislation through. Again, it is intended to...
Can our side still use them? Yes.
Consensus.
Yes.
We have very
That's
few
where,
recent
Don.
examples of that.
After being absent from the shutdown fight for days, President Trump is back here in Washington after an overseas trip, and he's not wasting any time getting back
Pep, I just learned that the Smashing Pumpkins were talking about
into the ring with Democrats
I
or
know.
members of his own party, for that matter. Late last night, the president took to social media and called on Republicans to go
famous Chicagoan,
and scrap the filibuster to bring the shutdown to an end. Let's go live now to CNN senior reporter Annie Grayer on Capitol Hill. Annie, how is the president's extraordinary demand here being received by Senate Republicans?
Well, the top Republican in the Senate, Leader John Thune, has been against this idea, and I just got a statement from his spokesperson saying that Thune's position has remained unchanged even after the president's fresh demands on Senate Republicans. And that is because the 60-vote threshold in the Senate is really
the fact that Biden didn't move to make to pack the court, that was a bonehead move.
bedrock of the institution. It's what requires both parties to have to work
Surprise.
together on issues like government funding.
They're
Now,
boneheads.
both parties have explored this idea of eliminating the filibuster at various points in time, but have always stopped short of doing it because while it's nice while you're empowered to be able to pass your priorities more quickly, if you're ever in the minority, getting rid of the filibuster really eliminates any seat at the table that you may have. So take a listen to how Leader Thune expressed his opposition to this just a few weeks ago.
There's always pressure on the filibuster, sure. Yeah, I mean, there are folks out there who think that is the way we ought to do things around here, simple majority. But I can tell you that the filibuster through the years has been something that's been a bulwark against a lot of really bad things happening to the country.
So now the question is what Trump's demands are going to do to the beginnings of bipartisan negotiations that were starting to happen on Capitol Hill. It really throws a wrench into the beginnings of goodwill that was starting to develop between Senate Democrats and Republicans. But the Senate is not in session today, and the pressure to come to a deal to end this government shutdown is only mounting. The real pains of this shutdown are building. Federal workers continue to go without pay, and starting tomorrow, over 40 million Americans are going to lose their food assistance and start to go hungry. So the pressure is on, and the president getting involved with this demand doesn't seem like there's broad appetite among Senate Republicans, but shows that he understands that the pressure to act and create an end to this stalemate is only building. Pamela.
All right, Annie Grayer, thank you so much.
You mentioned the filibuster. This is fascinating because President Trump didn't
Okay, watching every anchor just do again.
just kind of tweet like two words. He put in
She's a very unfortunately shaped head.
entire long post up. This is just part of it.
It was the haircut.
It's
I
now
don't
time
know.
for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster.
They had to
and
cut her
get rid
laugh
of
because
it
she was just
now.
like.
This is something that the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, told me recently on this program. Most other Republicans, even Mike Johnson, who isn't in the Senate but has an opinion as Speaker of the House, just said this morning he thinks that's a bad idea.
And how rare is that you're hearing from both Republican congressional leaders that they are not on the same page as Trump? And perhaps they'll hold
It's
the line
definitely
on this
the
one.
haircut.
This does feel to be like the one red line that Senate Republicans have, even when they have sort of complied with Donald Trump and his increasingly norms-breaking sort of actions over and over again. The filibuster seemed like it was the one sacrosanct thing.
Because it'll help them now, but as soon as Democrats retake the Senate, it's going to be a nightmare for Republicans.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but their plan is to get rid of the filibuster and then vote to bring it back like the second they get what they want.
Look, we had sort of the mirror image of this debate when Senate Democrats controlled, right? That they were, the Democrats were constantly getting frustrated. They couldn't get things done. And there was a real movement, in fact, among the base of, is the filibuster almost a litmus test question? And you did have people like Kirsten Sinema, Joe Manchin say, wait a minute, so there's always just that threat looming of it could always be worse when the other guys are in charge.
It's an interesting test of John Thune, I think, in particular, as an institutionalist, someone who worked under Mitch McConnell, versus what his party is now, which is beholden to Donald Trump. And there will be a divide on this question. I mean, we'll see if they get rid of the filibuster. It's already been weakened over the years between the sort of Josh Hawley, Tuberville set And over here, the more establishment, Thune, Murkowski
You're
set.
going real inside politics.
Well, you know, you used to be Capitol Hill person. I'm trying
I love
to
it. No, I said I love it. I love it. Consider me impressed. Thank you.
President Trump is calling on
this
Republicans
guy?
to eliminate the filibuster to end the ongoing government
All right,
shutdown.
last one.
There's
we'll
been a
let it
long
go.
history on both sides for changing filibuster rules. How do you see this?
Be careful what you wish for. Be careful, Republicans, before you go stepping in that direction. You're not going to control the White House. You're not going to control the Senate and the House forever. And I like the idea. I like the idea that it's built in, that you've really got to get, as a practical matter, 60 votes, because by definition, it causes people to compromise and have to make deals. And to throw that away and go the way the House of Representatives.
It's almost like Trump can't make deals. Weird.
Believe me, when Democrats are in control of power, they'll be doing things without having to get the 60 votes that Republicans will regret. I think they will. I'll make it simple. Rue the day they do it. I'm not sure when, but at some point in the future. And I hope they don't.
Yeah, and we know framers of this country, they always wanted to protect constitutionally against the tyranny of the majority, right? And it goes back to that in our history. But it has been done before. We'll see what happens on this case. Michael Smerconish, thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, did you see that the two judges ruled against Trump and said that he needs to continue SNAP? But I don't think it ain't like here. You know what? Fuck it. Is anything going to happen from this?
Our breaking news, a second judge has ruled that the Trump administration must use emergency funds to at least partially cover SNAP benefits in November.
Partially.
Remember, 42 million Americans depend on these benefits for groceries to feed themselves and their families.
Yeah, so many people. And Renee Marsh is following this. Renee, what else are we learning? A very quickly moving story here.
Yeah, so these two judges, one in Boston and one in Rhode Island, making these decisions just really just
Rhode Island coming through? What the fuck?
Minutes apart. And so what we have here at this hour is that these two federal judges are aligned
Color me
in saying that
surprised.
the Trump administration is required to tap into this emergency fund that is sitting at the USDA that contains close to $6 billion. They must tap into that fund to keep SNAP benefits going. If you remember, the Trump administration said because of the shutdown, they had spoken to states and told them that payments would not be made on November 1st. That meant that some 42 million people who rely on this program starting tomorrow were not going to have funds on their cards to buy groceries for their families. But these two judges said that that was unlawful and that the Trump administration needed to release the funds for this program. In court today, the Trump administration's lawyers had argued that they weren't mandated to use this emergency fund, and they said that the shutdown was actually not an emergency situation in which they would move to use these funds. To that, the lawyers represent.
Okay.
So we are now getting more of a preview for just how much healthcare premiums are going up in the Obamacare marketplaces for next year. We can put this tear sheet up on the screen. The news is very grim. Obamacare prices become public, highlighting big increases.
Yeah,
so the Trump
my buddy
administration
actually just
has released
had
a
his
preview of the available plans sold through Obamacare marketplace.
His Obamacare plan was $85. It is now $215.
In 30 states, giving Americans who buy their own health insurance a first look at just how much prices would go up.
I'll be right back.
Insurers have increased rates significantly for next year, an average of about 30% for a typical plan in the 30 states where the federal government manages markets, and an average of 17% in states that run their own markets. That's according to a new analysis from Kaiser Family Foundation. Biggest impact for nearly all Americans covered by Obamacare plans will occur with the expiration of generous subsidies at the end of the year, unless Congress extends them. Prices on the government website, healthcare.gov, reflect that change using calculations based on a return to the lower subsidy levels offered before 2021. So you have, across the board hit in terms of prices going up. And Sagar, part of what they point to, and we can get into, because I think it's still very murky why prices are going up so much at this point. Certainly some of it has to do with the Ozempic-style weight loss drugs, which have become incredibly popular and also, by the way, incredibly impactful. The obesity rate is actually going down for like the first time in modern history. But you also have with this, they talk about how with the loss of the subsidies and prices going up, healthier people are going to drop out. That makes the cost higher for them. Sicker people
Grocery stores were insane today.
stay in the pool. And so they are pricing.
So do you think that everybody just like pulled up their like last bit of SNAP to go shopping today to make it last as, man, we're talking Depression era tactics. Holy fuck, man.
That expectation that healthier, younger people are going to drop out of the pool. And so everybody who remains is going to have to bear more.
I mean, it's rational. So ours are not yet public.
I didn't know that my grandma like had the money that she had. She lived in a very, very modest house. She was super budget conscious. And when I found out how much money she made, I legit went like, what the fuck? And then she explained, she is just like, I live my life like I don't have that money. I was like, that's smart.
They will be public, by the way, November 1st. I will personally post for all of you what it will cost for me because I'm very curious actually to see what the actual increase will be. But I mean, this is a rational calculus. Let's say it starts to get to the $30,000 a year range and you include a $14,000 deductible, which is what I currently have right now for the plan. That's 44 grand in the event of a bad thing happening to you.
Yeah.
Maybe roll the dice. Just pay it in cash. I mean, honestly. And by the way, with cash, can't you negotiate? I've heard that before, that if you have a cash bill at a hospital, you can call them up and be like, hey.
Yes, he's not wrong about that.
Hey, listen, I'll pay you 50 cents on the dollar. And they'll be like, oh, okay, you know, we'll take it. Something like that, which shows you how fake the price is the entire time.
You do have to like not just accept it. You do have to kind of like fight for that stuff. If you ever get I don't care what the medical bill's for. I don't care if it was for something completely routine, if it was for cancer, I don't care. Make sure you call and try to get that bill reduced.
40, 50,000 bucks. I mean,
it will, like 99.9% of the time it will happen.
Seems reasonable.
I'm gonna do that 0.1 or
to just say, I'm not sure, not so sure that we should just basically be self-insured. I mean, that's a horrible place to be. You're out if you're gonna be out the hole anyway for such an insane amount of money. You're basically buying like ultra disaster insurance at that point. And I don't think that the disaster insurance should cost $40,000 a year,
reasonable,
right? Or $45,000 potentially in the event of a really bad situation. That is an entirely rational choice I would not fault really anyone from making. And I think, you know, what we just can't get away from is this just shows you how bad Obamacare is. And it's one of those where with the whole subsidy conversation, it just seems missing for this entire it just seems missing from this entire discussion. Like the subsidies only existed because of COVID. I think they're better than nothing. Rationally, people looked at the subsidy and said, oh, that's not affordable, but it's like more affordable.
Yeah.
So they signed up and they actually had health insurance for the first time. What I do find very objectionable is not the GLP-1, but it does appear that many of the hospitals have been taking advantage of
yeah. You know that joke that I've been making about my $2,000 cup?
Of the newly amount of insured to increase
fucking crazy how much they charge my insurance.
Overall price for the services, and including for some of the drugs that have been negotiated, because remember, with the PBMs and the...
Does Crystal sit with this guy? Legitimately don't know.
Interlocutors between all of this are squeezing every dollar
I've asked
that they possibly can. So the overall price has actually gone up as more people have entered this market-based insurance subsidy system. And so the ultimate reality that you arrive at is healthy people may leave the pool. The remaining number of people in the pool are either going to be sicker or are going to be consuming more health care. That health care price is completely untethered from any market-based demand. And that's how you end up with 20% of your GDP spent on keeping people sick. It's an insane system. And it makes me so angry when I think about it. From housing and to this, I just don't know. Like if you are, we talked previously, $25,000 per year, family of 4. What are we doing here? That's usury at a certain point.
Where are my AI savings? You know, when's that gonna hit?
Yeah, if you're gonna deny people care, at least save me a fucking buck.
Yeah,
okay?
where
I'm like, I can't deal with this anymore.
Where are the health insurance layoffs and then the accompanying reduction in premiums from all the money that you're saving? Somehow that's not filtering down to the consumer level. And you know, they dig into who is gonna be most affected. So
I just, guys, I hope you never have to deal with like the stuff that comes with like the cancer insurance bullshit.
You have this group that makes, you know,
the fact that they play these games, and this is what's been happening with us. And I think I've been kind of open about it, but I can talk a little bit more about it, where they have played a game where they said not only are our premiums going to increase, but they're just like, well, with your current insurance situation, your employment situation, all these types of factors, they're like, well, just know that they're giving us like a range of how much more our plan is going to cost, or if they're even going to keep us on, like, which I did get an assurance that they can't just knock us off, like, especially with the cancer stuff. That was nice. At least our doctor was just like, no, that's not happening.
4 times the poverty level. They were the ones that were really the subsidies were expanded towards. So they're making $65,000.
Wait, you mean the thing that they use it to argue against universal health care is happening under profit-driven health care?
That's all going to to go away. So their premiums are the ones that are really going to skyrocket.
Sometimes I hate that we're just like, oh my God, will you guys just get on board with this already? Fucking Christ.
Rocket the most from like a few $100s to multi-thousands of dollars. But people who are at the poverty line or near the poverty line, they are also going to see their costs go up significantly. Now, it's, you know, still an affordable amount if you make a reasonable income, but if you're at the poverty level, any sort of an increase is potentially dire for you. Potentially means the difference between you being able to have health insurance and not being able to have health insurance. The other thing that they're pointing to here, Sagar, is they're saying that this weekend, November 1st, is a kind of a key deadline. Because if you don't have some sort of a deal figured out in the shutdown, then they're going to price in the expectation that the subsidies are not going to continue, that the healthy people are going to drop out, that these premiums are in fact going to become reality. So, you know, they're looking towards this weekend as really sort of like a key moment in order to, you know, determine what's going to happen for the year going forward. Now, I will say the expansion of the subsidies was during COVID, was very successful in terms of, you know, the uninsured rate is the lowest that it's ever been, I think. You know, there were huge numbers of people who got into the Obamacare marketplaces because of these subsidies that were offered. So it was very successful in that way. But it means now that if those subsidies go away, you're going to have millions and millions of people who are really impacted, not to mention, like I said, the follow-on effects of premiums going up.
Yeah, let's go to the next one because this highlights something that I'm very passionate about, which we did not even know, Crystal, until we became self-employed. So Marjorie Taylor Greene highlights this. This is for self-employed married parents in their 30s with 4 kids. They talk about Obamacare. She says Democrats did this to Obamacare 15 years ago. Johnson says Republicans have a mystery plan that is yet to be revealed to fix it. No one knows what it is. We're told to stay home in our district. She highlights this post from a guy, Mark Meredith. He says, these are the 9 options for health insurance in my zip code. Here are the 3 silver plans. The plans that he posts range from $3,655 per month to $3,810 per month. If you look at the deductible, it's $8,600, $12,000, and $3,000. The out-of-pocket maximum ranges from the low of $17,800 to $21,200. This is a Blue Cross Blue Shield plan for a family of 6 people. Now notice she mentions they're self-employed. I mean, one of the things that you and I discover, right, when you're self-employed is not only that nobody's gonna give you health insurance, but you also have to pay like the full freight of Medicare and Social Security tax. So think about what this means for entrepreneurship. Like if you are somebody who wants to be an entrepreneur and to start your own business, which is allegedly the American dream, you actually are a lot worse off statistically in a lot of ways by taking this gamble, because $3,600 per year, how much is that annualized? I can't even do the math in my head. That's what, like $40K a year or something like that? Okay, so that's like $40,000 a year in after-tax income. Yes, it's tax deductible, you know, off of the top, that you have to be able to bring home to make this nut before you make your mortgage or any of your other bills, not to mention profitability and paying for your employers or employees. So if you're self-employed, what is that, or if you were thinking about being self-employed and you're looking at this, what does that tell you? Healthcare attached to my job is worth a shitload of money to me. I may be better off staying at this W-2 that makes me miserable because at least I don't have to carry the burden of the payroll tax and of the overall healthcare. That's really, I think, so bad, because it means it will just incentivize more concentration. Of course, Amazon and those other people, they have great healthcare because they can negotiate with the insurance company. They can provide preferential rates. So can any other large Fortune 500 company. Part of the reason why in American mythology we're always like, oh, you know, go work at a big company is because of the benefits, right? But the benefits are a chain. It's slavery, basically, saying that you can't leave. And that's what I think we really need to highlight, because the lack of support, at the very least, it should be easier to start a new business. With the concentration of banks, health insurance, payroll tax, a lot of the other tax problems that exists for people who are small business owners, which we have discovered every single one of those in running this. It is not simple. It is not easy. And it can very easily drive you to a place of madness.
Yeah, it definitely takes out some of the dynamism from the economy, both in terms of, you know, people not being able to switch jobs because they're so terrified about their benefits, not wanting to go out on their own because they have to have health insurance. There is absolutely no doubt about it. I appreciate Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, sounding the alarm on these things. I will say the solutions she's offered are the typical, like, price transparency, which is like, sure. That is not going to solve the problem.
I think we need price controls.
It has to be a much more radical solution. And listen, the left has been right about Obamacare from day one. Does it have some improvements over the prior system when you could just like get kicked off for any old reason and pre-existing conditions and all this nonsense? Yes. But even if it had a public option, that would have at least provided some competition in the marketplace. But what you really need is to go back to square one. And I understand how difficult that would be given how entrenched all of these interests are in our system, how much is built up around it, you know, how much I've seen people make the point of basically like, you know, countries, yes, we're the only developed country that doesn't have universal health care, but other countries developed this when things were simpler. And, you know, so it's going to be more difficult for us to do it. I'm sure that there is something to that. But how is this simple? Like, this is not sustainable either. So we're going to have to figure something out. And it's going to have to be something a lot more radical than like, we need price transparency, which is the only thing Republicans can really ever figure out
The United
how to
States
say.
spends 70% more of its GDP on healthcare than any other high-income country in the world without corresponding improvements in life expectancy or outcomes.
Spend more, get less, worse outcomes, and the literal incentive in the system is for you to be chronically ill.
Oh yeah, that's how they make money.
That is the incentive, because that's how you make money. So if you have a healthcare system that is driven around making money, you are going to have a lot of sick people, and lo and behold, we have a lot of sick people.
I talked about with dialysis. I mean, I know
like one hell of a cheese bowl,
like a broken record on dialysis, but does anybody appreciate how crazy it is that 1% of the entire U.S. federal budget is dialysis? 1%, hundreds of billions of dollars a year spent on dialysis, with nobody is thinking or doing anything about that. By the way, do you know how fucked up you have to be on dialysis in the first place? That means like 50 things have gone wrong, from obesity to, so preventative care. You're in end-stage renal disease at that point. That is how bad things, and that's how much money we have to spend. How much cheaper would it be to make sure, hey, let's just make sure people aren't fat in the first place? Over 40% of people on dialysis are morbidly obese. The vast majority are extremely unhealthy in many other areas. Many have not had any health care in the previous number of years. It would be so much cheaper just to make sure, hey, never go on dialysis in the first place. And instead, these dialysis clinics, I forget the name exactly of it, these are multi-billionaires who are running this place. You know how sick that is? Statins, you know, and all the other drugs that people have to take for the rest of their lives after they already have blood pressure or heart problems. Yeah, who's paying for that, right? It's just better not to have that problem in the first place. Diabetes, insulin. We know yes, insulin prices are bad. You know what's better? Not needing insulin in the first place. How do you do that? Don't get fat. Have some preventative pre-diabetic work. Something like 70% of the U.S. population is on the road to pre-diabetes.
GLP-1 may help with that.
Yeah, that's interesting though, but this also highlights the cost issue. B5, please, on the screen. So for the first time, actually ever, this is about the U.S. obesity rate. It peaked at 40% in 2022. It's now at 37. Now, how did it get to 37? Well, a number of people are using these GLP-1 drugs, is now at some 12% of the overall U.S. population.
I think it's the beef tallow fry.
Yeah, it's Steak and Shake. Actually, it's Steak and Shake. However, you can still see it only dropped by 2%.
Okay, but we're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, did you notice how it went from 33 before the pandemic to 39 after the pandemic, and now it dropped by 2? So what does that mean? It's like, yeah, it's nice, we dropped by 2. We're still not even on track to get down to 33. And a lot of these GLP-1 drugs are being paid for out of pocket by people who have obviously a modest amount of income. I mean, from what I've seen from the ads, it's, what is it, like a couple $100 a month? I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's not going to break the bank. Like, it's not like plastic surgery or something.
Not like health insurance premium kind of money.
Don't get poor, fat guy. And, you know, if anything, it probably could save you for it. So insurance is not covering it. It is covering it in some instances, but they're paying absolutely insane amounts of money for that coverage. And it's still not shit showing up from where we are. And I think it makes sense because the obesity rate was something like 40%. And now it's only dropped to 37. It used to be at 33, something like 6-7 years ago. We can get back to that maybe.
Sugar and salt right now.
At this, I used to be against GLP-1. I still think I am for children, for anybody under like 25 years old, just because I think messing with the guts of children and all that is still very scary, and we don't know the long-term implications of that. But I do think it is clear, like for obesity, it just needs to be
Sagar's a real asshat
to make sure that this is
pretty consistently too,
as soon as humanly possible, because it will bankrupt us, it will bankrupt you beyond the money, which whatever that's replaceable is. It will destroy your health, and there's just not, again, for all the talk of MAGA and all of that, etc. This is the structural stuff that actually keeps people deeply, deeply unhealthy.
Yeah,
it's really bad.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. A golf YouTuber, actually, a young guy in his 30s, 35, something like that. That Kyle watched.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Beef, the guy from Barstool. Yeah.
Big guy and just died. And so
yeah, I don't know what that was about, but they didn't release the cause of death. But they did say it was an unexpected medical issue, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, it's look, the health consequences.
You look like Ralphie May. You kidding me? And you're surprised?
Morbidly obese limits what you're able to do in the world. It is absolutely an emergency. So I'm glad to see that at least there's some movement in the right direction, because it just felt hopeless for so long. But I was just looking, the cost out of pocket for the generic versions is like a few $100s a month. Insurers mostly only cover it when it's like directly linked to diabetes or something like that. So if it's like, a vanity project.
Yeah, do you understand how stupid that is? It's only once you're diabetic that they'll pay for it.
Right.
Wouldn't it be better to not get diabetic?
Yes.
See, this is the sickness in the system. It's like this for everything.
So close, Sagar.
I could go on forever, but it is something that's just, from the dialysis, from the amount of money that is spent every year.
But a lot of this just does come from him being a prick. What the fuck is this, Crystal? Her showing your true colors.
It's not like it's abstract money. It's taxpayer dollars in a lot of ways that funnels this entire system. The billionaires and the multimillionaires that it mints all throughout, all of this. For what end? And yeah, I get it. It's trite. We've been talking about it for 20 years. But it's literally an imminent crisis with this healthcare premium expiring. There are going to be vast numbers of people that are just going to be uninsured, period.
Yeah.
And like I said, if it comes to the $45,000 mark, I'm probably going to roll the dice. I probably just go uninsured.
And
why? You'd be stupid not to.
And life expectancy continues to go down. And like this, this ties into that story as well.
Right. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the
She's still... How long is the Norm Finkelstein thing? Holy shit. All right. Let me... Excuse me. For as long as he's been on the show, there's no way he's stay like this. He has to be willfully ignorant or playing a role at this point. I don't know. Playing the role seems pretty on the nose, I'd say. Addressing the allegations. What allegations? Luke Beasley. See, the truth. Addressing the allegations. Do I do the clickbaity thing, or do I ignore it because I think that it's probably just bullshit? Let's go to the live feed here. Actually, fuck it. All right, guys. I know, 2 TYT segments in one day, and this is TYT proper. I swear to God, this is only because they do have a good take on this Tucker Carlson thing. And if you don't know about the Tucker Carlson thing, they also do a good job of filling you in on this. So sorry, preemptively. I know.
No one is asking the American public whether they want another regime change war. No one is asking Trump voters whether they want another regime change war. Nobody cares. So it's going to happen no matter what people think. In fact, if it does happen, it will likely happen at a time when most Americans had no idea it was about to happen. In other words, it'll be a huge surprise to everyone if this happens.
Tucker Carlson believes that we are going to engage in a regime change war with Venezuela, whether we like it or not. What are your 2 cents, Cenk?
Yeah, I think this is part of the Great Awakening. So this isn't just about Israel or Epstein anymore. Now we're talking about, wait, we said anti-war. Why are we starting a giant war with Venezuela? I think Tucker's about to ask some really interesting questions.
Absolutely. So the Trump administration claims that they are bombing these fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela because they are actually drug traffickers. And we are now engaged in an entirely new militarized drug war. Which, by the way, even if that were true, it's a pretty disastrous way of responding to the overdose epidemic here in the United States, where close to 100,000 people are dying, mostly from fentanyl every year. Now, Tucker Carlson doesn't believe this is about drugs.
That's what I was
thinking.
thinking.
So he weighs in on what he thinks this is really about. Let's take a look.
It's about drugs. That's what we've been hearing now. It's about drugs. But how significant is Venezuela in the hemispheric drug trade? Like, if you're looking at the drug trade in the United States, how much of that comes from Venezuela? Well, we have a fentanyl crisis famously.
Good boy.
Does fentanyl come from Venezuela? No, it doesn't. Actually, it comes from Mexico. Huh. What about meth? Well, meth also comes from Mexico. What about cocaine? That would be Peru, Bolivia, and Colombia.
You know, I gotta say, he's very informed on this. And when it comes to foreign policy topics, he's more informed than I previously gave him credit for. Because he's totally right, by the way, in regard to which drugs are actually harming Americans, where the drugs are coming from, and how, in the grand scheme of things, Venezuela is not a major player in the drug trade. And so it's important to know that when you're hearing the narrative from the Trump administration in regard to the military buildup that we're now seeing off the coast of Venezuela. Now, he then hits at Senator Lindsey Graham, and I really enjoyed this for a number of different reasons. Let's watch the clip first, and then I'll tell you why.
Venezuela is now partnering with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is running out of money because Iran is weak.
That's not new.
Partnering with drug cartels in Venezuela. No, it should have stopped. Here's what's new. You got a commander-in-chief that's not going to put up with this crap. We're not going to sit on the sidelines and watch boats full of drugs come to our country. We're going to blow them up and kill the people that want to poison America. And we're now going to expand operations, I think, to the land.
We're not going to torture you by replaying that tape, but if you rewind it in your spare time to the point where he says, and I'm quoting, "We're going to kill people," you can see a little shiver of excitement go through his aging frame. We're going to kill people. We're going to kill people, and we're going to kill them, as Lindsey Graham just explained, because Hezbollah in Lebanon. Okay, what does that have to do with us? Have a lot of Americans been killed by Hezbollah in the United States with money from Venezuela? If so, when did that happen? Can you prove it?
That's a good question. And obviously he's implying here, why are we engaging in a potentially devastating war when Hezbollah isn't harming Americans? So why would we do this? And I think that's a important statement to make. And guys, even if you don't like what's happening in Venezuela, and that's totally fine. I don't like what's happening in Venezuela. It doesn't mean that I want to use our resources and risk the lives of our soldiers in engaging in a regime change war in Venezuela because I don't like the regime there.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So first of all, to that point, that's a lot of these points are actually super simple. What's different now than before is the right wing is also making those simple, correct, obvious points.
I know, but it's like the most white pilling thing that's happening in the country right now.
No, absolutely.
Is that blue I see?
Is that a white pill you see?
Yes, it is.
So look, again, I've been saying this the last couple of days and weeks. This is the Great Awakening. Because why are we invading these countries? No one ever asked before. right?
That's what
So
Tucker
we told you all the
Carlson?
time,
Wait a minute.
MSNBC, Fox,
Wait a
CNN
minute.
do the culture wars where they give the fake appearance that they disagree. But when it comes to economic issues, donor issues, including war, they all agree. They all magically agree. We got to go to war. We got to go to war. We have to go to war with Iran for Israel. We have to let Israel. We cannot question their funding. You must send them money for war. We must go to war with Venezuela. So when Tucker Carlson and others were on Fox News, let's be honest, they were not saying these things because Rupert Murdoch paid them a ton of money to do pro-war propaganda.
Yes.
Which, by the way, to Tucker's credit, he's partly apologized for, right?
Not partly. He has expressed remorse in going along with the neocons during the Bush era multiple times. And that's what made me open up to the idea of going on his podcast, because that means he has a level of self-awareness that honestly is not prevalent among media people in the United States.
Yeah, and so to your point, Anna, and Tucker's point, so China is got concentration camps for the Uyghurs. That's the ethnically Turkic group inside China that my family was named after, okay? That doesn't mean I think we should go to war with China.
That would be a bad idea.
I don't want World War III. North Korea is being absolutely vicious to its own citizens. It breaks my heart every day, but they have an enormous number of missiles, including maybe nukes, pointed at Japan, South Korea, and maybe even us. No, I don't think we should go to war with North Korea, even though they're bad guys, terrible guys. So this simplistic thinking is all we had in mainstream media. They claim to be the most educated, elite, smartest people in the country, and they get together on these cable news and talk like a bunch of morons in like the most simplistic ways. Saddam is a bad guy. He comes from the general area that Al-Qaeda came from.
Cenk,
right?
So look, usually I would push back because I think sometimes you're a little unfair to media, right? But I literally had an experience with this week. So on Abby Phillips's show, we talked about what's happening with the military buildup off the coast of Venezuela. And as you know, it's a debate panel show. So there were supporters of what's going on, including a former lieutenant governor, I forget her name, Betsy something. But anyway, we're all engaging in this conversation as if, no, the narrative that this is all about stopping the flow of drugs into the United States is true. Like we're just taking that at face value. And literally multiple times in the context of that segment, I'm like, this isn't about drugs, this is about regime change. Now look, I actually don't think that there's only one factor motivating what the US government is doing right now. And to be fair to Tucker Carlson, he also brought up in his monologue that there are very wealthy and influential Venezuelan exiles living in South Florida who are engaging in our system of political corruption. Remember, our Secretary of State, he's Cuban American, of course. He's from Florida. Who knows how many of those folks have donated money to him? So corruption plays a role in this as well. There are Venezuelans who want regime change in Venezuela, and they will fund our government to make that happen.
So a bunch of things about that. One, our former managing editor, Jonathan Larson, make sure you check him out on Substack. He's written about this. They're actually very wealthy and oftentimes criminal elements in Venezuela trying to get themselves and their money out. They're working with the people who are giving us the evidence about Venezuela's wrongdoing. So be super wary of that. Number two, did you notice the conversation stopper that Lindsey Graham was trying to say? He's like, well, they're working with Lebanon and Hezbollah, and so obviously we have to invade them. And no one ever asked before on the right, before Tucker and Candace started doing it, wait, why is that an end of the conversation? So Israel wants us to invade Venezuela, so we must invade Venezuela. Yeah. Why is it we must, and why is the conversation over when you say the magic word Hezbollah? Even if that were true, by the way, where did that information come from? The two guys who've been giving us fake intelligence that Jonathan Larson wrote about.
Hey, Lindsey, you got anything to say about the Al-Qaeda terrorist that the United States is now supporting because he's the new leader of Syria? Yeah. Any words on that?
And then Tucker did something very important. And Rand Paul, by the way, made a really great point. We're gonna come back to that in a sec about this too. But
okay, we got that. Wow, I forgot that it took this long.
Some of the people I talk to are just below the decision maker level. And it ultimately boiled down to it's time for us to be strong again. As though bombing hapless people in Venezuela or Colombia or Nicaragua or anywhere in Latin America is testimony to our greatness as a nation. And then, of course, the final straw is, well, we've got to destroy the drug problem where it originates. Well, I've got a big flash of the obvious. The drug problem originates here inside the United States. So, bombing these places isn't going to stop anything. It's not going to improve anything. It may turn out to rally all of Latin America against us. The evil Yankee who's intervening yet again inside Central and South America. We're blamed for almost everything that's wrong down there. All we're doing is saying, I guess you're right. Look what we're doing now. It's not going to change anything. But that means you've got to come home. This seems to be the thing that no one in Washington wants to do. Somebody said, Doug, what do you want to come home for?
That bit of insight was important to hear. It's important to know what the thinking in Washington is. But with that in mind, final video. This is Colonel McGregor talking about guerrilla groups and drug cartels and various threats to our soldiers should we decide to put boots on the ground in Venezuela.
Mrs. Machado, I don't know if she's married or not, so I call her Mrs. She may just be Miss Machado. She's the lady that just won the Nobel Peace Prize, and she's from Venezuela. And she said, if we're liberated by the U.S. Armed Forces and they remove Maduro, our first act will be to move the Venezuelan embassy to Jerusalem.
What does that have to do with? I'm completely confused. Like, what?
Well, you can't be that confused. I think she's hit on something very important. She's figured out where the power lies, and she's playing to the audience that makes the decisions. You're talking about this democracy business. We've always been a republic with limited democracy, but I think we can pretty much conclude that we're ruled now by a small group of extraordinarily wealthy people, billionaire oligarchs.
So, because of the political projects and political agenda of foreign countries, whether it be regime change in Venezuela, what's going down in Jerusalem, none of this impacts us as Americans, but we're going to potentially put our soldiers in harm's way, potentially get confronted by various guerrilla groups in Latin America.
Yes, US soldiers will die because Donald Trump has a grudge against Venezuela for reasons. Does anybody really know? They keep saying drugs, but does anybody really know? Like, what the fuck? What do they have on him? All right. Let's see what we got. I forgot what we have to do. Excuse me. Republican leaders reject Trump's demand to scrap Senate filibuster to end the shutdown. All right, so that is done and over.
Basically from tomorrow, I start in November, right? There's gonna be so many things just floating around.
So we got rainy ass Portland. Hey, we got some inflatables back.
Yeah, Kim, I know. Thank you.
Batman, Catwoman. That's actually not a bad Batman costume. Damn, they really go for it.
Thank you, Katie. Yeah, thank you. Also, you're gonna be down here next week. Awesome, Kim.
Go down there, take the oil.
Also, Bourbon is also expected to be down here next week, so that's gonna be 2 of you guys.
I just realized that I could totally use this font if I wanted to.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I know that because I know
With the 1 year coming up here,
those 2 days are really like.
I think I'm gonna start making a few changes, tweaking up the the stream. I'm not going to change too much because I do like my bare bones setup.
Pictures everywhere.
Hope you guys appreciate it too. Come on, where's our boy?
It's very hard to see out of this thing. Do you see her expression? I like your costume.
It's not a bad art. Oh, shit. Let's be careful there. All right. Oh. They're just walking around parties. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't expect there to be a lot of protesting tonight. Oh my God, though. Hold on. Look, there is a giant penguin and a giant polar bear. I do appreciate, man, those are big ass inflatables. Iraq, dang. I mean, they're using the same playbook as the Iraq shit. Weapons of mass destruction. I mean, dude, the fact that they've killed as many people as they have, like, we have a lot of people that are just like, yeah. You know? Crazy. Like, it's absolutely insane that there are so many people that just don't care. Really? Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that you could do that. So they're streaming weapons? Oh, that's cool. That movie's great. Yeah, what's going to be my Halloween movie? I don't know. Media. There we go. Yeah, this is the live look at Portland right now. Not a lot going on. I hope you guys had a decent Halloween, though, as far as like trick-or-treaters and, you know, if you guys are going to a party or anything, definitely be safe. I know that most of the parties are tomorrow. I got invited to one, but this quarantine thing, I'm taking it seriously because I don't want to get my wife sick. So I am just going to acknowledge that it's like, yeah, I want to go. Although it is Halloween, I could just show up with a mask on, but make it part of the costume. Just draw some fangs on one. There we go. All right, now we're doing roulette. We're going to see what we find. What we're going to find. What we're going to find. Have a discussion about something. What we're going to find. What we're going to find. Is this going to be... it's all exposed. Fine, I'll admit it all. Look at this shit. Look at this. This is what I was talking about. Like Adam Mockler's bullshit. This is what I have a problem with. This stupid fucking clickbaity bullshit. Chicago fights back against ICE.
Your neighborhood is being terrorized daily.
Kidnapping, tear gassed most recently.
Do any of you need help making your wives come?
Is he doing the same thing? Is he carrying the sign?
Ah! Antifa! Ah! I'm in Chicago at the No Kings protests, aka the release the Epstein files. We don't want a fucking dictator. Give us our Obamacare, reopen the government, swear in Adelita Grahava protests. We need kings, we need oligarchs, we need billionaires. Tell me why you're here.
I'm here because Trump is not a king. Too many things are going wrong.
We don't
he
want
was at the
a king.
Chicago No Kings protest?
Right.
No shit.
What?
Yes.
No kings. It should be yes king.
No.
No kings.
Wait, yes kings. What's wrong with kings?
Kings are not part of our democracy.
I don't understand why don't they want kings? We need kings.
No kings.
But like we want kings. We want to worship one God, and then we want Christian nationalism.
No, we don't.
No
We don't.
public education.
No.
There's a lot. Look at this library across the street. Let's get rid of that. That's just the library. It's so un-American.
No, we don't like kings, and we do like
How many of them aren't in on the joke? They just don't get it, so they're just like, this guy's an asshole.
Medicare, and Medicaid.
Saving these from Trump,
Yes.
which he's actively trying to cut.
Yes, he is.
No kings?
No kings, ever.
Wait, yes, king.
No.
Yes, king. What's wrong with kings? We want federal troops
See, she's legitimately confused, and I like that.
in every city, every town, and we want corporations to run free, and they want to cut our health care.
Are you American?
So I live in South Shore, which is the neighborhood where they just raided that apartment building from the helicopter.
Oh, that's the one where the helicopters
That's right.
came in to raid an entire apartment building. What are some of the things you're doing to protect your community?
Trying to organize neighbors, trying to look out for one another, trying to offer worship, lament, liturgy, also to mourn, to build hope, to be able to come together, to laugh, which is, I thank you so much for what you've done.
Seeing all this just gives me
What's
so
up,
much
the
hope.
Burger
Seeing this
King?
is so uplifting.
You know that you're not alone.
Yeah,
Well
I think
said.
that's the point. Isolate us, get us to be scared, and
Get us to hate each other.
Yeah, negativity feeds off negativity. Honestly, it's one of the most beautiful things I've seen in Chicago. 39 years.
You're a Chicago local, and your neighborhood is being terrorized daily.
Yes, we get regular updates that they're terrorizing our communities, and we're here to stand in solidarity.
We have to walk school children home. You know, we have groups that
Walter's
do
such
that.
a good troll. He really
you
is.
have to walk
No, he
school
is very
children
good at what he does.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So we have regular groups when schools get out to safely walk them home, because if there's any unaccompanied minors, they are targets for ICE to basically be held captive, but also the parents picking up their kids. What we do, and people should look this up, is we're calling them walking buses. People will group up and walk together in a group.
So if you're a Chicago local and you show up to your school,
you will see people out there. Yeah,
and they're walking children.
This guy behind them, yeah, I'm here at the anti-Kings protest. I have gone through this before. Listen, I'm a time traveler, but I have a very sharp bandana and I have a good bandana and sunglass combo. Yeah. How do you like my mustache?
To make
Who wants...
sure that they're not harassed by ICE.
That reminds me of Super True. Who wants a mustache, right? Ooh, I do.
That's how bad it is that you have to walk children to school.
It's scary, yeah, for real.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is fucked up.
Yeah.
I did not fucking know that.
Yeah.
Fuck everything.
Yeah.
God damn it.
So yeah, it's very important that we're here today. We have to show up because other people can't.
Well, they just picked up two people in front of a grade school in Evanston 2 days ago. I don't know details about it,
Yeah.
but
I'm talking to a lot of people. They're saying that they have to walk children to school.
yeah, I've seen a lot of people with whistles and lining up the streets right when the kids are getting in grade school. So.
Yeah. Tell me about how your community's been terrorized by ICE.
They've been kidnapping, tear gassed. Most recently on Tuesday, there were 45 officers with large armed guns, 4 helicopters for hours, held people hostage.
Wait, what? They held people, what's the hostage?
Well, they were trying to take people.
Yeah.
And citizens were getting involved, and it became a situation that escalated, and that's why they tear gassed citizens as well.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, it
It's the
sucks.
east side of Chicago. It happened
I
on
mean,
Tuesday. It only really made local news. But
I actually kind of find it.
it should be national. It happened about a block
Like,
away from a local
seeing this is giving me a lot of hope.
elementary school
Because I was already watching a lot of the No Kings protest coverage, but this one really.
in daylight right after
Like,
school.
I'm glad that Walter was out there doing this.
Drop off.
kind of showing just how,
joined.
The narrative that the right wing has been kind of trying to go with. Did you guys see that it was way more than 7 million people, by the way? Which that's what I thought.
It was a chase. ICE officers were chasing migrants down the street, and they rammed into their car to finally get them to stop, and that's when the community's members joined in.
A lot of people are just pointing to him going, that's Walter Masterson.
Did these people get taken in the end?
Yeah, there were some people that were taken, yes. And they are proud of it. They drove up and down the street very fast, waving to people like they have no shame in what they're doing. They're not even taking it seriously as a job.
The problem is when the communities fight back, then they get overwhelmed. They can't, when they operate in secrecy and in.
And that's why Tuesday's events got very out of hand for them. They weren't expecting the community to fight back, and that day they did.
Yeah. For us, as Mexican Americans, we're seeing our Hispanic community being affected a lot. That means when we go to a Mexican store, there's hardly any people there. It's shocking to see that. That shouldn't be a problem. We're actually from Northwest Indiana. We came over here because our voices, I think, count here more than in Indiana.
I went to IU Bloomington. Surrounding that area, there's a lot of sundown towns. So you can't be there if you're a person of color. It's it's scary, not being able to go to different places in Indiana after dark. If you're you're black, you're a brown person, I don't think that should exist now in the 21st century. That's just something that should never exist ever. We live in Northwest Indiana. There's a lot of people that are advocating for our communities over there, but I just don't think it's fair that we have to be scared for our parents to go out. I don't think we should be afraid that one day they won't come back home.
I don't want to endanger you guys, or is your citizenship or anything?
Oh yeah, we're citizens.
Okay, I don't want to put you in. I don't want to put you at risk. Okay, so your family, everyone, all of your entire family are citizens, and you're still terrified.
No, I mean my cousins, my sister, my siblings, we were born here, but my parents immigrated here from Mexico, my aunts. Some have papers, but some don't. So that's why we're here as a family to kind of advocate for, their freedom as well. They're not criminals.
The other thing I've been trying to explain to people is that people that are undocumented pay taxes through ITIN.
Oh yeah, my dad has paid taxes for almost 30 years, and he does not have papers, but he pays his taxes.
Okay, explain this to someone that doesn't understand. No, I say this to people and their
yes.
mind explodes.
Is
it through ITIN?
Yes. Yeah.
ITIN.
Mm-hmm.
And you're paying into a system and you don't get benefits back.
No, zero.
Thank you for explaining this.
It's frustrating because
Actually, one of my favorite Mexican places just closed.
They don't understand. They don't understand what, as a mixed status family, have to go through. Especially for our parents who've been paying for more than 20 years.
Not only are they not eligible for federal
Yeah, maybe not say that to the camera.
benefits,
Yeah,
they
it's kind of, I was
receive
like,
federal benefits. It's all of the above.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just the thought.
Yeah, it's directed everybody. If you drive straight, you'll be okay.
Get off the road, get off.
Yeah.
He's running back under the car. Stop it. Oh my God.
You can go straight though, you'll be okay.
Okay, go. Ah! Stop going underneath the cars. Literally.
You're good. Oh, it's under that one.
Oh no!
Stop it. Get the fuck out of the. Get out of the fucking. Get out of the street. Go. Stop being under the cars. Oh, stop. Get out from under the fucking cars. No, other way. Fuck. Go.
Fuck.
The other way. No, go. Go there.
Ooh, poor little baby. Go.
No. Fucking go. Get the fuck out of the street. Go here. No. Go here. Here. No. Away from the fucking road. Here, go back into the forest. Stay away from the road. Please, stay the fuck away from the road. Okay, you know what?
Go into their way.
Go back. Okay. I think, fuck Peter Thiel. That's I love this.
Yeah, for sure. Peter Thiel, he's definitely our next top opposition. Do your research into Palantir. He's trying to put spyware on every single U.S. citizen. He's currently doing it to D.C. as we speak.
Peter Thiel.
This guy definitely ripped the Benjamin before doing this.
And his oligarch.
Just going out on a limb here. I can literally smell my own.
They want us having a culture war.
And that smells like white widow.
So that we don't have a class war.
Absolutely, it's technocracy.
They literally want a monarchy.
Yes.
They are literal monarchists.
They literally are,
It's not even
monarchy,
subtle.
Fascism, it's not. It's all in our face.
Oh, he's definitely, he goes around telling people how Italian he is.
To fight against it.
Yeah.
That's
Can I
my
flip
message
the
to
sign people. over real quick?
Yeah, death to the IDF.
Yes, there you go.
Hind Rajab. They shot her 355 times, and they killed the medics that came to get her.
Yeah, and by the way, just you're not falling for this ceasefire.
No, absolutely not. It's a smoke screen.
Don't you just love how they were like, yeah, the ceasefire's back on after they, killed 100 people, but, it's back on. So that means technically, yeah, ceasefire.
There is no ceasefire. The Palestinians were not involved in the ceasefire conversations at all. It was Netanyahu's ceasefire, and they're still killing Palestinians.
Yeah.
They went to Broadview.
I'm at the ICE facility outside Chicago. People from the community are here. Everyone has a story about how their community is being brutalized by ICE. These are local people out here. They're just pissed.
In my street last Sunday, and they tear gas people on my street, so that's why I'm here to protest. County sheriffs are right in front protecting the facility and barricades, and you got ICE are behind them. They pulled a van in.
They've already abducted 6 people today during 3 different sessions before I got here.
Wait,
Allegedly
abducted here or from
Correct,
communities?
here.
Well, allegedly for standing in between the barricades instead of standing
Getting
behind
on
the
the street.
barricades. Yeah, you're not allowed to go onto the actual street proper.
doing? And my NCLU attorney's here because I was lit up on the 19th of September right outside of that facility.
I mean, I knew they were terrorizing communities. It's just a lot of people have been explaining to me how.
Yeah, they
and
literally
that's
tear gas. So it was a T intersection, right? And they had 3 or 4 different cars. It was explained to me later. And they literally came in and grabbed somebody, I guess, and were throwing him in a car. And then there was a whole bunch of community that came out, and they tear gassed them to be able to escape.
Yep.
So it's like literally like the cartoons, where you got the smoke bomb with the villain, and then they make their quick escape.
Doesn't have sex, DHS.
doesn't have sex.
Yeah.
Doesn't have sex.
Doesn't have sex.
I thought I should tell them about the Fifth Amendment.
That's so smart. I don't think any of them know that.
I was like, maybe this is all a big misunderstanding. We can clear it all up.
You're gonna sort it out.
Why does he look like a different version of Walter? Like he literally looked like he jumped out of like the Walter verse and was just like, hey Walter, I'm Walter. I'm just bigger Walter.
I love this.
Thank you. Thank you. It's to replicate Trump's body.
I wanted to ask the ICE agents some questions. Maybe
put an orange wig on or something.
like ask them if they need help making their wives come, what their body count would be. Maybe tell them about the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
Do any of you need help making your wives come? Who needs help making their wives come?
They don't have one.
Oh, okay. Hey guys, who's more afraid of you? Immigrants or your own children? The Fifth Amendment, it's due process for all
Nice.
persons. Not citizens, it says persons. Maybe this is all a big misunderstanding. You just need the Fifth Amendment explained to you. Maybe we could start with Supreme Court precedent, like Yickwo v. Hopkins from the 1800s, ensuring that all people on U.S. soil get due process. What's your body count?
I have a list.
I feel like I'm not asking the right questions. You know, like, do they need help making their wives come?
I saw you on Grindr. I swiped left. Saw your small.
I feel like you could get away with that one. I can't. It's because your wife left you doesn't mean you have to rip apart families. Raise your hand if you're 8 weeks behind on child support. So what's going on here?
There's one guy that's just like, how'd you know?
A lot of people are mad. Seems like there's too much ice, either whether it be outside of winter
wiggly.
coming, whether it be people wearing costumes and they look really scary. I'm not totally sure, but it seems everyone's angry. There's some people that like it and most people are mad.
Yeah. Or the person there that likes ice.
Yeah, that person there likes ice.
She likes ice. She wants tread on me, daddy.
Tread on me, daddy, for sure. I taught her that phrase and she ran with it for sure.
Yeah.
Blink twice if you need us to help you. You're good. Stay safe.
Who is this person?
I think he's just visiting people inside or bringing them meds or something.
Oh God.
Sometimes.
Jesus Christ. So people are so that guy's bringing someone.
So sometimes people will come with like meds to drop off or like documents or whatever, and they'll like have to go up, be like, oh, I have to go, and then they have to find someone, and then they escort them.
If they walk in, they don't know if they're walking out either.
I mean, yeah, probably. Everyone I've seen go in has come out, which is good, but
thankfully
I haven't been here
for now.
I haven't been here.
Jesus Christ.
The woman with the We Love Ice.
She said trans kids.
Oh wait, I love this. Yes.
Disagree, right?
We love ice. Yes, kings. Tread on me. We love ice. Tread on me. We need kings. Yes, king.
Okay.
Yes, look at that. Yes, king.
King.
Yes, king. There are 8 corporations that own everything, and Trump's gonna deregulate them. Yeah. We believe in states' rights. That's why
Is she gonna get this or not?
wants federal troops in every city, right?
Don't tread on me, right?
Yes. You know what
I mean,
it really
she is
means? It
standing
means
amongst these
tread
people,
on the other people.
thinking
I'm going
just
to read
like,
you
yep.
some Supreme Court precedents.
You should listen up.
Yickwo v. Hopkins held that the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment applies to all persons, including non-citizens within U.S. jurisdiction. That's from 1880s.
Can you?
I'm reading all the Supreme Court precedents that show that all persons are allowed due process.
Okay, I agree with that.
Oh, okay. So wait, that's okay. So the people, so non-citizens, undocumented,
Are getting
they
due process, correct?
no, they deserve a trial.
They're getting due process.
No, they're not. They're not
They
getting.
get due process.
What is due process?
They have their own system, okay? And
No.
due process is different.
Our system.
Oh, so she's certifiably stupid. Cool.
Process.
If you were on United States soil, you
Kind
are
of got that
entitled to due
vibe, but
process.
now
So you're
she
entitled
opened her
to
mouth
our
and
due
proved us
process,
right.
not El Salvador's due process. Well, that's what I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Due process is different for an illegal immigrant than it is for a U.S. citizen.
No, it is not.
Would you like to look that up? Because I suggest
Due process is because it says in the Fifth Amendment, all persons, not all citizens.
Great. Go ahead and look it up. Due process is different for an illegal migrant than it is for a U.S. citizen.
You
All right.
just did.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Regardless, right. I
There you
agree.
go.
And I agree with that.
Yeah, due
But it is
process.
still different. They get
Yeah, okay. Present evidence and testimony in their defense.
Okay.
In their defense. That means there's a trial.
I don't.
If they're presenting evidence in their defense, that means they are in a courtroom and then there's a trial. Right now we have ICE kidnapping people, showing up for their TPS.
They usually
hearing,
are pretty stupid.
For their immigration hearing. They don't care what the
Someone brought
judge
Costco
says.
pizza?
As soon as they come out, no matter if the judge said yay or nay, they extract them, they kidnap them. And so if the judge says you can stay here and ICE says if the judge says you can stay here and then they grab them as soon as the judge says you can stay here, that you're going against our judicial process. My point is, if they don't have it, I don't have it. If I don't have it,
right.
you don't.
Instead, would you be willing to beta test my Google Play app? All I need is for you to download it and try it for 2 weeks. Sure.
Don't have it. We don't have it. That's not.
I'll give it a shot.
Rulings get overturned.
I still want to play a game with you, man. Like, make no mistake. I just haven't had a lot of time, man.
That's different. That's different than.
Why is it different?
Because an ICE agent is not a judge. These people are. Prove it. They're. Wait, like what's his name? Kilmar. There's been multiple places where they have
Although
taken.
I will have more time this weekend because I kind of brought it up. I have to isolate and It's not because of COVID or anything. Again, chemo isolation. So
People sent them to El Salvadorian black sites.
yeah, just send me whatever codes or anything to my private Discord.
Is that they send him to where the one place he was not supposed to be sent back to, and we rectified.
And then they took him again. They just took him again.
I know.
No, but then is he back? They took him again. They grabbed him in the middle of the night after returning him to his family. They've taken him repeatedly. So these people, if they are not getting a trial.
Abrigo Garcia is that they sent him to the one place he was not supposed to be sent. That's it.
And then they brought him back and took him again without a trial. He's in another. He's not even in
multiple trials.
He's not. No, he's not having a trial. He's supposed to have a trial. When they went and kidnapped him this past time, there was no trial. He's awaiting trial in another country. He is awaiting trial in another country. That's not due process. If a judge says you can stay and ICE is waiting for them right outside to contradict the judge's ruling.
There's a reason ICE is picking them up. For whatever reason that might be.
No, that's the problem is.
No, that you literally don't get it. They're picking them up illegally, and you're sitting here just like, yeah, I like this because it's not happening to me. And honestly, this is cleaning up a problem that I've always subconsciously thought that there was.
That's the problem is.
What would that problem be there, Whitey? Why do they always look like this? These haggard Karens.
If that can occur, then you don't have rights.
No, absolutely I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
If they can just grab you and say there's a reason and you just have to trust us, you don't have rights.
It's not about trusting a specific person. There's a specific reason.
Yes, a reason that they've yet to prove in court.
Right. So if I get arrested for a robbery I did not commit, please pick me up.
If you get arrested for the robbery you did not commit after a judge said you didn't commit the robbery and sends you out, if they're getting taken out, they're getting snatched up outside the court where they are showing up for their legal hearing, and the what?
Right. So they're going to have a reason.
What is the Yeah, but they don't. They don't have a reason for it because
they've either whether it's a crime.
That's a mobile game, right? Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do it.
We can agree on that. Right? There's
Every
no blanket statement.
There might. I will concede that there are some situations where someone's just an awful person. 1 out of 1,000 people, but that person's still entitled to a trial.
No.
And they should. But they're not getting this. We don't even know where they are. Police are not supposed to override a judge.
So if I get proven not guilty for that robbery, right? And I'm at the courthouse because they just proved me not guilty for that robbery.
Yeah.
Someone come get their wife, please.
For domestic violence.
But they're not picking them up. They're not picking them up. The whole issue is immigration. They're going for an immigration hearing, and ICE is picking them up for immigration, regardless of what the judge said. So state your name.
Hi, I'm Julie.
Okay. And where are we right now?
So right now we are within Foundation Chicago, which is a martial arts gym here in Chicago, in the heart of Chicago, in the Pilsen neighborhood. And this is also the physical space, but where we utilize for our nonprofit called Pilsen Defense and Access.
What is Pilsen Defense and Access? What do they do?
All about, yeah, so we're a 501c3 nonprofit. A lot of things. It originally began to support the gym and to have for our children's programs. We have kids programs where we train them in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and martial arts. So it was first begun to sort of augment and financially offset that so that families could come and have their kids trained for free or for sliding scale. And then it's kind of grown into meeting demands or needs in the community. So we do community patrols where we're walking around the neighborhood and we communicate with each other, and we work with the local schools in the CPS, the Chicago Public School District, where we'll just drive around at drop-off and pick-up times. We coordinate with the security folks that already work there too, and just say, hey, we're people in the community, just making sure everybody's getting to school safe. So that's one big part of it. The other is food security. So we do grocery distribution. So we work with local nonprofits and other food distribution places to get food and deliver that, either have it here where people come pick it up, or deliver it to people in the community, folks that don't necessarily feel safe or comfortable going out to go to the grocery store and feel exposed that way.
One of the things I just learned is that Black and brown children do not feel safe walking to school alone because of ICE.
Yeah. And we're working within our community, one, to just kind of show up as their aunties and uncles and people to kind of be looking over shoulders and working within the schools themselves to create our patrols, to do like walking school buses. It's the kids, and they're also worried that their parents are going to be assaulted or abducted when they're being picked up and dropped off from school. There was an incident several weeks ago where the adults in the family in a vehicle were abducted by ICE and left the children in the vehicle on the side of the road and didn't do anything to protect them. So these are violation of child endangerment laws that are happening. These are situations where we as the adults in the situation need to show up for kids. And I think everybody can get behind that, no matter what political affiliation you have, is to keeping kids safe. It's not that hard. And when there's measures in place that actively aren't doing that, then we're going to show up, and we're going to do that at every level, either on a local level, but within the actual political system and law as well. But yeah, I mean, like, even thinking about like Halloween coming up, we're also like making plans of like, are kids going to feel safe going trick-or-treating? They should. And if they're not, then we'll go bring candy to their house. Street vendors, I feel like, are very vulnerable people. And so a lot of those folks are just out on the streets and very exposed. We and many other really, really great organizations within Chicago have been getting funds together to buy out street vendors so that they don't have to feel like they have to stay out on the streets all day long, so we can get
it's been happening like frequently, like tamale carts.
Those folks can go home and have a nice day and not feel exposed and vulnerable, and we get some great food. Mm-hmm.
During the No Kings rally, a lot of people from your community stayed back to patrol the neighborhoods because you thought that would be a perfect time for ICE to come through.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to predict when kidnappings and these raids and stuff are going to happen. We don't know. We don't have any insider information. What we know is what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and how we communicate with each other on the street. So, we were like, all right, well, strategically, let's make sure that when there's a big happening downtown, that we're not all going over there and neglecting to maintain security within our community. All it means is just like having a nice stroll and a walk with some people on the street and going around and checking on the areas that we know have been targeted before, making sure all the street vendors that are there are getting offered to be bought out, looking for areas in which we may suspect that ICE or are staging, that kind of stuff, just to be present and to be seen in the community. But we blend in with everybody else. We're just neighbors, and if you live here and you know people, then you walk around and say hi to everybody. It's kind of just, sometimes it's not.
So it's essentially the guardian angels.
That's here.
The difference is it's for the community.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I'm from New York. We have Neighborhood Watch that's sort of at the community. Like we have Curtis Lee was Guardian Angels.
Yeah.
He's the Republican nominee for mayor, and like his community watch is at the
Did you know?
community. They've made it
Wait, I gotta get my Curtis Lee
to the police, and that they are there to
Chris
back up
Cuomo is a scumbag.
Whereas
that's about as good as you're getting.
Community, you are there to fully support the community.
I'm Donnie.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't see a lot of utility involving police.
If the police are brought into the community, it's a decision. How can people support and/or join the organization?
Well, we have volunteer sign-up forms just on our website, Pilsen Defense and Access. Sorry, I have to look it up. Wait 1 second. It's either pilsendefenseaccess.com or Pilsen Defense. Yeah.
Link will go here.
Yeah. Link to our website, or follow us on social media. We're on Instagram and TikTok. And you can DM, if you DM us, you're probably just going to get our executive director and you can talk to them directly, which is cool. It's a real human being. It's the people in charge. That's how I got involved. You could also come train at the gym if you live around here in Chicago. We'd love to have you. But also, like, for just general, like, if you ask, like, the city of Chicago and leadership, like, who should people be reaching out to when they're in a crisis or they want to help, there's the ICER hotline. Chicago's response to help provide legal aid, to help provide mutual aid to folks that are, like if someone is abducted.
Badass. This was a great interview.
Like that. But in particular, like, we need money,
an idea
we
where
need
this
people,
gym
we
is,
need
too.
folks at every level to help us to create security within our community, and that means so many things, and it does not, what it certainly doesn't mean is violence.
Do you want to
do a couple rounds?
Should we spar? Yeah, hit me a few times. Let's do that.
I don't know if we're like outing you now that you train. Is that bad?
Or is it? No, it's fine if people know that I train.
Do you want to do a couple rounds?
Yes.
1, 1, 2, 3. Good, good. 1, 2, 3. Good. Down here. Nice. Nice. Teep. Give me a teep. You can get it. I'll take the condition. Good.
Yeah.
Good. 1, 2, 3. Good. 1, 2, 3. Low kick. Good.
Not bad for him.
Good. Teep.
Okay, I forgot the time march. Time march. Time march. Get a little time march.
Nice. Yeah, like when I talk about like spazzy white belts, that's me.
All right, that was badass. Let's chill for a little bit. Oh, man. Again, happy Halloween, everybody. For those that didn't know, that it is indeed Halloween. I need a recommendation for a good Halloween movie. Kind of gone through my regulars. So, you guys got anything? Oh, wait, there's a new Welcome to Derry. I'll watch that before I go to bed. There we go. My exciting life. Actually, that's the bit that I don't mind. Sometimes being boring afterwards is
okay, good.
nice.
But yeah,
Oh,
I've been
here we
trying
go,
to
here we
let
go.
them know everything that I know. I'm not just
Yeah.
All right, so the rain cleared up, and it looks like we got Tommy Boy.
yeah,
You're not even my
trying to
neighbor,
keep everybody
Which-
safe, man.
Exactly.
Everything that we can do.
That's what it's all about. It's just community.
Damn, I just got to
Ratatouille.
Do him and his wife ever go
Yeah,
anywhere?
Ratatouille. Oh, Audrey! What?
Paranorman's one of my favorites. Ooh, Paranorman.
Guys!
I've seen that one in a long time.
Audrey got here.
Audrey. Oh, shit. Hey, what up, Audrey? Hi.
So that's good. I buy myself candy in case one person brings their child to my door.
So that was you two running back and forth?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I ran down there to Tommy.
Yeah, so I saw you running. That's why. I didn't know it was you.
It is kind of cool that they're all like starting to get to know each other. All right. Let's see. You got anything else? Anything else we want to watch? Fun stuff? I'm going to find something. What other thing can I add some commentary to? What's my commentary going to be? Hassan's wearing a Superman costume. It's actually a pretty badass Superman costume. Jesus, dude. I don't have breaking news. This might be war.
More attention to. All indicators are pointing towards an illegal escalatory war being launched against the country of Venezuela over the next few weeks, potentially days, potentially 40.
Fuck you! Dude! Okay, every other one has just been saying that Trump is escalating. Look at this bullshit. Breaking! This might be war. Fuck you, dude. I'm taking that view back. I don't like doing that, but fuck. That's annoying. Let's see. Kyle goes off on the DNC. Don't really care. Sopranos, the next generation. Oh no. It's AI, but that actually looks kind of funny. I can only imagine. Watch the trailer for Halloween Tree. Halloween Tree. Not really gonna be able. I can't really watch trailers, believe it or not. movie trailers are, for some reason, locked the fuck down. Hey, swoop. We haven't actually watched any swoop content, have we? Trump administration.
Like what?
Oh, well, you know, in the 1960s, there was still Jim Crow stuff going on. And even with the civil rights movements, it took a while for things to change because people were so resistant against it.
This man had to be taught about Jim Crow and integration. This man on the campus to have conversation and had to be told by a white lady about the civil rights movement. That's who they sent. They never said, you know what I mean? That's why with the black man, because it's all
sometimes
always Herschel Walker and Winsome Sears.
Wait,
like this.
what? Wait. What?
Are you voting for the Great White Hope?
Who's that? Who Trump?
Yes. You know who the Great White Hope is.
I love Trump because he's done things that no one else could do.
Yeah.
He did.
Absolutely.
And you know what it is?
What's that?
He got Joe Biden elected.
See that?
No one else could have done that.
That's right.
Joe Biden couldn't do it.
And so are you
guess what?
voting for him?
Huh?
You going to vote for him?
For Trump?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
I thought you loved him because of what he's done.
It's a joke.
Right. So at 80...
All right. I was getting worried there. I was like, oh, not you, Tommy.
It's 6.
No,
You
not
don't
Tommy
recognize the
Chong.
strength of Donald Trump.
I recognize the devil.
The what?
The devil.
In Joe Biden or Trump?
No, Trump.
1 year ago,
this
banger went down on the Fallen State, Jesse Lee Peterson's YouTube channel, where he could not pick up on what Tommy Chong was saying. He would try this as well.
Do you think men should play in women's sports?
Men should play in women's sports.
Right.
Well, they do. Sometimes.
I know they do now.
Oh, the transgender.
Yeah, should they play in women's sports?
I don't see why not. Put
Right.
an asterisk.
And do you support abortion?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. And why? Why do you?
It's a medical procedure. It's like saying, do you want your tooth out or not? You know, because that's what an abortion is, an extraction.
Oh.
You know.
So
do you want your teeth? I believe in abortion for a tooth, and I believe it for a fetus. You know.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And so, would you ever agree with a woman if she wanted to abort your child? Would you say yes to that?
Absolutely.
Oh, you would?
I've said yes.
Really?
Yeah, a couple of times.
2 times?
Maybe more.
Really?
That I know of. I don't know.
Now, if
that I know of,
you're
I don't know.
unfamiliar
I fucking love Tommy.
with this dude's game,
I have a major announcement right now. As of today, the 1st of July, well, today is the 2nd, I think, yeah? 2nd. But the 1st of July is White History Month. White History Month.
Oh my God, this guy is Uncle Ruckus, and it's kind of
so the
this is fucking weird.
Whole month is White History Month from now on.
What, man?
Happy White History Month. As of July 1,
Charlie Kirk was an angel.
2018, we will be celebrating the entire month of July, White History Month. And the reason that I picked July, put it there, James. The reason I picked July is because white Christian males and female conservative.
Who listens to this shit? For real, who listens to this shit? His delivery is ass. He's a fucking certifiable dum-dum.
Men and women of God are very patriotic, and July just fit.
Is this somebody that people listen to feel smarter than?
With white people.
remember when that same man, Jesse Lee Peterson, announced this. Understand also who his audience is.
If I'm at your show,
here we go.
And you're making jokes about the Jews, right?
And myself, kind of, yeah.
Right,
But
and
it's
you're making
self-deprecation.
jokes about the Jews, and I'm cracking up. Should I be laughing or not?
Who listens to this? Man listening to this.
It's interesting. I've had that question. It's like, did people in like the Midwest watch Woody Allen movies? Because those movies got like wide distribution, right? But it's like, who the hell wants to see that crap? I get it. I'm like, that stuff makes so much sense to me, but it's like, it's so like, I can't imagine that it would appeal to other people.
Should I be laughing if you're making Jewish jokes?
Jewish, like what sense? Like Jewish people
at
or
one
what?
At one of your shows, and you're up making jokes, and they're really funny.
I'm mainly
let's say
making fun of myself.
And let's say that all the Jews are laughing, they're cracking up. And I'm sitting there and I'm wondering, should I laugh or not?
It's a similar
So should I
question,
laugh?
right?
Should I laugh?
But I guess I don't do Jewish jokes.
I thought you said
Laugh
you
at
did.
yourself, Jesse. We're all laughing at you.
I do Jewish, like self-deprecation, right? So making fun of yourself is like self-deprecation.
Because
I think
this
this guy
is
has
what
brain
he tries
damage.
to
Kinda
do
seems like it.
all the freaking time. Luckily,
What is a Jewish joke? Can you explain what that is?
I don't know. You're the comedian.
You keep saying Jewish jokes. I just don't understand what you mean.
But I thought you said that you made Jewish jokes.
I said that I do self-deprecation.
Okay, I got you now. I have you now.
Okay,
But
I'll give you an example.
Give me a quick answer because of time. If
No, I don't want to stop talking to
reminds
you.
me of,
we got another
what do you mean, you people?
Another hour, baby.
So let me ask, if you should
Dude, that movie is
make a Jewish joke,
hilarious.
and I'm in the audience with a bunch of Jews, should
Like,
I
okay.
laugh?
Okay, help me out for a
Should
second.
I laugh?
I'm not. Help me out for a second. Could you please tell me a Jewish joke so I can understand what you mean?
Jews love money.
Is that a joke? What are you talking about? That's a joke?
But should I laugh about that? If you made that joke, and I'm in
Should
the
you
audience,
laugh about Jews love money?
What?
Tell me a Jewish joke. Listen, you're a free speech conservative. I'm not sensitive. I'm a comedian.
Right.
I believe in the First Amendment. So just tell me. You have to know one.
I just told you one. You didn't say it was funny.
Jews love money is.
Oh, that was funny, Jesse. That part was hilarious. I just told you what. You just said it were funny.
It didn't have the structure of a joke. It didn't have a setup. It didn't have
Jews love money.
a punchline.
And they sit there going,
Jews have a big nose.
Jesse, you're funny. I believe
no, the guy, like, this guy's legit hilarious by accident.
in you. Okay? I'm encouraging you because I think that what's more
Listen to me. I got to move
worthwhile
on.
for
I
your
need you
time.
to answer this question for me.
comedian and podcaster Adam Friedland
this is
didn't
great.
take the bait either.
I'm glad we watched this.
our
This was a good
network,
one.
Sir, you all have a celebration coming up next month. Are you not the founder of White History Month, I think, which starts in July?
Yeah, we're going to be celebrating our 4th year of White History Month in July. And the reason that we
Rashad can't. He literally, it's like, man, what are you doing? What is this, a bit?
started
Look at him. He can't.
in July
Oh, Rashad rules, man.
is because if you notice, July just feels white.
Yeah.
You know, it's summertime,
Fuck
vacation time, relaxing time, reflecting time,
How is this guy a real person?
and appreciating the greatest country on this side of heaven.
Gotcha.
And so we are recognizing that and showing our appreciation for it.
I think it's important for people to know you're not
He got kicked off Dr. Richie's show. Oh, really?
a comedian.
Oh my God.
What you're saying, right? What you're saying this is actually you.
He actually booted him?
You do this.
I hope that we see that.
You did found. You're the founder of White History Month.
Yes.
You've also been
Can't get over that.
very critical of Juneteenth.
Yes.
You have called it a fake holiday, but you are. You want to make sure that everyone supports White History Month.
Absolutely.
I do want to have a policy discussion with you about the George Floyd Policing and Accountability Act. I'm going to attempt to have that policy discussion with you. Do you agree or disagree with the George Floyd Policing and Accountability Act?
I totally disagree because, as we all know, George Floyd was a black.
Did I see the interview he did with Adam Mockler? No. Dude, I knew this guy existed, but I didn't know in this capacity. Like, wow.
Floyd drug addict with a criminal record. And I just
okay. Let's first of all, let's clear something up, sir.
This is something. Again. Man, as a Boondocks fan, just watching like real life Uncle Ruckus, just like, you know who's great? The white man.
Really should be ashamed.
We should be thankful for everything they ever done for us.
Of yourself.
Jesus Christ.
You call yourself a Christian pastor. George Floyd is dead.
It's his fault.
Look,
he's
proof absolutely anyone can be a grifter. I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to be mean here, but does this guy have the mental capacity to know that he's grifting? I hear him and I mean, you say brain damage. I'm like, yes, but
because of
it can't be. It can't just all be brain damage. What
killed him?
No,
now,
he's dead because he was a drug addict.
My question to you, and that's adverse to the evidence, by the way, what you just said. My question to you was about policy. So let me ask you, what in the policy of the George Floyd Policing Act do you disagree with?
The whole idea. Which
part
was this recent
of the policy? Jesse,
blaming the cops and
now Rashad's pissed.
No responsibility
Jesse,
for the
I'm asking
blacks.
you,
Yep,
what part of the policy is written? You can find it at congress.gov. What part of the policy, sir, do you disagree with? This is a simple question.
I disagree with the whole idea of a policy.
You haven't read the policy. You haven't even read the damn policy. Come on,
I don't
Jesse.
need to read it. I don't need to read it.
You don't need to read it. What is it about Black Lives Matter that you disagree with fundamentally?
Black Lives Matter was founded by a bunch of fat, black, radical lesbians.
Okay.
And who
All
hate
right, have
God.
a good night. Get this clown off my show. I appreciate you.
Who
Thank you for
hate
being
God, who hate the nuclear family.
Get this clown off my show.
Listen, for those of you who wanted me to continue to engage that clown on this show, I'm sorry, I just couldn't do it. I'm only a human being. So please forgive me, okay?
Our very own Dr. Rashad Ritchie could only stomach so much of Peterson's shtick on his own show, Indisputable, which you all should go watch. Hey, I appreciate you watching.
He doesn't read. Man, that was something. Wow. As I said, I have seen that done as a bit. Uncle Ruckus is a classic character at this point, and to just see the guy literally personify it, that was too much. That was too much. Ugh. Let's see. Ooh, it started raining even more at the protest. Oh, poor Unicorn. Look, Unicorn got deflated by the rain. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Oh, boy, it's raining there. Oh, boy. 58 and rainy. Actually, that's not bad. Sucks that's, Halloween in Portland, though. Yeah, they just, got done with their whole, trick-or-treating thing and all that. Anyway. More roulette. Got a little bit more, a little bit longer to hang. Oh, yeah. indoctrination by some conservatives, maybe some head trauma. I think, yeah, there's definitely like a mix there. And I'm trying to be nice. Like, I'm trying to be fair here. Because, I mean, we have seen it with Fetterman, though. You know, he had that stroke and then conveniently started shifting more rightward. And when your own wife starts, like, calling you out and then, like, backing up these accounts, I don't know, man. I'm inclined to believe it. What time is it? Give me one sec, guys. Figuring this out. Where we're gonna go. What are we gonna do? We got one. Oh, right. I got that Stavros. Oh, that's right. I forgot I saved this.
It's like the way guys were having.
Perfect. Stavros being based for about 15 minutes. I am fucking down. What a perfect way to go into the weekend.
It's like the way guys were having Trump on their podcast. I just thought that sucked. Even if you like the guy, right? Which I don't, that sucks.
Yeah.
You're not smart enough to have, like, a real journalist should be interviewing him. You're doing it because it's clicks, right? Because it's like, and because some comedians have deluded themselves into thinking we're important. Once you think you're important, you're not. It's pull the handbrake. You're not funny anymore.
Yeah.
And Stavros Halkias just went on the Good One podcast, and he didn't hold back. He called out the comedians who allowed politics to infiltrate comedy, broke down the sad state of stand-up, and addressed the viral moment with Jordan Jensen, the one where he corrected her for using a slur and somehow became a villain in the eyes of people like Andrew Schultz.
Comedians having other comedians on their podcast and then forgetting how to riff.
Honestly, Schultz's outrage feels more personal than moral. He's still salty about getting called out by Stavros for buying Trump's snake oil. Stavros also talks about how the pursuit of clicks and followers has taken over comedy. Guys like Theo, Schultz, and Rogan traded punchlines for engagement, and the audience got duped along the way. He's not angry, like most of us, just disappointed that so many comedians handed over their platforms to grifters, all while thinking they were defending free speech. Midway through the podcast, the interviewer brings up Joe Rogan, because it wasn't long ago people thought Stavros might actually be the Joe Rogan for the left.
Speaking of Austin, this is the part of the interview where we talk about that. Sure. It's about a year since the idea of the Joe Rogan of the left was discussed about.
Yeah.
But I promise we're going to talk about it so good you'll never have to talk about it again, or you'll have to talk about it nonstop.
Yeah.
But what does it mean to you, or just mean that your name is a name that is thrown around?
What it means to me is that, man, we're fucked. If they're coming to me, if they're even sniffing around over here, it's like, really, we need some more culture, the culture, we need some more cultural figures on the left. Or what it really means is, like, journalism is broken down in a way in this country that's pathetic, you know what I mean? Because everything is for profit. And I also think part of it is because comedians have boosted some right voices, it's sort of like unimaginative thinking to be like, well, we need our own comedians to do it. I did go to school for, like, public policy, but when I was 20, I decided I'm going to stop learning and I'm going to learn how to talk about my little dick for a living. And you want a guy who did that, who left academia and spent 10 years fucked up, got on podcasts, and my skill set is, like, making fun of people and, like, making vulgar jokes and being quick at riffing. There are guys who stayed in academia. There are guys who kept reading.
It really is sad when you think about it. The comedy world used to be an escape, but now it's become the place where people look for news.
Yeah, dude.
Journalism fell off so hard that stand-up...
I will say that is kind of... It's disappointing.
Comics and podcasters became the new truth tellers, until even they got hijacked by the same forces they used to mock.
as I'm kind of ripping on my format. Good one, Pep.
He's not angry, like most of us. We're just disappointed that so many comedians were naive enough to hand their platforms over to people who are so obviously grifters. For Stavi, the real problem isn't just the political grifters, it's the money. Some of these podcasters saw the clicks, the dollar signs, and forgot what their job was supposed to be. They weren't thinking about the impact, just engagement. He doesn't name all of them, but it's pretty clear who he's talking about. Guys like Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, and Joe Rogan.
One thing that I don't appreciate, like I said about, I do think people are kind of self-aware too much and they think about their careers too much. And cynically, I think it would be really good for my career if I brushed up on a little fucking policy, right? Like if I got a couple statistics together and I like went on some news shows and I like debated people, because by the way, yeah, I wouldn't be nervous on fucking CNN. I don't give a fuck about CNN, right? I am more entertaining and funnier than these people. And if I and they're not that fucking smart, right? Like if I studied for a month, I could do this thing and I think it would be really good for my career.
He's not wrong.
But I despise that. I think like careerist climbing bullshit, like, I mean, it is like a capitalist thinking where it's like, you got to get as rich as possible. You got to get as famous as possible. You have to do the thing that would get people, that'll get you more followers, that'll get you write-ups. You have to do those things. And I don't like either, even though it's like the beliefs I actually have, it's like the way guys were having Trump on their podcast. I just thought that sucked. Even if you like the guy, right? Which I don't, that sucks.
Yeah.
You're not fucking smart enough to have, like a real journalist should be interviewing him. You're doing it because it's clicks, right? Because it's like, and because some comedians have deluded themselves into thinking we're important. Once you think you're important, you're not, pull the handbrake. You're not fucking funny anymore.
Yeah. Okay, hearing that in full context.
I just don't want to do anything because it's the right career move or it'll get me more famous.
But like right there, he doesn't even understand how smart of a take that was.
Anything like that. I just want to do stuff to be funny.
One of my favorite things Stavi says is when he calls out the comedians who platform Trump, telling them you're not smart enough to understand what's going on. And that pretty much nails it, because at the end of the day, they're not doing it out of curiosity or principle. They're doing it for clicks. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Rogan had Trump on just because Theo did it first. Once Theo opened the floodgates, it was only a matter of time before Flagrant followed, covering pretty much the entire male comedy audience the grifting politicians were after. Then Stavi brings up this idea that he should brush up on his policy and start doing news appearances. And that sounds like Dave Smith. He's one of the few comics who's more known for his debates than his actual stand-up. And Stavi's right. The game isn't about jokes anymore. It's about
He
clicks.
did a really, I have to say, in this specific debate, he did a really good job. Because that's one of the IDF lawyers.
Followers and outrage.
He
And that's
cooked her
paying better
ass.
than the punchlines ever did. However, it is weird that Stavi criticizes Rogan for Trump, but then he supports Mamdani in New York.
On the Caleb Heron episode, you talked about how you were shocked and just sort of disappointed that Rogan endorsed Trump, let alone have him on podcast.
I am actually kind of shocked that he endorsed.
Yeah, this isn't about being centrist and just getting politics out of comedy. See, now this is where apologia is wrong.
That actually was shocking to me too. Like I know him, I didn't think that was something he would do.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's more the thing of like get people in, no shit. It would be great to have an insanely
You got to run, but you have my personal
pop
dude,
culture
thank you
figure.
again, man. Five Alarm. I really appreciate all the support and all the help here. And yeah, man, take care.
That has your politics. Duh, that would be good to have.
But I gotta say, I lost some respect for Tim Dillon having JD Vance on.
JD Vance thing.
All right, now I think I need to do something for Thanksgiving.
Can you walk me through those feelings? And also, you endorsed Mamdani in the New York City election. Can you talk about how they're similar or different, just sort of how you felt about all of these things? How,
Sure. Well, I guess to me, what surprised me about a lot of, about Joe, whoever endorsed Joe in particular, because I do think we align on a lot. Like, that's the thing about it. I don't think he's like this far right guy. I mean, he was a Bernie guy. I think and I think it's not even that I was like disappointed in him. It was just like shocking because he is kind of an avatar for a regular dude. And to me, it was more like, whoa, what the fuck? How did this happen? How did the sort of like Democrats allow this kind of thing? Because listen, I would have understood, and this was my perspective on the election. I get being like, I fucking hate both these candidates, right? That was my position. That was like, and I got not liking Kamala Harris, but I did not in any way, shape, or form understand being a free speech guy
Yeah.
and then being like, Trump's my guy.
Back then, Trump's team really did a number on the Rogan sphere.
God, it's one of my favorite pictures to come out of the election.
They sold these guys a free
What a
speech
dork.
fantasy, and they bought every word of it. It
The
is ironic that
Academy
he supports
feels-
Mom Donnie while criticizing those who platform Trump. Most reasonable people have lost faith in all politics at that level. And it's even crazier when you remember Rogan used to be a Bernie guy. If the Democrats had actually backed Bernie in 2016, Trump probably never even makes it to the White House. But I digress. It's just funny in a sad way that the Rogan sphere got duped into backing a political movement, all because they thought their right to say slurs was under attack.
And it's worse than even I thought, obviously, like with these fucking ICE pieces of shit with like, you know, masked, no due process in America. And like, that's your freedom of speech guy. But it was like, he was suing journalists he didn't like. And it's like, I just thought it was a simplistic view of freedom of speech that's like, essentially, we should be able to say slurs. And like, they're not that worth it.
Yeah.
Take
You
them
know,
back.
yeah.
Take them back, bro. You don't need to say them. Like, I would like due process and no slurs. You know what I mean? Like, I would like due process and bleeping out a couple fucking words.
Stavy goes on to point out how after what this administration has done once they got into office, he's even more stunned that the Rogan sphere thought it was worth risking so much, all over the bleeping of a few slurs.
This is about as explicit as I'll get.
Yeah.
But I do think it's important to show, like, in an election where, look, if I could have helped out at all, and I don't think they needed me. He was fucking, the campaign is really well run.
Yeah.
But that's where I'll be like, hey, if I think I can make a difference in any way, even if it helps this much, I'll help candidates I believe in.
Or are we watching Apologia Comedy?
Or causes I believe in, or fundraise for
Apologia
things
Comedia.
I believe in, but, you know, I'm not going to have, like, you know, the
I don't know. I have the comedy commentary channels. He's probably my least favorite.
politics hour every week on my podcast.
These days, it feels like every week on Rogan's podcast is just a political hour. Even when he has comedians like Santino on, he can't help but go full boomer and discuss everything CNN is currently talking about. No wonder there are so many Rogan haters now. A lot of them were fans at one point, but once they realized he was a moron, they turned on him. The interviewer clearly did his homework, because the next question is something only true comedy fans would catch, asking Stavy how he feels about being the last line of defense among comedy bros.
I saw you on Blair Saki's show for her birthday she had.
Oh,
and
hell
she,
yeah.
And she said something to the effect of, like, what does it feel like to be the last line of defense in the world of bro podcasting? And you said, everyone has idiot friends, it's just that my idiot friends have millions of listeners.
Yeah.
Which is
wow, I didn't
different
realize the show was on the record, Jesse. I was speaking freely.
But that's wild. Like,
Yeah, no,
because
that's
we
pretty-
do have idiot friends, and
Yeah.
you decide, oh, does their idiotness harm the world? And you decide whatever. But like,
And by the way, I am also an idiot.
sure, yes. But
Me and my idiot friends have millions of listeners, and that's fucked up.
Yes.
We really should just be dumbass comics who have specials, but that's about it. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? We can't
Although the era of the comedy special is pretty much done.
just not solidify, but like you can't calcify and just
Josh Johnson has done like the best work with that, where it's like, no, just put out your stuff.
we're on opposite sides because we're not. I
Go
really
to a show, tape it, put it out there.
truly in my heart think it's not. It's
New era.
You're falling for it if you cut off your friends who don't share these same beliefs with you. What they want is to divide you and your friends, to destroy communities along these fake like culture war lines, which ultimately these are not. I don't think these are hateful people. I think, especially when you talk about entertainment industry, I think you get swept up in a lot of stuff, and you, especially depending on how into your career you are, you want to walk a specific line. And I think I do think it's important to just be friends with people that have completely different thought processes as you.
So Stavy is calling out a lot of comedians right now, whether he means to or not. Guys like Santino and Stavy are clearly distancing themselves from the Austin comedy scene, and that's driving people like Andrew Schultz absolutely nuts.
It's like, oh, all of a sudden I don't know how to riff.
Now your
And
premise is offensive to me.
Yeah, oh my God, you
premise
can't
is
use that
real.
word.
It's creating this divide that probably never would have existed if these comedians had just stuck to what they do best and stayed out of politics. And it feels like Stavy is a little worried about being left out. With his movie and everything else he's working on, he hasn't been invited back on Rogan, which is weird because Rogan loves promoting comics. You'd think Stavy would be on that list helping.
Sylvie, go for it.
Plug his projects, especially considering he just had Brian Callen on to promote one of the worst stand-up specials of all time.
You're going to be in Austin next month. You'll think you'll go on Rogan if he's free?
I don't think so. I haven't thought about it. It's also like in the middle of it's just like in the middle of a packed tour. And so,
But it's not one way or the other. It's not like on a principle reason. You're just like,
no, it's not. And in fact, I would, I don't even have to go on Rogan. I would talk to him about, like, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not saying anything that I'm scared to say to anyone. And and I don't think no one's been like, what the fuck, dude? And I hope they would still talk to me. I don't think anyone, because again, these are my friends, and the whole point of comedy is you should be allowed to be opinionated and hash things out. But yeah, it's not like I wouldn't go on the show. I just think that's also a big show, and it's like you kind of have to prepare for it a little bit. You have to get in the zone for it, and I'm just really, between Begonia, the tour, I haven't really had any time off. It's kind of like, I didn't plan on it. I'm also kind of done doing promo and shit like that. Like, this is fun. I like having this conversation, but it's like, I like to get it all in at once. Like I'm working hard this week, and then I want to kind of fuck off for a little bit. So
another reason Stavi has been blowing up is because when Jordan Jensen came on his podcast, she said a slur, and Stavi corrected her. It went viral and she got a lot of backlash. Andrew Schultz jumped on it, calling him hypocritical for correcting Jordan when other guests had used slurs on his show without comment.
You used to be on a podcast that was like known for riffing about the most up shit. Yup. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, I don't know how to do comedy. Oh, that's a bad word.
Stavi finally addressed it in the next clip, explaining he wasn't really trying to call anyone out publicly. He was thinking about Jordan, trying to help her promote her special, and figured that she shouldn't be telling that story at the top of the podcast.
The comedian Jordan Jensen was on your podcast.
Mm-hmm.
She said,
he really addressed all this shit, huh? Cool.
For transgender people in a very convoluted point.
He was like, I've tranny, right?
Okay,
which is crazy.
Yeah, he said that. You're quoting
He said
him.
that. He's like the Southern guy, which tranny to me is drag, in my opinion.
No.
Transvestite.
It's a slur for
Yeah, but it's not
trans person.
transgender.
Yes, it is.
If you transition fully, you're not really a tranny anymore.
Okay,
You know
stop
what I mean?
saying it.
Sorry. So then,
how, like, for you, how's it different than, there are times where people have said, like, the F slur on your show, and you haven't been like, don't say that, blah, blah. How is it different for you, or how is the situation specific for you?
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about that because I feel bad for Jordan.
Yes.
Because Jordan's a hilarious comedian. She's a good person. She's just, again, one of my friends, and we're all dumb, right? And we all say just kind of dumb shit sometimes. You get kind of like a pass on a slur, but you can't keep hitting the slur button. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My real thought process was like, dude, we just started the fucking episode.
Yeah, it's right at the top.
Like, can we talk about, even if she had brought it up like a half hour in, it's like, but I'm literally thinking, dog, you're promoting your special. Let's start with some fun. Let's start with some fun, observations about your niece or whatever. You know what I mean? And like, but I feel for Jordan because it was taken out of context, and I would never fucking do that to one of my friends. And I do think you should be able to. When I said Austin Transbrain, I wasn't saying we shouldn't be allowed to joke about this. It's just so hack, and no one has an interesting take.
Yeah.
The problem is, I don't think any of that right now rises to that occasion. I think it's become shorthand to show I'm one of the fucking cool guys. And like,
especially in Austin.
I just don't think that's interesting. I think it's like, don't do it. It's the same way it used to be. The conversation was like, should you be allowed to say the N-word as a white comic?
That's all I got.
People are acting like he was scolding. Oh, wait a minute. There was a Taylor Lorenz video, surprisingly, that I wanted to watch. Hold on. It's not that one. I put it in my queue. Give me a second here. Ah, fuck. We could finally see Citizens United destroyed. Yeah, no, that's a bit too long. If it was a shorter video, I'd go for it. Maybe next week. All right, let's check it out.
It just went away.
I fucking hate that shit.
It's not coming. I really like to sneeze too. It's one of my favorite things. Yeah. Like it's like a blessing.
It is. Blessing in disguise.
Yeah. My favorite is coming out of.
Nothing interesting there. Holy holy shit, Candace Owens did fucking A. Damn near 3 hours with Norm Finkelstein. Man. All right, well, I hope there's some good clips there. So this will be interesting. Well, yeah, I'm not going to, sorry. Didn't mean to tease something that I'm not going to watch, but I can't. That's a bit too much. Not how I want to end the stream. Bert Kreischer is killing 2 bears in 1 cave.
Don't you take a bath in the pool?
Yeah, I'm a pool shower guy.
Yeah. So that's
like I showered last night in the hot tub. Was my shower.
That's disgusting.
I got in the hot tub. I shower in the hot tub, and then I get out.
Does anybody else do this?
Why would you do that
on the team? Like, does anybody else go? We're going to shower in the pool today.
Your skin looks incredible.
Oh, thank you. I
and mine
appreciate it.
looks pretty red. I'm assuming. I've got acne on my cheeks for whatever reason.
Yeah, it's because you're not showering and you're not washing your face, dumbass.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
I should have gotten hair. I should have gotten makeup.
No, you shouldn't have gotten anything. You have no shoes on.
Yeah.
So you have no shoes on. No, listen, you shouldn't have gotten anything. You don't have a fucking dude Sebastian's doing this like it's a.
Why would we even?
It's an intervention.
I mean, the difference between you and I just feel like there's a lot of people in your world.
This is how I live. Like I have a fear of being alone.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm quite the opposite of you.
The downfall of 2 Bears, 1 Cave is worse than we initially thought. If you've been following my channels over the last few months,
not really.
I covered the guest bears, Starvey and
okay, no, I did follow this
Chrissy
one.
D, who covered for
dude. Stop, yeah, dude. They started making fun of how bad of shape Bert is in.
Tom and Bert over the summer for 6 episodes, while Tom was off shooting a movie and Bert was shooting a TV show. And those 6 episodes were the best the show has been for years. But when they came back, the drop-off was crazy. We all knew this was going to happen, though. Tom and Bert have been so lazy over the last couple of years. Bert even admitted recently that he just pushes out content for the sake of it and doesn't care if it's good or bad. Tom has almost completely checked out of podcasting and stand-up comedy now that he's rich enough to buy his way into Hollywood. However, things aren't as simple as that. Check out the numbers on the last 2 episodes of 2 Bears, 1 Cave with Bert as the host. Those are Fighter and the Kid numbers. I've never seen an episode of 2 Bears with views that low. That is absolutely...
I'm not going to say a word.
Insane. Tom is still managing...
Those are some decent numbers. Wait, what kind of numbers you... Oh, shut up.
To do a...
Oh, wait a minute. He has 224K on this? All right.
Okay on his own, but these Bert episodes are a real problem.
Like I
Not
said,
to mention the
shouldn't say
overall drop-off in views for YMH Studios in general. 2025 will go down as the year things really started to turn for podcasts. We're witnessing JRE and Flagrant's numbers continue to decline. Several podcasters are calling it quits or they're in the process of winding down, like The Fighter and the Kid, but the drop-off in views for Bert's content has been crazy. I didn't think it would happen this quickly, and there's going to reach a point very soon where Tom isn't going to be able to keep YMH Studios up and running with these numbers. They've got a bunch of staff in the background, plus the overheads for multiple studios. It's not going to be long until Tom...
Bunch of stuff in the background? What? You think that you're just renting all...
Tom's propping up the whole business.
Hey, we need to take this crystal thing, this bauble. You guys didn't make your payment.
With his own cash. And so Sebastian Maniscalco was on this week's episode to promote his...
What is with this bear?
Upcoming comedy special, and...
You guys really leaned into the bear joke.
Things got awkward.
Okay.
As soon
Why would you do that?
As they hit record.
Your new special is not coming out till November. It's so good.
Oh, thank
I had to stop it. I had to stop watching it. That's how good it is. Shot beautifully, shot gorgeous, really covered top to bottom at the United Center. How many did you shoot? And this is inside baseball stuff for comics, but how many did you shoot?
2. We did 2.
That's it. You're done. Do you need to do anything else?
I asked that to my, what are we doing? Oh, are we, how long is this going to go on? I'm sure you guys are all asking. You're like, what? How long do we have to come to this house?
How long does this go on?
For me, it's
uncomfortable.
It's like, what else do you have to do on top of the stand-up comedy? I mean, you're a guy who's dabbling in a lot of facets of entertainment. Is this because you absolutely love doing all this stuff, or is this the fact that just it's feeding the stand-up? What's the? Where are we going? I mean,
that's a great question.
Wow.
I think Segura.
He like just fucking psychology.
Done to his stand-up.
Bert just completely deflected that question and threw Tom under the bus. And even if you keep playing that clip, Bert never actually answers the question. He just rattles on about how it was never Tom's dream to be a comedian. He'd always wanted to be an actor, director in Hollywood. So I think it's common knowledge now that things are coming to an end. And all of these guys have been open about how podcasting boosted their stand-up comedy ticket sales. The whole comedy podcasting ecosystem has always been about monetizing publicity, which has been working for years. They've been able to promote their stand-up while raking in millions of dollars in ad revenue. But the downside is that
at what point is it not enough?
This has led
Jesus Christ
to overexposure.
These lives, dude, like it's all keeping up with the Jones bullshit.
And
once they get into the gated community, that like, no, you know, we choose to go amongst the people.
Now it's massively back.
But then they do this thing where they always it's like a severe imposter syndrome.
Firing on Bert. It's taken a while, but now that his fans are finally seeing him for who he truly is, they're choosing not to watch anymore. To make things even worse, because these episodes are all banked weeks and sometimes months in advance, Tom was more than likely absent from this recording because he was in Saudi Arabia at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. So when he gets back to the studio, the hate is going to be even worse than it is now. And having Sebastian Maniscalco on the show really amplified just how bad things have gotten.
You're a sensitive guy. You cry, you cry like you have no problems crying on
late cheers,
iPhone, this and that. My cry, secret. I don't like show the crying. Yeah,
real.
You show everything though. I mean, yeah. I'm a little bit more like I cry, but you're not going to see it. You know. I've often seen your show and go, this guy does it barefoot, and that's unique.
How do you wrap your head around going from the guy that sells the most at Madison Square Garden ever to the person that sells out the most in every single borough ever? Do you sit in the green room and just, is there a part of a 13-year-old Sebastian that's like, holy fucking shit, or is it just like, eh?
Yeah, it's a second. But listen,
it's the second one.
This was not.
Wow. That was, refreshingly honest.
Hard for me to do this anyway. As far as, I didn't have on my vision board sell out, It's not what I had in mind. So yes, when it does happen, it's nice. But it's not like, I'm not like an overly excitable.
I actually like Sebastian's take on this
guy.
Yeah,
I think I celebrate a little bit more in private than I would do around people. I feel like, the difference between you and I just feel like there's a lot of people in your world, right? Like when I walked in here, I was like, should I have another home to house my business? And then
arguably, your business is way bigger than mine. The answer is yes. This is how I live. Like I have a fear of being alone.
Yeah. So I'm quite the opposite of you. We're two different guys in the sense that you really,
Bernie looking good, man.
Love a lot of energy around you, which is great.
So for those of you who don't know what's going on here, YMH Studios is located in Austin, Texas, where Tom and Christina live.
I'm finally done in the kitchen. Damn, I'm tired now.
Bert's still based out of LA.
I bet you got some kick-ass baked pumpkin seeds, though.
And when it's a Bert-only episode, then he shoots it from his own studio rather than having to fly down to Austin just to record a podcast, because we all know how much Bert loves flying. Anyway, so Bert's got his Bertcast studio, Something's Burning, building and a second 2 Bear studio in some random house, along with all his staff who manage his tours and festivals. That's why Sebastian was like, what the fuck is going on here? Why are there so many people here just for Bert? And it's no secret that Bert has full-time staff dedicated to promoting and selling his tour, which he does with a bunch of other comedians every year. However, now that things are slowing down for comedy podcasts and stand-up comedy in general, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with all of Bert's shows and his tour. Because if Tom throws in the towel and says, fuck this, I'm sick of doing stand-up and I'm sick of turning up every week to entertain a bunch of pawns on these podcasts, I'm rich now, so I'm just going to go and do whatever I want without having to worry about keeping this shit going. Well, what happens to Bert? We're seeing how he can't sustain his own content without Tom, and all of a sudden, it's turning into the next fighter in the kid. And I said this in a video over on my main channel.
It's kind of funny to watch these guys who are like big like comedy stands and who really, you can tell they kind of banked a lot on the like this content. They're getting upset.
Just the other day, Brendan...
Yeah, it's coming to the end. This is what happens. I had to do the same thing with Opie and Anthony. I'm sure that I'll have to do the same thing with Howard Stern.
Schaub is the end game for all of these guys. That's where they're going to end up. We're already seeing...
All right, now that was a bird and a hilarious
Rogan
one.
Getting bitter and angry at all the hate he's been getting. Andrew Schultz is hitting back at his own fans and gaslighting them about the Riyadh Comedy Festival. And now Bert's about to reach a point where he's going to have to start laying off staff and downsize his operation because his views are tanking. We're witnessing the death of the top 250 comedy assassins in real time.
There's only a handful of us in the world, meaning like probably 20,000 comedians that know the feeling.
Wait a minute, you think there's 20,000 comedians? What are we grouping comedians now?
Buddy.
As far as, is the guy doing videos in his living room making people laugh
Hey,
on the internet?
Excuse me. It's my basement.
Is that now a comedian?
According to my kids, yeah. I would say it's however many I follow online. On Instagram, probably not as many. I'd say maybe 200 comedians then that are working comedians, paying the bills comedians.
Okay.
200 to 400, I would say, just roughly. And out of that 400, fucking half of them are hacks.
Well, then that's another story that we have to get into as far as like, are these people even funny?
Yeah, or do they know?
Let's sit with that one for a second.
Know what it's like to write material, or are they struggling to keep it going on stage?
Oh, geez, 2 loaves of pumpkin bread. Oh, and 2 batches of pumpkin cinnamon rolls. Man,
the thing I'm attracted to, the joy of a bit is like when you say
I had some awesome pizza and I'm still like, oh, twice baked potatoes. Oh,
and then as you say it, you've left it, but your brain goes, you know what I should have said with that is this. And then that next time you go on stage, you got another 3 minutes with it. And you're like, oh, this is going to be a bit. But only a small finite group of people know that feeling.
These are the brain surgeons of comedy.
That was wow.
An elite group of...
So you guys watched my process with...
middle-aged men who...
My name is Eric.
Dressed like their daughter's boyfriends, sitting in podcast studios lecturing us about the genius of their ability to throw a dick joke, a trans joke, and a COVID joke into a 1-hour special. I just ripped apart Brian Callen's new comedy special on my Patreon a couple of days ago.
Really? Oh, okay. I'm going to watch that one when it's dropped because it is cringeworthy how bad this special was.
And showed how
I got to see some clips from another dude that covers this type of stuff.
He stole one of Dave Chappelle's jokes from 4 years ago. I also reviewed Bert's special from earlier this year on there as well, and all of them are absolutely fucking diabolically shit. By the way, in my Brian Callen video, I threw in a quick comparison of Brian and Sebastian Maniscalco, so go and check that out via the link in the description if you're interested. But my point is, the proof is in the pudding. Like Sebastian just said there in that clip, whether these top comedians are actually funny or not is a whole different question altogether. Bert just couldn't read between the lines. And if you needed evidence as to why Bert's on his way out, this episode of 2 Bears, 1 Cave with Sebastian played out like a post-mortem.
Hey, real quick, I wrote down some things last night that I go, does Sebastian do these? Okay? Because these are things I do. And I was wondering if you do any of these. Do you pee outside?
I have peed in my backyard, yes. Yes, I've done that. Yeah,
Nice.
but
Okay.
I don't make it a habit.
So you wake up out of bed in the morning, this morning, you get up, you wake up. Do you put on clothes to go into the house, or do you go into your underwear and make a cup of coffee?
I put a robe on. Do you have a robe? Put a robe on as soon as I get up.
You put a robe on?
Yeah.
You put a robe
and
on?
I have robes, different robes for different times of the year. Do you wear slippers?
No. I'm not wearing shoes now.
I know.
I don't wear slippers. I usually come out butt naked.
Yeah, see, you're one of these guys that's really like comfortable in the nude.
Yeah.
I ain't like that.
Really?
No. I know some kids some parents shower with their kids.
There's an age where you got to stop that.
I never did that.
Oh, for real?
Never.
Oh, I did it up until like they were 18. Have you ever pissed in a bottle in a bed?
Yeah, that's funny.
No.
Never pissed in a bottle in a bed?
No.
And then put it in the side of the bed and wait till you wake up?
My grandfather used to do that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What?
Because he was 80.
The fuck?
Don't you take a bath in the pool?
Yeah, I'm a pool shower guy.
Yeah. So
I showered last
still
night in the hot
crazy to
tub.
me.
Was my shower. I got in the hot tub, I shower in the hot tub, and then I get out.
Does anybody else do this on the team? Like, does anybody else go, we're going to shower in the pool today?
Leanne actually showered after the hot tub. It was like a
Yeah, that's getting the chlorine off your skin.
lunatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's normal.
Nah. It's clean. It's clean.
No.
This whole episode was about Bert. That's what he does. He's suffering from what I like to call late-stage narcissism. Think of it like when you're in a nightclub and you've been dancing with some chick all night, then the lights turn on and you realize the mistake you've made. Bert's living in that moment just before the lights turn on. The delusion is the strongest. He still thinks that doing all this shit is cool and likes to flex about it in every episode. By the way, Bert, if you're watching this, your acne is from the TRT. But only time will tell how much longer Two Bears will be around for. If Tom's smart, he'll hire Chrissy and Stubby as permanent replacements, and if that does happen, Bert will probably explode from jealousy and rage. For now, though, I'm happy to sit back and watch the entire Top 250 ecosystem crash and burn. The cope is getting worse and worse by the week.
Yeah.
The infighting,
All
the
right,
name
this is a fair
calling
assessment.
and bitching is flaring up, and they're all starting to show their true colors.
Yeah.
So make sure you subscribe.
All right. Yeah, for this one I will link the channel. Alrighty. Did a little overtime tonight, but that's cool. That's cool. I wanted to end on a fun note. Because it's Halloween, guys. We had lots of politics. We covered a lot of stuff. We had a fun, not even interview. It was just a fun hang with Jake and Alex today. We got to discuss that cat thing. And, you know, I think that realistically, this was not like the end of Cat Abou-Ghazaleh's political career in any way. It was unfortunate. We'll see what happens, though. I'm not sure if, like, Majority Report or any of these places are going to pick it up, or do they just ignore it? Thus kind of giving into the whole Tara Palmieri being irrelevant. So, there is that. Here, let me do this real quick. But we are at that point, folks. I have got to skedaddle. I do appreciate you guys hanging for this this special Halloween edition of High on Politics. Alrighty. Do I have anything going on this weekend? Don't know. I was toying with doing a gaming stream. So, yeah, look out for that. If I do that, it will be simulcast. Yeah. But other than that, folks, I really appreciate you hanging all week. I hope you guys enjoyed the shows. I had fun. I know that I had some of my better streams, so I hope you guys feel the same way. But that being said, I'm going to take off, and I will see you guys next week.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are